Just had a personal best lap posted as well, lower down by Miguel Molina, second in GTE Pro. So going back to Darren's special time of the night as he's talking about it. So other drivers responding. Miguel Molina doing that car's best lap of the race.
I wouldn't say it's happy hour just yet.
No, no.
I think the track's still got a bit of cleaning up to do. And the thing is, as the race goes on, you know cars are dropping out, less traffic, lap times just comes a little bit easier as well, without having to navigate past anyone. Bless you.
Slippery surface for Alan sneezed. So we've got Miguel Molina, as I say, going quicker. But James Collado is still in charge in the class. But we've gone back to an AF Corsa 1-2, of course, with Collado ahead of Molina. And then for third in GTE Pro, Fred McAveeky heading the Porsche Assault with Neil Yarni behind him. And that means that the Corvette 63 that had got itself temporarily into the lead of the class, it's just done a pit stop and it's fallen to fifth in the hands of Antonio Garcia, whereas the Montoya versus Van der Garde fight has been interrupted a bit by traffic here. Van der Garde has found himself the wrong side of a slower car, but he's also been reeled in now by the United Autosports car behind as they drop down towards the chicane. You've got Paul di Resta in a big hurry, but he's on a different lap at the moment. So there's 22, Fabio Scherer just going over the line. He's a lap up on Van der Garde. Teams getting themselves ready for the next round of stops. And number 74 is being given a 10-second penalty on its next pit stop. So that is the car that James Winslow is driving. Now, that is for causing a collision with car 1. Now, remember when Sophia Flörsch had spun and was trickling backwards across the road, Tom Clerc went into that car. Well, for that contact, 10 seconds are being added.
I'm not surprised, to be fair. It did look like one of those things that shouldn't have happened, in terms of they were coming up to the slow zone. If not, they were already in the slow zone. Yeah. And it was fairly obvious that there was a car in the middle of the track. I know Martin was saying, you know, they were coming around the little kink on the way to the Porsche curves, but in reality, from the sort of the normal driving position, you should have been able to see that.
So the car's lost a chunk of time. Doesn't put number 1 back in the race, but the penalty is there to try and instill a bit of discipline for the drivers in the future. Riding with Van der Garde again through the first of the chicanes.
He's not really basically making up the time there.
No, he's not. No. I was saying a lap ago that Montoya was out of reach, and nothing has really changed.
Still out of reach, 1.4 seconds ahead.
The traffic hasn't held Van der Garde at the end of the previous lap, granted, but he hasn't got the pace to suddenly catch back up again here. It's got another back marker to clear. Right. Now, how are the Glickenhauses doing?
Yeah, a little bit this.
At the moment, Jim Glickenhaus down in the pit lane is with Louise.
Good.
Jim, well, it was an eventful start to the race, but the two Glickenhauses still in the fight.
Yes, we're still fighting, and we'll fight until the end. And one car is doing very well. It'll soon be back in P3. We lost, you know, we just did a pit, so there was no time with that. But it's running well, and it's a very interesting race. I mean, the beginning was a little nuts in the rain, but it worked out, and there's been a lot of crashes, which is a little bit crazy. But I think what we're seeing here is that the hybrid hypercars are faster, and the ACO is going to have to look at it and balance the performance a little better in the future. But they did a great job, and we think with a little bit of balance of performance next year, we can come back and fight for overall.
But you're pleased with the team's progress?
Oh, of course. I mean, this is our third race. You know, the first time we've ever raced at Le Mans. I mean, a lot bigger companies than me have come here and have taken many years, you know, to race. And for luck, you know, I have my armband from my Ford Mark IV in 1967 that finished fourth with Mark Donohue and Bruce McLaren. So who knows? Maybe we'll finish fourth or even better.
Oh, that's great. Well, I look forward to speaking to you again in the morning.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Jim Glickenhaus reflects on the race thus far, and one of his cars now 5th, which is Pipo Derani, which lost out on its last pit stop, and the other one is 11th, Ryan Briscoe at the wheel. And Graham Goodwin, you were getting a bit concerned about its last pit stop because it was nudging up to 4 minutes.
It was 3 minutes 48 seconds for that pit stop from the number 709 car. 708 certainly seems to have better pace than the other car, and has done since the start of the week, really.
Despite the damage it suffered at the start of the race as well. We've had that brief full course yellow, but as you can see, we're back to green, and everybody released once again now. Not quite sure why that full course yellow came. Might have been just to get some debris off the road, but either way, it was brief, and we're back to full, proper racing conditions.
Jose Maria Lopez, we're on board as he sits behind one of the United Autosports cars, just coming through the final part of the Porsche curves. And as you can see there, the LMP2 cars, as they have been, okay, it was a bit wide, admittedly, but the LMP2 cars have generally been as quick, the top ones, or even quicker than the hypercars through the Porsche section, as both of them dive into the pits for a stop. So for Lopez, that's 13 laps he's been on this particular run, and so about time for that. His teammate's going to be stopping as well.
That is the 22 car of Fabio Scherer from 6th position overall, 3rd in LMP2, with the Glickenhaus separating that, well, the least delayed of the 3 United cars, 3rd to the 2 Team WRT cars, still closely together on track, 4.5, well, just under 5 seconds between them.
So fuel in, and then we'll look at tyres. That's the second part of the pit stop if they do tyres. Yes, Alan, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say this will be the end of the second stint for Lopez, so he'll be going on to a 3rd one, so unlikely that they would change tyres. They'll try and run him through to the end of the next stint without tyres, and they have done.
Away he goes, yep.
Just filled it up with fuel, off he goes.
Chita Lopez, one of, I think I'm right, only 2 drivers ever to have scored FI World Drivers' Championships in 2 different disciplines.
The other one being?
Solberg.
Yes, rally and rallycross.
So out goes
no,
Lopez.
Fernando Alonso, Formula 1, and WEC.
He's one of 3 different drivers.
The list will be going on. By the morning, there'll be about a dozen.
Yes.
At this point.
Points you're talking about?
Pardon?
Points in disciplines, not titles, did you say?
Oh, titles.
Titles, right.
Nakajima in, following him in.
That's an overhead shot we're getting from the Toyotas.
Yeah, it's about 1.5 minutes is the gap between the two of them.
86 is having a pit stop penalty as well. 5 seconds being added on the next pit stop to the GR Racing Porsche for a pit stop infringement.
Tom Gamble aboard that car at the moment. Not necessarily he that incurred the fault, of course. That car 2nd on the grid in GTM after a fine effort in qualifying in Hyperpole from Ben Barker.
Right, so there's 8 as predicted, serving its next stop, and Kazuki Nakajima stays behind the wheel and away he goes.
Yeah, the reason for the 5 seconds on the 86 is because the engine was running for 1 second during refueling. The engine has to be stopped before the refueling rig is attached. 2nd place car and 3rd place cars in GT Pro, the 52 Ferrari and the 91 Porsche, both on pit road as the 92 car rejoins.
The full course yellow procedure is under investigation as well. That doesn't necessarily mean that anyone has done anything wrong. It's just that the race control team will go through all of the data and make sure that nobody transgressed. 52 is in. We were talking earlier about Daniel Serra doing a good job. Also too Miguel Molina, who's going to stay behind the wheel of the car seemingly, and with the screen cleared is ready to go. 91 is in as well, and a driver change there. Out gets Fred Makovici. So that Porsche creeping into the mix again, isn't it? It's still got a lot of time to make up, but it's got a lot of time in which to do it. But it is chipping away now.
Big delays for these cars that are in these long-term battles to claw their way back.
But considering the pace that Porsche had at the start of the weekend, it's a very different story now we get to the race. The more important story, of course. Right, 91 blasts away. And that puts 92 ahead of it temporarily, with Neil Yarni yet to serve his next routine stop, but 91 is about to break the beam at pit out and get back onto the racetrack now. And as it does so, Jimmy Bruni is at the wheel, and as they get rid of that, so Porsche GT team is ready for 92, which should be in at the end of the next lap. And you're riding on board with 92 then, so Neil Yarni is your chauffeur, heading to the balls out, and the prototypes come storming past.
This big speed differential here is even the P2s are blasting past. However, when you get into the slow speed stuff, actually the GT Pro cars are pretty much the same. As there's more penalties, 10 seconds added to the next pit stops of 20 and 29. 29 being Racing Team Netherlands and 20 being High Class Racing, who have had trials and tribulations like you wouldn't believe today, yes. Starting before even the start, when they left the car up on the jacks when the green flag lap started.
Yeah, absolutely. Ricky Taylor currently the wheel of the 20 car. 29 with Guido van der Garde, relatively recently back aboard the car.
And we were talking about him a moment or two ago, Graham, because he wasn't really doing the catching that we were anticipating against Juan Pablo Montoya, and if anything, he's dropped back because the gap is up now to over 7 seconds between those cars. So falling away is Van der Garde, but in turn, he's another lap up, isn't he, on Paul di Resta?
Absolutely. And Paul di Resta, it's going to be a long, long haul for the rest of this race. Bluntly, David, but he's lucky to be in it.
Yeah, he is. You're right, because it could have been a whole lot worse with the dramas that befell him up at the Dunlop S's when the car was harpooned by a rather out-of-control Manuel Maldonado.
A massive impact.
Yeah.
And we've seen cars out of the Le Mans 24 Hours and other races with far less. So, again, testament to the strength of the car, testament to the ability of the United Autosports crew to turn it around so quickly that he is back in this race at all. And, well, knocking on the door of a top 10 in the class at the moment.
And there's enough time to gain more ground. I mean, just going back to UAE for a moment, that is a team that has had a Herculean task this weekend. I mean, 3 cars in this is bad enough without running cars in the Michelin Le Mans Cup Road to Le Mans races. I know other teams like AF Corsa and Iron Lynx are doing it as well, for example, but even so, it's a big, big commitment.
It's huge, and it's completely separate teams within those programs because of the bubbles that we've got for COVID-19. It's not. There's nobody transferring between the two, and it's a mighty, mighty effort, as it is, to be blunt, with them at every European Le Mans Series race meeting, where they're consistently running 7 cars across 2 classes in 2 different championships.
Now you're riding with Jimmy Bruni, who has taken over from Fred Macco, as we saw on that last stop. The car now down to 5th in GTE Pro. And that is Kevin Estre, who's getting ready to go in 92, because that car is due in on this lap. And so Kevin Estre will replace Neil Yarni. And then you light the blue touch paper and sit back and watch what develops. So this will be another spectacular 45 minutes or so with Kevin Estre in 92. Here is the car. It looks quick. Then you see a prototype flash by and you realise how much quicker they are. But to the pit lane comes Neil Yarni. Job done for the moment. Kevin Estre is on standby, ready to leap on board.
Whilst we watch the Porsche come down pit lane, thought occurs here. Obviously, we've had this reprofiling of the prototype cars and their relative performance this season. It's done nothing to take away the competitive edge between the P2 cars at all. No. Within their class, you know, astonishing racing, as we've got used to in this Formula since 2017.
Is this a problem for Neil Yarni because he's just been in the pits 2 laps ago?
Oh.
All looks routine thus far, but let's wait and see what they do. Driver change happens. Louise is down there, so she might be able to elicit more news.
It looks like he did a 17-lap stint, another 17-lap stint, and then he's been out for 2 laps, if everything's correct, and back into the pits.
Interesting. Well, there's not a huge amount of concern thus far. So it's all being methodical. They've done the driver change, they've done the fuel.
Maybe the info is wrong.
There might be some team radio that we can eavesdrop on in due course, but for the moment, the driver change has been done. We saw Kevin Estre getting ready. So for 92, so it's going to drop down in its class for the moment. That's an 8th pit stop, and the sister car has done 7. So yeah, it's got 1 extra to its name, but there it goes.
Puncture, maybe?
could have been, and therefore you bring the driver change forward.
Maybe.
Possibly.
The sector times like in that car on its in-lap, and the answer was not that impressive.
Well, if it only did a 2-lap stint, it would only have had that fuel hose connected for 2 times 2.5 seconds. It felt a bit longer than that.
Just looking at the, I think I was looking at a 36-second.
Well, that pit stop was 96 seconds, wasn't it?
It was. Let's keep an eye on that one.
Yeah. Well, Louise is down there. She's on the case for us. But we're intrigued now, Louise, about 92.
No, I think in all information here, he's done an out and an in lap. Okay. And then he started his next out lap.
Right, well, Kevin Estra's taken the car over, but there are some glum faces down there. So the story is building. About 92. Neil Yarni has walked away, shaking his head, we understand. So let's see what happens now. We need to keep an eye to sector times, don't we now, Graham, and see whether
Absolutely.
It's got the pace.
Is it car? Is it driver? What is it? Was he feeling unwell in the car?
Possibly, yeah. So, first sector time is kind of irrelevant because it's from out of the pit lane. It's the next one that we need to look at. There's 51, which is the class leader in. James Collado has brought it in, and by the look of it, will stay behind the car. Fuel goes in, and try and double stint those tyres, send him back out. So he's set to go. And fuel is done, engine fires, and away goes the AF Corsa Ferrari, intent on keeping its class lead. Now, all of these pit stops in GTE Pro bring Antonio Garcia back into the mix. He's up to second in the class for the moment. And a drive-through penalty for 709 Glickenhaus of Richard Westbrook, and also there is a drive-through penalty coming for number 72. This is all for overtaking under the safety car, but the Hub Auto Porsche then a drive-through for that as well, overtaking under safety car procedure. In and out for the LMP2 leading car, and that follows on from the second place car. The two TWRT cars pit one after the other, in reverse order, in running order. So Ferdinand Habsburg will go back to his short name for the moment, goes back into the race and continues the battle within LMP2. Alex Brundle has taken over 34 and done the car's best lap of the race. Alex now currently 5th in class, 9th overall. It's another trouble-free run, isn't it, from the Inter-Europol competition team? I think they've had 2 5th-place finishes this season, and they've been there and thereabouts. But Alex Brundle with something like a minute to make up on Will Stevens. There into the pit lane, the AF Corsa AM entry. New boots going on that. Another set of Michelins. The 54 car, stalwart of the World Endurance Championship, full season entry. Thomas Fleur brought that car in. Didn't see a driver change there. No, I don't think there was, you're right. Yeah, Thomas Fleur, former rally driver, before he came into GT Open. This is the race leader, Jose Maria Lopez. 1 minute and 23 seconds to the good right now. And despite those 2 early punctures for number 7, he's making good his escape now. Is Francesco Castellacci aboard the 54 car now? Was out of our sight a driver change. Thomas Fleur stepping out. Francesco Castellacci, his long-time driving coach and co-driver there. Just looking at Kevin Estra's sector times, his middle sector on this outlap is okay, if not stellar. Okay. Yeah, you're right, not stellar. But this next lap will be key. It'll be interesting to hear what we hear from Neil Jarni. So Lopez continues. You can see on the little tracker map there where he is, and he's halfway down the Mulsanne straight. He's done 1 chicane, he's got the second one to come. He's in 7th gear, 311, 312, briefly 318, 319, 320 kilometres an hour. Just north of that at 321, as then he sets the car up to go left, to go right, to go left through the second chicane, and there's traffic up the road as well. Yeah, a little bit of traffic, but he's going to look at probably getting that traffic just as he's coming in towards Mulsanne, because just the gap. So at this moment in time, he's sort of thinking, right, will I get 1 or 2, both of them, one's ducking out round the other side of the other one.
Guillaume was my engineer back in 2005, data engineer, by the way, if that helps anything.
And that's Lopez at work.
And he's caught them coming out of Mulsanne, now on his way down towards Indianapolis. Two little kinks coming up. There's the first one, second one. So now he's looking at where he's going to catch those next cars, and that's probably going to be in the run in towards Porsche, depending on what they are.
Yeah.
But the brake lights suggest, yeah, it's going to be in towards Porsche, LMP2, I think.
Got a yellow flag out at Marshall's post 11, so another drama out on track.
First chicane.
82 has stopped there, which is an LMP2. Risi Competizione, Ryan Cullen at the wheel.
Car in trouble early in the race with an attempt to change the rear bodywork.
That's right, yes.
Failing with failed locating lugs, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so they lost a lot of time, and then they had to sort out the front of the car as well. So they've been playing catch-up ever since. Nicolas Lapierre back at the wheel of the Alpine, threading his way through the traffic.
He's playing a bit of catch-up.
Yeah.
Another one after the incident at the first chicane where we saw Mathieu Vaxivier losing it, going onto the damp to overtake some GT cars and losing it under the braking, beached in the gravel.
So Lapierre, with all of his experience, being put to good use here, rattles it through the chicane curbs. The yellow flag has gone in, by the way, out on track. So
yeah,
we're green again, which is good news for the teams.
Yeah, Cullen's on his way between the first and the second chicane now. So he's got back going. Looks like it was a short, brief problem.
Yeah. So Nicolas Lapierre currently 5th. And the next target, albeit the best part of 38 seconds up the road, is Ferdinand Habsburg, the LMP2 leader. So you've got this car between the two WRT leaders within LMP2.
Tell you what, Habsburg's really gone on it. He's 2 seconds quicker than anybody else in the class at the moment.
So he stayed behind the wheel, didn't he, for this second stint in that car, trying to build that gap. But bearing in mind that the man that's chasing him is Robert Kubica, whose reputation speaks for itself. Yes, the gap opening up is impressive. Third in the class for Lipe Albuquerque. And then fourth is Will Stevens, fifth now Sean Galail for Jota. And Alex Brundle is down to sixth because he's just pitted and he's on an outlap.
He brought the gap down to Will Stevens by 2 or 3 seconds. One very good lap indeed from Alex that was some 6 seconds quicker than Will Stevens' lap in traffic. So there's pace in that 34 car. He's got something like 26 seconds to work on the gap to Sean Galail.
Still riding on board the Alpine as it comes through the second of the chicanes. Lapierre presses on. And he's taking chunks out of the LMP2 car within the sectors, as you would anticipate. So the gap is coming down, but it's not going to be an immediate pass as he heads up towards 300 kilometers an hour mark. And as he heads then to the braking zone, let's just eavesdrop for a moment coming out of Mulsanne corner.
Very hard, so I'm taking FP2 now.
Now to overtake LMP2 cars was the bones of that.
Yeah, basically that means it is a bit tough and you've got to sort of then muscle your way past, which means obviously compromising your line on corner entries and then your average lap time. The raceability, there's pure performance over one lap and then there's raceability, and it's the raceability that Lapierre's commenting on in that respect.
But as you anticipate for Nicolas Lapierre, he's putting everything into this recovery drive. About 32 seconds plus to make up over Ferdinand Habsburg. Up behind the GT traffic, it's easier to get past those cars. Gets past the Ferrari and accelerates onto the Porsche curves.
Still with its rain lights on, that Pro Ferrari.
Fastest lap of the race still goes back to lap 60. We're currently on lap 114, but Brendan Hartley has the fastest lap of the race. We understand that the Neil Yarney situation was that the full course yellows rather mucked up the strategy and the pit stop sequence. So that was why they had to make that extra stop. Let's go back to the Alpine of Lapierre.
Our power is good. Our power is good, but LMP2 power better in the night. We check.
So they've checked, and they're saying the power of the Alpine is fine. It's the LMP2 are actually quicker in the night than the day because the air is denser going into their engines. So therefore, with the denser air, they get a little bit more power, which is not quite as much of a benefit for the Alpine for obvious reasons, or not for obvious reasons, but for whatever reason.
I guess that could only be the aero package. Because it's
no,
a derivative of the same engine.
Yeah, it is, but remember, they've got torque sensors on these, which then controls the power.
Kevin Esra's sector times are looking good again, so it does seem that it was more being a victim of full course yellows and safety cars that caused them to have to shuffle around on the strategy. But a big frustrated situation for Neil Yarney, that's for sure. But it's a bit odd that should happen, really, because normally the engineers are on top of that and are able to juggle it around.
But if he's going to run out of fuel, he has to come in. And if he has to come in under that situation, then you take 5 seconds and go out and then come back in for the fuel stop again.
It's just bad luck. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, there's nothing you can really do about it. You've just got to kind of try to be a goldfish and forget about it in the next lap and go on again and look forward.
So Esra is now 65 seconds down on the sister car, and they are back to being 4th and 5th within the class.
Yeah, talking within the class, within the Toyota class, Jose Maria Lopez is extending the lead out of Kazuki Nakajima. And again, the 7 looks to have just that little bit edge in whatever conditions over the 8 at the moment. The last lap, I think, Nakajima obviously had some traffic, but Lopez has eked it out now to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
And it's the number 7 crew that have not won here at Le Mans.
Yet.
Not for the lack of trying, and certainly not for the lack of...
Big dramas for 25, damage to the front of it, no rear wing on the car, so it's had a big incident there with Rui Andrada at the wheel of it. Yellow flag is called for. It's at Marshall's post 3. It's at the start of the lap. There's debris all over the racetrack. And not sure that front suspension looks very encouraging either.
No.
There you go.
I think we're going to have seen one of these before.
Self-induced. Round it goes, scatters the marker, and safety car is called for. Bang into the wall.
That's the same as, or same effect as what's happened with the IDEX Sport with one Pablo Montoya in the Dragon Speed in another car earlier on in the week.
It was the 17, wasn't it, that ultimately was the end of that. Doors gone from that car.
That looks pretty terminal, doesn't it?
That doesn't look great.
No. So safety car, I think that's our 4th, isn't it? It's called for, and so the car is off the road, but it's going to be a little bit of time to get all the clearing up done here.
So who does this benefit?
25 car is running at the moment, or was running in 19th position overall. It would have been in 5th position in the Pro-Am class. And Andrade stays aboard. First Angolan, by the way, to race at Le Mans.
But no longer in the race, sadly. So that stat was a brief one. But the 25 car off the road. Here it is from another angle. Around it goes, and bang, with some force into the barrier. So he just got clear of the traffic.
Yeah, he just lost it on his own in the brakes. He's had a little bit lateral load on, turning right when he's went on to the brakes and locked the rears up and looped it around and into the wall.
It's not often you see a door missing from a car.
It's not often you see a car hitting the barrier at that sort of force.
Yeah. But we've seen it plenty of times this week, it's got to be said, but unusual.
So the G-Drive team looks on, but I don't think there's much they can do for that car. No. That's done, isn't it?
I would say so. Looking at the pit stops, I don't know if this really will favour anybody at the moment. If anything, if it's a long one, it could actually penalise the 36 Lapierre car, because it's coming up towards a stop, whereas both the Toyotas have done their stops 5-6 laps ago.
So safety cars on track, and again the clear-up operation goes on. Andrade's still in the car, isn't he?
He is still in the car. Can't see from this angle whether or not the medical light's on.
I think it will be with that sort of force.
It did look it.
You know, medical light, the G-force impact that triggers it is reasonably high, but when you get sort of sudden stops like that, then it does shoot over it, even if it's only a very, very short time peak. But they're looking to lift the car, and there's the driver out now to the right-hand side.
Yeah, so he's okay. A little bit winded and shaken, understandably, but out of the car. Well, I've been talking to the team, but there's little that can be done. That's out of the race, as 8 comes across the line here.
As we stand, by the way, there is only still one official retirement, and that is the #1 Richard Mille car. That will be a paperwork issue more than anything else. That clear that a number of other cars are out of this race, including the Chetelaar Ferrari, 56 Team Project 1 car, the 32 United Autosport car, and the 98 Aston Martin Racing car from GTM. They will go no further.
No, indeed. And 1 or 2 teams making stops, as what's left of the Orica is rather ignominiously craned away.
I will correct you because they would expect me to. It's the Aurus.
Sorry, forgive me.
Yeah, it is an Orica chassis, but badged as an Aurus. The Aurus 01, 1 of 2. The chef d'intervention. Just checking Rui over, and will be, I'm guessing, waiting for medical intervention here. Will be heading to the medical centre for a checkup.
The Pro-Am leader in ELMS. Here's another look at it. All on his own.
Yeah, it's a quick accident, though.
Yeah.
And this was the other angle of it, just at the head of those 3. Spins into shot. Bodywork damage, suspension damage, and another car out of the race. So our 4th safety car period being conducted. That is what's left of the car as it's taken away. So the Aurus will go to the dead car park, and Roberto Merhi knows that that's the end of the race, so helmet off. Your work here is done.
Yeah, that eliminates the 25, Andrade, Merhi and John Falb. Their Le Mans is done.
And a big sigh.
A big sigh,
yeah.
And there will be an emotional response, I'm sure. There's John Falb. It's a hug between comrades.
Yeah, this is a tough time for everybody because, you know, they've put a lot of time and emotion into this. And it's not just necessarily the time of the race so far, but it's the whole week, it's the build-up, it's the test day, it's the tests beforehand. And as well, you know, you feel for the whole team, but I have to say I do feel for Andrade there, because I know it's clearly, it looks like it's on his end of the spectrum, it's his mistake. However, saying that, it's still, it's for the driver, there's a lot of responsibility, but at the same time, you know, it's tough to take when it's you that's actually caused the incident. So
first time here, lessons learnt, but big disappointment that. Out of the race, then the car starts to tumble down the order, and the safety car's going to be out for a little bit longer yet, because there's all that sweeping up to be done. But
and also the tyre walls ripped away from the wall itself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's when you see that element that you realise just what an impact it was to do that amount of damage. But the marshals up there have had a lot of practice at rebuilding that tyre wall over the weekend, so they'll be well versed in doing it.
It will take some time, as we saw with the incident for the EDEC Sport car, the 17 car of Dwight Merriman, I think it was, that deconstructed his Orica. And that was, I think, something like 20 minutes plus. Did require, from memory, the heavy lifting equipment of the tyre bells.
Lawrence Van Thor rejoining. Things are happening in AM at the moment, in GTE, because Felipe Fraga is up into 2nd in the class once again, only 10 seconds down on the leader, Alessio Rivera, because Callum Eilert has pitted, so the TF Sport Aston, delayed, what, a couple of hours ago. He's coming back into the picture.
As you mentioned, that readjusts to 7 seconds and will be, I presume, in the same safety car chain then.
Indeed, so that's a battle to watch when we go green once again.
Just spotting, I think that was the 82 car. It was indeed Ryan Cullen after that issue of the first chicane. He's back out there and running again. There's quite some work to do on that barrier.
7 is in, so the leader comes into the pit lane while the safety car is on track. Lots of gravel at pit in where people that have had dramas have come in, and as they've turned to a given angle, it's dropped out of the bottom of the car.
Alpine in as well.
Right, okay. And also Sean Gillisle's Jota Orica, which was 9th and 5th in class. So here's the Toyota. Toyota based at the pit-in end of the pit lane rather than pit-out. So as soon as the car comes into the pits, it swings towards the garage.
Be interesting to see if the 8 actually stays out or comes in as well, because it's behind the next safety car. And at this moment in time, Conway will have to rejoin at the back of the next safety car train, so we'll drop back into 2nd place, unless the 8 does follow in the 7. They don't have to, they've only done 6 laps of the stint, so they've got plenty of fuel on board to be able to achieve it.
Nico Lapierre aboard the 36 car. Car running 6th at the moment. The 2 WRT cars again ahead of the Alpine. Durrani in the quick with the 2 Glickenhaus, 3rd overall. And of course the 2 Toyotas. There's the JMW car, the ARC car, liveried Ferrari, Jody Fannin, late addition to the team.
Another rookie.
Indeed. It's a late opportunity with a change in driver lineup.
But going back to a team he was ELMS class champion with, wasn't he, back in 2017, the JMW squad.
And has been racing with them this year, indeed.
And he's another underrated British driver, isn't he, Jody Fannin? I mean, he just gets on with it quietly.
He does, and, you know, on occasion, does spectacularly well.
So there is the Alpine good to go. Lapierre will drop down the order, and you can see the queue forming at the end of the pit lane, ready to have the next wave through, and number 8's going to stay out, so 8 Toyota stays on the circuit here.
So 8's going to take the lead here, but he's going to be half a stint before he comes in for fuel. And you see the 7 sitting leading the queue to go back out.
74 also joins that queue, ready to go. James Winslow brought it in, the Racing Team India Eurasia entry. So there's the queue, 5 strong at the moment in the pit lane. And number 8 takes over the race lead. So Kazuki Nakajima leads Le Mans, and Jose Maria Lopez now gets the signal to go, blast out of the pit lane.
Still got a bit of work to do at the barrier at Dunlop. So trying to replace the tyre stacks, but also then to bond them onto the wall.
One of the things that looks set to happen, and reasonably soon, is the 31 WRT car is going to inherit 3rd position. It's just 10 seconds back, but Durrani is due in long before the WRT car is.
Yeah, we heard Jim Glickenhaus earlier on saying that the sort of drop up and down the order with this fuel stop related to the LMP2 cars. The thing they need to do is to actually get a bit of pace to pull away so that they become clear of that stop differential. But that's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Especially if you get these safety cars and slow zones and things which actually kind of neutralise the overall race paces. We've got a brake change already in the front in the Iron Lynx Ferrari.
60 car, yellow liveried car. This is, who's brought that one in?
Roberti.
Paolo Roberti. A relatively recent addition to the driver roster for Iron Lynx.
But a hugely experienced driver, isn't he?
Very experienced. Remember him doing fine things in Lara Corvettes back in the day.
8 hours is quite early for a front brake change. Now, I presume they have to schedule one to go through, because last year Aston Martin won the race by not actually doing a brake change at the end of the day.
Indeed.
And so they schedule it to go, and I presume take the opportunity now more than necessity. Took the opportunity under the safety car to do it, to try to reduce their time loss overall.
Right, track being swept in the good old fashion of marshals and brooms.
60 car, I think, has been through at least a couple of gravel traps. I just wonder whether or not there is some damage there.
Yeah, if the damage is there, then it'll be to the actual brake cooling inlet ducts, which then obviously affect the brake wear. But
yeah, but you're right, it's an odd one.
Is the Alpine, which runs now on its outlap down in 8th place. Nicolas Lapierre having stayed behind the wheel of that car, but under safety car conditions for the moment. So we'll await news as to when we might be getting closer to the resumption of the race, but there you can see it's now purely the tyre wall that's got to be sorted out, but that's not the work of the moment.
No, it's the tyre wall, then the replacement, the conveyor belt that covers it.
Yeah, I was kind of counting that as all part of the operation, but you're right,
absolutely.
yes. Now, let us go back to the pit lane. Josh Pearson is with Louise, and she's about to explain exactly what Josh is all about. Louise.
Yes, I'm with Josh Pearson, and you're with United Autosport. It's been announced this week that you're going to be competing in WEC next year, and that includes Le Mans, and you're going to be 15 years old still.
When you can, quick feedback on the balance, please. Quick feedback on the balance when you can.
Yeah, so, you know, it's an incredible experience to be here, especially right now. Getting to see everything ahead of time before, obviously, I'm here next year racing. I couldn't be happier with United Autosport. Such a great team. They're just very impressive here. I mean, this whole operation is unbelievable, from the hospitality to what they do here in the garage. So very happy with the announcement and what I'm going to be doing next year. And being the youngest is just a little sugar on top. So yeah, I'm pleased to have all this coming up next year, and I can't wait.
And what about this year? I mean, you have come along to a Le Mans where so much is happening already. There's so many incidents this race.
Yeah, so it's been quite eventful, but this is part of the reason that we came here to learn. So I see the mistakes happen. I know now next year for what I should try to avoid doing. So it's been good to learn and watch and see what all the drivers are doing, and kind of how can I use this to my advantage next year.
And you've got a long career ahead of you. We've got a 75-year-old, so 60 years' time, you could still be racing.
Yeah, I could have I will have a long time ahead of me, so it's exciting times for sure.
And how are you feeling about the whole WEC potential for next year?
So it's going to be, I guess, different for me. It's a very professional series, so a little bit different than what I'm used to, obviously, coming from the Road to Indy. It's going to be a lot of cameras around me, a lot more to get used to for sure, but it'll be tough to get used to, but we'll settle in, and I'm sure by the second race things will feel much more normal.
And in terms of working with the team and other drivers, how do you feel about that?
So in the single-seater cars, we do have teammates, but it's not quite the same concept of a teammate here, so I'm okay working with other drivers, so it'll be just fine, I think. I'm not worried about who Richard picks to be in the car with me. I think he'll find the right people for the job, so I'm not too worried about it. I think everything will go great.
Well, we look forward to seeing you here next year at Le Mans, being the youngest ever competitor.
Yeah, I look forward to being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Louise, and apologies that we lost a little bit at the start with the team radio, which was just one of those things, but we managed to hear from Josh, which was good, and we'll look forward to seeing his career develop as we stay for the moment behind the safety car here. We are looking at 15 3/4 hours still to go. We're on lap 117. It is Toyota's 1 and 2. The tyre wall is still being put together, the conveying belt across the front of it. Look, bits of the marker board, what's left of the Total Energies board, also being picked up by the marshals. Toyota's 1 and 2, and WRT 1 and 2 in LMP2, and then you've got Ferrari from Corvette. The Corvette comes back into the mix on the pit stop cycle, doesn't it? But then it fades away on its next stop. That's GTE Pro, and in GTE AM, it's Alessio Rivera for AF Corsa, just ahead of Felipe Fraga. So that's going to be another good fight to watch when we go green once more, with Matteo Cressoni's Iron Lynx Ferrari down to 3rd in the class there.
Yeah, Fraga's sort of climbed his way back up. We've got to remember just, what, an hour and a half ago, he was nosed into the barriers, into the tyre wall at the first chicane. And so therefore, to get back in, okay, a little bit of assistance with the safety cars certainly brought him into the game again, but 8 seconds behind, so TF Sport are definitely back in it.
Absolutely right. So that's going to be one to watch for sure once we go back to green. Yes, Graham?
The Josh Pearson story, just heard from Josh there. I think it will mean he's about 100 days younger than Matt McMurray when he comes to Le Mans next year, if that all goes to plan.
And which age will he be?
16. He's 16 on February the 14th next year, which means he falls 16 midway through the 4-race Asia Le Mans series. Which, and the possibility is, it is part of the kind of planning, he might do, literally days after he's 16, the second 2 races in Abu Dhabi.
Given the type of race this is and the demands it puts on drivers,
yep.
How wise is that to put somebody of rookie experience at 16 and change into one of these cars into this race?
Well, the answer is he's going to be doing a lot of testing in Europe. He's going to be doing a lot of testing in North America. He's already doing the road to Indy. There will be opportunities to put him into a P car, whether or not the be a P2 or a P3 car, pretty rapidly. So, you know, at the end of the day, we know, he knows he's being observed not just by the team, but by the powers that be. And you can be absolutely certain, I'm sure, that if there's any doubts whatsoever, it wouldn't happen.
Silence reigns here, because it's. I would have thought that was quite brave on lots of people's parts. But anyway, if that's the decision, let us move to a different topic. Racing Team Netherlands has had a checkered race thus far, and the car's way down the order. But we'll hear thoughts of Fritz van Eerd.
How's the brake temp, Jack? Brake temp are good, brake temp are really good. So everything okay, the tire temp are nice. Keep it like this, keep it like this. And at the restart of the safety car, don't use curb. It's Terre Rouge and, for example, last chicane.
Yeah, don't use the curbs, Terre Rouge. That's because partly the tyre pressures are going to be a little bit lower after the safety car. Let them build up a little bit before you then start to attack that. The other thing is they could be a little bit greasy if the tyres are, or not greasy if the tyre temperature's not exactly there.
Nick de Vries ready to climb aboard the 26 car, the sister car to the effort that's brought out this safety car. Just joining us after a bit of a break as the 708 Glickenhaus runs down to the pits from 3rd overall. We'll drop it behind the 31 Team WRT car.
Yeah, they're yo-yoing, aren't they, on when they pit?
They are. But the 25 car it was that brought out this safety car after Rear Andrade lost control of the car coming up towards Dunlop and comprehensively rearranged both tyre barrier and many parts of the Aris.
There is 708 then that comes in. Driver change is due there as well.
That's, I think it was Olivier Pilar, wasn't it? Just about to climb aboard.
You might be right.
Yeah, that's Olivier's helmet. And I think it's coming up to 12:20 here local time, 20 minutes past 12, which I think in the comms box is tea time.
It's tea time. Safety car will be in this lap.
Right, okay.
So we're going back at, what is that, 20 past midnight to green flag running.
And that means that we can have a look at this GTE AM battle, Rivera versus Fraga.
A lot of dust in and around the back of the wheel arches there on the Glickenhaus.
The beginnings of brakes. Yeah. We've been through some bad weather though, so
true.
Tends to
There's confirmation. Safety car in this lap. and those two having to be held at the end of the pit lane. So depending on where the leading safety car is, they could drop a lap here.
Yeah, this leading safety car is coming through the Porsche curves at the moment.
Right.
And so it will actually pass, that train will pass before the people in the pits are allowed out. So yes, it should drop down a lap.
So this is number 8. This is the leading Toyota then, with traffic all around as Jim Glickenhaus looks on.
Yeah, he's not been anywhere other than that garage or the pit wall, has he, throughout this? This is the dream.
And in fairness, although they are not in the lead, they are still in the race.
And they certainly are.
They are, make the point again, I've said already this weekend, they're not regular pit visitors with bits hanging off or smoke coming out of the back. They're going round and round and round.
Yep, they are. It's 4th currently and 11th.
All right, so safety car in this time. The field accelerating clear. Green flag is shown at the timing line. Green flags around the circuit. You're on board with Nakajima as he tries now to thread his way through the traffic with this wave of cars all bunched up together now.
We've got to remember Nakajima is now in the lead. With Conway pitting under that safety car, then Nakajima is now the one that's taken the charge 4 seconds ahead. As there we see a bit of confusion there actually, as Nakajima gets sort of held out a little bit in the middle of Porsche. That's certainly something he didn't want.
And again, it's, you know, these new cars do not have the overtaking punch. They don't have the ability.
Well, he was getting overtaken. That was the thing there. He was getting overtaken by the LMP2 ahead.
So down to the end of the lap, clearing the traffic bit by bit by bit. Others bail for the pit lane, so now the road opens up a little bit for him. This will put now 118 laps in the book.
The 26, it was G-Drive, Roman Rusinov pitting. The 26, 23 from United Autosports also pitting as the race went back to green. Paul Di Resta from 14th. G-Drive ratings 26 from 21st overall. They're 16th and 9th in LMP2. As the number 8 makes its way under the Dunlop Bridge and down through the Forest S's.
So driver change for United Autosports. This is 23.
It's also in the garage itself. Paul Di Resta came into the pits in that car. Switch over.
Completely blank rear deck on that car. Well, there's the damage. That first time he's had a chance to see that in the...
that's not aerodynamically efficient.
It was a big old whack that it took, wasn't it?
It was a huge whack. I am genuinely astonished that car is still in the race.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
You said a good year's goes on, lights come on, and so now 23 gets set to blast back down the pit road. It's fallen to 11th in class at the moment, that car.
Yeah, but it's also...
many laps down.
Yeah, 3 laps, well, nearly 4 laps down.
On the class leader, yeah. So it'll break the beam in a moment at the end of pit lane and accelerate now back onto the circuit. And Alex Lynn took it over. There is 26 going back out as well, which is now Nick de Vries. But that's another car, of course, after the Colapinto crash that lost a big chunk of time.
Absolutely.
Where did Colapinto crash?
It was coming towards the Porsche curves, and he arrived in shot on Sophia Flörsch's onboard, virtually backwards. He'd already lost it and came across the front of Sophia Flörsch.
So that's why Flörsch
the barrier
crashed.
Yes,
it was because of Colapinto got crossing across the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then was hit later
by someone else.
Yeah. Steering looked like it had gone as she tried to reverse out, couldn't steer. So she went across the road and then was T-boned.
She was totally innocent in both situations, being the initial hit and then the harpooning.
Yeah.
The timing, by the way, of that pit stop for the 708 Glickenhaus means it's fallen behind both of the Team WRT cars because it was held whilst the race restarted to join what was the longest of the safety car chains.
There, down the pit road goes the Dragon Speed car.
Yeah, the Real Team Racing car has is about to leave the pits, and hearing from Louise that may well be that oil leak for the PR1 Madsen car might have returned.
So Fritz van Eerd here at the wheel of 29. He's had a checkered race already with a trip into the gravel, but the car is still going. And Van Eerd is not slow when he keeps it on the black bit, so he's doing a decent enough job, but he's the am in that car. But when he keeps out of trouble, he's okay for pace.
There are some very battle-scarred cars out there, aren't there, this early in the race?
Yes.
It's been a pretty battle-scarred race, actually, just with, if you think about it, the rain at the beginning and then the drizzle and damp that came, and then from there the drizzle and damp just as darkness dropped, which is probably the worst time for that to happen.
So through the Porsche curves goes Fritz Van Eerd. How are we doing with our GTE AM battle? The gap has come right down to 3.9 seconds now. So Alessio Rivera, the reigning Italian GT champion, being caught by Felipe Fraga. The gap coming down and down and down.
Yeah, a lot of that taken out by the actual safety car, which allowed Fraga to catch up. But that car has had the speed pretty much all day in reality, so therefore it's done on performance. But I think getting up behind Rivera's one point, I'm not sure going past him is going to be quite as easy.
It's going to be worth watching, that's for sure, isn't it? As Fritz Van Eerd comes over the line then. His target is Henrik Hedman just up the road, and the margin between those two, 2.3 seconds. But Henrik Hedman has also got traffic to clear, so this might give Fritz Van Eerd another chance now.
And it's also a battle, by the way, for fourth in GTM, with Francesco Castellacci catching rapidly Takeshi Kimura in the number 57 Kessel racing car. That's the car run in conjunction with Car Guy.
So Van Eerd battles on, and in turn he's about 55 seconds up the road on Alex Lynn, but Alex has got much, much better pace, so that gap is going to come down markedly over the course of this stint.
Yeah, it definitely is, there's no question about it. But Fritz Van Eerd, Fritz has been in now, just 1 second.
So Fritz currently in 15th position, 10th in LMP2 and 3rd in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. And he's 1.3 seconds back from Henrik Hedman, which would be for second in the Pro-Am category.
That gap's come down because of the traffic I was talking about. So Henrik Hedman has been delayed, and that gap comes down accordingly. Race leader on that 120. Lead gap currently 3.6 seconds after that number 8 switch for the lead.
Yeah, he's only done 10 laps, Van Eerd, since he got back in after Guido van de Garde. Sorry, 10 laps, 4 laps.
4 laps, right.
Which is, yeah, just starting the stint.
So he needs to keep it out of trouble and deliver it, still in the hunt for the pro drivers.
Yeah. Well, that's his job. At the end of the day, that's the job. Real Team Racing are leading the Pro-Am category at the moment, 7th overall in LMP2. And that's Norman Nato, who's the pro, definitely the pro at the wheel of that one at the moment. But Fritz Van Eerd and Henrik Hedman are the 2 bronze drivers. There's the ones that are effectively competing against each other. And that's the way they should look at it. They should never look about competing against one of the pros, but certainly of people with the same sort of driver grading.
And that is Henrik Hedman just passing the GT car ahead. This is the battle for second in LMP2 Pro-Am, and with Norman Nato the target ahead of these two, this is what's achievable for Fritz Van Eerd in this stint. He's doing a pretty good job of it at the moment.
Yeah, that car started 21st overall, and it's now 15th overall. So despite it's off, progress has been made.
And traffic ahead for this pair too.
Now that lead gap, 3.9 seconds. The last lap slightly better for Nakajima than it was for Mike Conway. So he tries to stretch the margin. There is 52, which is down to 3rd again within the GTE Pro class now, because that, with Miguel Molina at the wheel, lost a little bit of ground on the last sequence of pit stops.
Past midnight, and darkety dark out there right now.
Different levels of dark, are there?
Indeed.
Yes.
Dark, more dark, and darker than that.
Pitch black.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And, great battle here underway as well in GT Pro. It is Antonio Garcia right on the tail of Miguel Molina. And the pair of those, by the way, just 4.5 seconds back from the leader, Collado, Molina, Garcia, separated by 4.6 seconds at the moment. As back out into the race comes the 39 car, the So24 car, Arnold Robin.
63 Corvette you're riding with Antonio Garcia now. Again, because of the pit stop shuffle, it's back up into second in the class. 4.8, now 5 seconds down on James Collado, but its sector times not as good, so that gap just stretches a little bit more. So it definitely does look, I know it's early, relatively speaking, but it does look advantage Ferrari, doesn't it? Compare and contrast from what we've had over the course of the weekend in GTE Pro.
This is a close battle, though, and as we go on board the number 63 Corvette, it's an ideal time for Oliver Gavin to rejoin us at the mic and
yes,
tell us all about the Ferraris.
Aren't they wonderful cars, are they? Aren't they? Brilliant. Lots of Italian character and Italian brio and passion.
All right, I'm leaving.
It worked, Graham. Well done.
Into Mulsanne corner for the number 63, and what we can't see from this shot is just how close behind Miguel Molina is, and that's broadly in his glove compartment.
Yeah, it's half a second, isn't it? But he's dropping away Garcia from James Collado in the lead of the class, but he might drop a place any moment.
Yeah, and Antonio is unbelievably experienced now with Corvette racing. You know, he's come through from the C6R, the C7R, and now he's in the C8R, debuting it here this weekend. And he is a fantastic talent, Antonio. He's won multiple championships now in IMSA, and he's chasing that victory here in the GTE Pro in the C8R with Corvette racing. He's had a brilliant season last year in the IMSA Championship with Jordan Taylor, and won the championship, and they're leading it at the moment. And but this is the one that the team has been chasing for the last couple of years. You know, this is a big deal. It is the biggest race of the year for Corvette racing,
and they want to do it all the more for having missed last year with the to break that run.
Yes,
I'm sure was a massive deal for everybody at Corvette racing, Ollie.
Yeah, no doubt it was, and you know, it was a big thing where the team missed out on, but you know, it was part of what happened globally with COVID, you know.
And of course, perhaps most importantly of all, Graham, Corvette wants to win this year to prove that it can do it without Ollie Gannon.
Well, it's something I know that's been on their minds for quite some time.
Yes.
Could we? Might we? And they've always bottled it. You know? I thought he was done years ago, but...
Oh, it's so good to be back, boys. Great to see you.
We've been sharpening our claws.
Yes, I could see that.
The point I was going to make is...
Where's Roman Rusinov when you need him?
It must have been particularly tough to miss it last year with the new car available as well.
Yeah.
It's such a big deal. It's such a massive step forward for the brand. It's totally unlike anything else that we've ever seen from Corvette, commercially.
Yes.
Yes, we've seen concept cars, but we've never seen anything like this as an offer to the public. And Ollie, you know better than most just how different a car this is.
Yes, I mean it is a huge step for Corvette. You know, going from the front engine, and you know, the car has been produced at Bowling Green, Kentucky, and it's been built for since 1953 with a front-engined layout. And so for them to the engineering department to make that step to go mid-engine, it was bold, really bold.
Yeah.
And you know, the race team was all on board with it. And it has been a number of years in the planning, but blimey, the car has been accepted so uniformly and with amazing reviews everywhere it's gone. And you know, so the car is now in high demand in the United States. It's now just being launched over here in Europe, and I'm helping with some of that. And you know, it's just going from strength to strength. So, you know, the car has taken a big step forward, not only on the road but in the racing program as well. You know, with that mid-engine layout, the weight distribution, the traction now from a mid-engine layout. The way where you're sitting now as a driver in the car, the way that the car rotates right around your backside, which is exactly what you want. The feel that you get from every single input is just that little bit better.
So the question is, I mean, you're going to blush, a Corvette racing icon. Are you, though, one of the most hated men in the Corvette community because you support 12 of them while people are waiting for a new one?
So I have a driving academy that I'm setting up in Germany with my German partners at Drive and Fun. And we're going to be centrally based in Germany, just about an hour and a half southeast of Boxberg. And yes, I do have 12 brand new Corvette Stingrays on order, and they are due to arrive to us at some point in October. And you know, we are going to be helping with the dealers, and we're going to be helping to train people to drive the Corvette and experience it, and hopefully I can pass on some of that passion and some of that knowledge and some of that experience that I've gained over 20 years of driving and working with the brand, and pass on some of that love that I have for the car. So
it's great. It's great to see another phase of your career. You've been such a great ambassador for the brand, as well as a massive success you've had aboard it, and it's going to be good to see there is another era in that relationship.
Thinking about Corvettes, although Alexander Sims is quite a long way down, the team now are throwing him out on the same set of tyres to see how far they can get that car on one set, and at the moment he's in the middle of his third stint on the same set.
Wow.
So now it becomes a test session, doesn't it? What data can we glean from that? We lost time with the rear diffuser dramas, but now let's learn.
Yes, and they will be doing that for the other car.
Yeah.
The 63 car is well and truly in the fight, and the 64 will now be sort of somewhat being used as this test bed to try these little things that they can hopefully help give the 63 a bit of a leg forward.
And it, by the way, is dropping Miguel Molina, Antonio Garcia. It's now 3 seconds to good after that being down to just tenths. But now we're looking, David, at this battle in LMP2 AM.
Yeah, Molina's just pitted, incidentally, so that margin's going to grow yet further. Henrik Hedman has been caught by Fritz van Eerd, hasn't he? So the two of them, the two AMs, if you like, within the lineup for both teams here, are getting themselves together. Dragon Speed USA versus Racing Team Nederland, and Fritz van Eerd was 4 tenths back in the last sector point. He's getting closer and closer. He's getting more and more gung-ho as well as he comes through the Porsche curve. So this is a battle for position. It is for 9th and 10th in LMP2.
And this is exactly why we've got this LMP2 Pro-Am category. It's because these guys going head-to-head, they're the peers. These are, you know, even Stevens in terms of their position in the team. They are financially incredibly important to these teams. They are the resource rock on which it's based. But don't believe for a second they're not competitive. They're competitive with each other in a usually friendly way.
Their battle's about to be interrupted, though, isn't it? Because 22, which is on a different lap, Felipe Albuquerque will split them as he goes through. They're rejoining his 52. Miguel Molina brought the car in, but while a quicker LMP2 car clears them, that battle's just going to be affected a bit by that traffic.
Oh, the 22's just sticking his nose in. He's just having it chopped off as I come down into the S's there. The 21 car, the Dragon Speed is hopefully now going to let Albuquerque through, but oh, it's ever so tight into Tetra Rouge.
You've got to be, you know, sure that it's not the car you're battling against. I guess it's a matter of just how good is the information you're getting through.
And the 29 car's now got a good run against the Dragon Speed car, and it could be a change of position here.
Just going back to Albuquerque, though, Graham, he's got to not only keep out of trouble for the race, but also because Phil Hansen, one of the 3 drivers, is leading LMP2 in the championship, the World Endurance Championship, so they need the points for Phil for the title race.
Yellow at Marshall Post 8.
That's Tetra Rouge, isn't it?
And we've also...
beyond that, it's on the run down, isn't it?
And we've got a 10-second penalty being added at the next pit stop for treble 7, which is the Satoshi Hoshima, Tomonobu Fuji and Andrew Watson D-Station Racing Aston Martin, which is being driven currently by Andrew Watson.
It is indeed.
52 has gone back to Daniel Serra, by the way. So Miguel Molina out of the car. Daniel Serra took it over on that last pit stop.
No news yet on what that yellow at Marshall's Post 8 is. That backer we were looking at was just heading down towards that part of the circuit at high speed.
Yeah, it's a high-speed part of the track.
It is.
So, had it been a very dramatic off, I suspect we'd have had a safety car called instantly. Because
I think it's the 55. I think it's the 55 Spinner race car, which on our track map is shown as stationary at that point on the circuit.
Right, yeah.
That was the car that we had in the barriers at Indianapolis a little while ago in the hands of Duncan Cameron.
Oh dear.
And it's now in the hands of Matt Griffin.
Right, well, Matt Griffin doesn't often throw things at the scenery,
No.
so that's a bit of a puzzle. Also, we've had the change from the lead again in GTE AM. Felipe Fraga has got himself back ahead of Alessio Rivera.
That's good going from Fraga. The TF Sport Aston Martin back to the front.
Yeah, after it had that puncher, didn't it?
Yes.
And a couple of hours ago. It looked like, because they had that visit to the tyre wall at the first chicane, and from that right rear puncher. Got that.
So TF Sport Aston Martin. Fraga leads Alessio Rivera in the AF Corsa car, 5.9 seconds.
And how about this for an inter-Nissan fight? The two Porsche GT team cars together. Gianmaria Bruni just ahead of Kevin Estre, and 0.3 of a second at the last timing point the gap was. Kevin on a mission.
Yes, he is. I mean, he's been an absolute talent in this car all year. There's some sensational laps in it, qualifying, race performances. He's also had a little bit of an off in Hyperpole, but
that is the 55. I think we're getting. It is.
It is, and it's mechanical, isn't it? So, in fairness to Matt Griffin, he's not thrown it at the scenery. There is something wrong. It could be a legacy of the off into the gravel.
Yes, and it had that spin, didn't it, at the S's, and it went up the curb, and it was.
And then Duncan Cameron put it in the gravel as well.
Yes,
yes,
that's it.
So it's had a bit of a busy time.
Yeah, so has it actually stopped on track?
It looks to have done that. There's still yellows there, I believe. Yes, there are still yellows out at Marshall's post 8. 55 still shows stationary. I'm sure Matt will be talking to the team and seeing what can be done to put fire back in the belly.
So just listening in on this onboards, just as they came into the 4 chicanes there, Kevin was lifting early, so he's fuel saving behind Jimmy. You know, maybe the team haven't said, okay, you can go by, but Kevin will be sitting there thinking, or his engineer will be just quietly having a word with him. Okay, all right, if we're not going to be able to get by, let's just save some fuel so we can jump him in the pit stop.
Slow zone coming, and it's going to come just as this pair arrive on the scene of Matt Griffin's misfortune. In one now.
And the cars slow right down. There's the yellow flag situation, the yellow lights flash.
We'll see Matt's car over driver's left.
So just in the GTE Pro race, so James Collado in the 51 car and the 63 with Antonio Garcia in it will now be stretching that lead out because of the slow zone that the 91 and 92 are in.
And 31 from WRT is in. 41 has just been dispatched out of the slow zone. Kazuki Nakajima presses on, but he's got to get through a lot of traffic.
That should mean certainly the 708 Glickenhaus goes back up to 3rd position. It's going to be pretty close as to whether or not the 36, the Alpine, gets up to 4th. Just depends on how long this pit stop is going to be for Team WRT.
And this is Nakajima's view as he clears the traffic around the outside of the Porsche curves, but he's leaving nothing on the table here, is he?
No, he isn't. He isn't. But it's, if you're comparing that view to a few years ago when they were in the P1 car and not the hypercar, you know, to do that outside move around that long right-hander in the Porsche curves, that's harder now for them, and it's more of a risk. It really is more of a risk. But the other thing I've noticed with both of the Toyotas is how aggressive they are as they come into the pit lane. They're using a massive amount of curb.
Yes. And this should give Mike Conway the lead again, shouldn't it? Because it was only 5 seconds between them. So he goes through, Mike Conway's into the lead already as 8 stops. And that means that they have now both done 10 pit stops. And Kazuki Nakajima is going to stay behind the wheel. Yeah, takes on some more liquid. The car might take on, well, will take on liquid. Whether it'll take on tyres, we'll see in a moment. Didn't on the last stop from memory.
No, and they don't have any out ready, so
triple stint the rubber.
Yep.
I mean, since those dramas right at the beginning of the race, it's been pretty metronomic from the two Toyotas, which has been very impressive for such a new car.
Is it a surprise?
Well, yes and no. I mean, no, because the Toyota, they're so experienced here. Yes, because it's not been all that reliable through this season. They've clearly learned those lessons well, though.
And from what I saw at Spa, just being on track with them, the car really didn't look done or finished or prepared.
Let's just listen in to number 92, Kevin Estre, with his engineer Adam Hardy.
Our pace is a bit better because it's extremely testing a lot. I'm better in the last sector. I avoid the speed percent acceleration.
So Kevin Estre saying he's better in the last sector, but he can't find a way past Jimmy Bruni at the moment. And the tone of voice was one of resignation, really.
Yeah, he's mostly just sort of pacing himself. He's in there thinking, yeah, there's still a long way to go here. But yeah, he'll be fuel saving, and he'll be just trying to conserve his own energy, but then also looking after tyres, looking after the car in general. Just try not to risk too much.
There is a long way to go, but equally, drivers say it's a 24 flat-out sprint. You know, you can't necessarily hang back and try and come good at the end. Yes, you've got to keep out of trouble and try not to break things, but you've still got to be flat out all the time.
And so you just dial it down from like a 10 to maybe a 9. Now he's behind Jimmy, and if you've got any spare capacity anywhere with anything, then you're just storing that if you can.
Yeah. So some well-used Michelins there in the garages. That's some of the data that the teams are looking at and studying all the way through the race.
Just to confirm, Robin Frijns did indeed come out still in 4th position. The Glickenhaus Olivier Pla through into 3rd. Nico Lapierre, something like 23 seconds back from the leading car in LMP2. That's going to be a battle for 4th position at some point reasonably soon.
Yeah, and Robin Frijns has taken over from the good stint of Ferdinand Habsburg, hasn't he? He's taken in, yes, the Duke has been replaced in that car.
It's interesting, isn't it? We've seen this with a number of drivers, and Davidson, when he first got into LMP2 cars, found it difficult to just unlock the best from those cars. And Ferdy Habsburg, he's getting better and better through this season. He's getting a lot of practice. He's got to drive with the APR car in ELMS. Let's go back and have a listen to the 91 Porsche, though.
Can you deal with the steering wheel until the next driver change? We're going to try and do it. Mechanics do it after the driver change. Yeah, it's okay. Trying to do a go like this. Not all the time, sometimes you're braking.
So problems with the steering wheel. Yeah. They're going to try and address on the next pit stop.
Yeah, they were asking him to deal with it. I think they might be changing it possibly, or
that's what it sounded like.
Yeah, and that's usually some sort of an electrical issue or something. One of the features on the wheel that they can't use. Maybe it's a map change or a TC change, or maybe it's some other control that they're looking to do, or option with lights.
Yeah, Jimmy didn't seem too distraught about it. It was fairly ambivalent. Yeah, I can live with it, so it's not hampering him too much.
No.
Yeah.
That battle we were looking for, looking at in Pro-Am, by the way, Fritz van Aert has pulled ahead of Henrik Hedman and has disappeared up the road. 7.5 seconds to good. Hedman now under some pressure from the recovering 23 United Autosports car. Alex Lynn is right on his tail now.
So Kevin Estre has just passed Jimmy Bruni down into the first chicane there. So I think we'll see Kevin now press on.
Yeah.
Back to full green, by the way.
Indeed. So good as these cars are, they don't have the most charismatic of colour schemes, do they? The Works Porsches now. You can't think in 20 years we'll be getting excited about these liveries like we are about some of the retro ones.
Yeah, yeah. Not very.
I think we've just heard from Louise some bad news for one of the more colourful entries in this year's race. After repeated difficulties with the suspension, garage doors down at Proton competition for the number 99.
So that's the Harry Tinknell car, isn't it? It's out of the race, the one that was shared with Vutikonin for Puvasak and Florian Latour. Harry brought into it at the 11th hour, but that's another retirement. And 25 with all of its damage as well. The car that Rui Andrade crashed, that's officially now retired from the race as well. Garage door shut.
And Thailand will rejoice that that means that for a second consecutive year, we'll be able to get through this race without having to massacre his name.
Whose name?
The co-driver to Harry Tinknell.
Vutikonin for Puvasak. That's the one. Yeah, that's a relief then. We need him with Delan for Malagamua and others, don't we?
That one I can do.
Yeah. Right, you're on board with 91 at the moment, which is currently running 4th in class, but Jimmy Bruni with this steering wheel issue to be resolved at the next stop has fallen, as we say, behind Kevin Estre.
Yeah, and he was, one of the mechanics had it in his hand. It looks like they are going to change the wheel and swap that over at the next stop. Oh, the 63 car is on pit lane, coming with just fuel. Doesn't look like they've got any tyres out, so working hard on cleaning the screen.
am I being pedantic if I question the actual use of steering wheel? Because they're not really wheel-shaped anymore, are they? They're more sort of
yoke,
funny-shaped things like a controller, not a wheel as such.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean,
like that's a kind of helix.
That's not wheelie-shaped, is it?
No. It's a yoke, is what that is. It's a steering yoke.
A steering device, yes.
A tiller.
Tiller. Right, away goes the Corvette.
And Antonio still at the wheel.
Yep.
For another stint. I think at the moment it's really the 51 Ferrari and the 63 Corvette for the battling for the lead.
We pause whilst the marker of doom is used on the number 99 car, and we pause for 2 seconds to think about the efforts that it's taken to bring that car here. And the clatter of the shutters as they come down.
Indeed so. So that's the car of Harry Tinknell and Florian Latour and...
the other guy.
Oh, yeah.
Run with Multimatic, by the way, and bumped into Larry Holton. A very tired-looking Larry Holton, has to be said. Very busy time indeed for Multimatic, not just with the Mazda program in the US, not just with the preparations for LMDH programs with multiple VAG brands. It seems Porsche and Audi already confirmed Lamborghini will follow. And from what we believe as well, taking a look and seeing whether Bentley might join the fun. But more than that, Multimatic, this massive multinational concern based, of course, in Canada, responsible for the construction of the Aston Martin Valkyrie. What I didn't know is also the build for the Mercedes-AMG Project One cars. They're doing that too. An astonishing company. It wasn't one of the Multimatic guys, but another industry expert that told me some years ago something like 85% of all cars built on the planet have a part made or designed by Multimatic.
Wow, quite a thought that, isn't it?
It's quite astonishing. Almost literally, outside of a reasonably small motorsport and automotive community, the biggest company you've never heard of.
That's pretty amazing.
It is, isn't it? Well, we're heading towards 1 o'clock in the morning local time, and it's still a Toyota-dominated race as you go on board with the 33 class leading TF Sport Felipe Fraga Aston that comes into the pit lane. A good stint that by Fraga to get the car back into the lead of the class. Yes, the safety car helped, but even so, Fraga jumped ahead of Alessio Rivera and then built a small gap of 7 seconds as in he comes for Tom Ferrier's guys to go to work.
Lots of battles underway at the moment. Nico Lapierre still working that gap to the 4th placed Oreca, the Team WT car, the 31. 33 on pit lane and in the pit box now, and that's a driver change underway for TF Sports. The courtesy of the GTE Pro car, excuse me.
Lots of things have suddenly happened. Antonio Garcia has been given a 10-second penalty for a pit stop infringement to be served at his next stop. Our Corvette correspondent will report live in a moment, but also Nicolas Lapierre has just done a personal best in the first sector. So the Alpine, is this because we're at happy hour now? Anyway, the Alpine has suddenly picked up its skirts and has gone and done a personal best in sector 1. Lapierre running in 5th place overall. But yes, Garcia and this penalty is one thing to discuss.
And closing in on 10 seconds back now from that Oreca. This is going to be a battle for position, a brief battle for position, I think, very, very soon indeed.
Yeah, P2 versus Hypercar. And we've got more stops. You see Felipe Fraga here stays in 33, and away that car blasts, looking to try and
there was a driver change there.
Driver change, yeah.
Sorry.
Fraga did jump out.
So that will now be whom that's taken that over. Break the beam at the end of the pit lane, and the timing screen will reveal Dylan Pereira, the Luxembourgish driver, takes it over right. So that car back into the race. Lapierre's heroics in sector 1 weren't reflected in sector 2, but he is still comfortably quicker than Robin Frein, so he is getting closer, as you would expect. Hypercar versus LMP2 for 4th place.
Takes almost 3 seconds out of the P2 car in the middle sector.
So I think we're now going to see this pit stop for the 91 car, and I think we're going to see this change in this steering wheel. And
Jimmy Bruni at the wheel of the car, and he comes.
Yeah.
So what have Corvette done wrong in their stop then?
I was just trying to get that information, and they are still investigating it.
Right.
So I will report back when I have further information.
Splendid. Right, Porsche go to work, and as the team leap on the car quite literally, That's the scene in the pit lane. Relatively quiet at the moment. Screen cleaned first of all. Fuel goes in.
Yeah, and they've got... Has the wheel been done? Is Jimmy doing it now?
He shouldn't be, should it? Because you can only do really the fuel and the screen.
I think they have to wait till that's done.
They might have been able to pass it in through the door, but I'm not sure. Okay.
Lights are cleaned. Car controller is preparing Jimmy Bruni to blast away, at least. And remember, that fuel hose is 2.5 seconds per lap completed in the stint.
I don't think they did it. I don't think they did it.
And if they did do it, we didn't see it.
No. Unless what they are meaning is that can you live with it until the end of your overall stint?
Yes,
that's time
possible,
on track.
yes.
But when you come in for the driver change,
yes.
and it's the full service
would
fuel
make
and
a lot
tyres
more
and
sense.
driver, then we'll do it.
Yeah. That gap, by the way, 4th to 5th, under 6 seconds, took 6 seconds out of Robin Freins on that. So on that last lap. So the Alpine is motoring again.
It's also demonstrably quicker than the Glickenhaus up the road again, isn't it?
Yep.
Because Olivier Plas's last lap was a 3:34, and Lapierre is doing 3:30s. So the pace is good as 48, which was twice off the road on the first racing lap. He's in the pits at 85. Graham is slow on track.
Right. Okay. So
that's Michel Gatting in the Iron Lynx or Iron Dames Ferrari.
Now, where are they on circuit right now?
44th in the order.
Yeah, they are. And 12th in GTM.
Hello, Mama.
The other point is Nico Lapierre, with that pace he's showing at the moment, is under 30 seconds back from the Glickenhaus for what would be 3rd overall.
Yeah. As I say, he's 4 seconds a lap quicker, so demonstrably faster than Olivier Plas, and he's getting there. He's got to clear Freins first, which he should be able to do without too much drama, as the 77 Porsche squad congratulate themselves on a pit stop. Well done. Right, this is the 2nd place car now, Kazuki Nakajima. Again, the data is fantastic, isn't it? The speeds, what the brake and the throttle traces are like as well.
Yeah, and he's building that speed up, 310, 315 kilometres an hour in 7th gear, coming down into the 2nd chicane, hard on the brakes, winding that speed in, not using any curb on the left or the right, and then making sure you're carrying that speed and back to full throttle and powering your way down all the way to Mulsanne corner. It's impressive to see this car now running in full flight in the night. And it certainly is, for me anyway, they've definitely taken a step forward. It was running at, say, Spa.
Yeah, Alessio Rivera may have done a personal best first sector in the AF Corsa 83 Ferrari. Alessio Rivera now back into the lead of GTE AM with the Aston having pitted.
Yeah, he was impressive earlier on, actually. And I think it was him behind the wheel when he had that sort of spin and avoidance at Indianapolis, where he did absolutely everything to sort of keep the car out of the way and not hit another car and make sure that he gave the car the best chance of getting out of that little issue with very little damage. So yeah, it's smart.
It's part of the story, isn't it? It's not just the fact that so many cars have had the incidents, and so many of them have. It's a little bit of how skillful they were, and a little bit of how lucky they were in those circumstances. We had a number of incidents for a number of cars that could have ended their races right on the spot.
Yeah, no doubt.
Michel Gatting, who is tumbling down the order and appears to have stopped now.
Yes, indeed. It's gone from slow to stop.
So there's two Ferraris that have stopped on track, not a million miles away from each other, in pretty short order. And that came, by the way, just a lap after Michel Gatting had set the fastest lap of the race for the 85, 3:52.043.
Yeah. Strange, isn't it?
So just exactly where that car has stopped, I'm trying to find on the tracker.
And there's a yellow at Marshall's post 3. So
it's Dunlop.
Yeah, yellow flag early in the lap. And it's Fritz van Eerd, isn't it? That's gone off again. 29 is in the gravel.
Yeah.
So Fritz van Eerd has had another drama, and the yellow flags are out. And having done a good job of getting past Henrik Hedman in LMP2, Graham, Fritz van Eerd is off.
Oh dear. The 29 car.
And I think that is...
Dramas continue.
As you're on the brakes into Dunlop, into the Dunlop chicane.
Right.
I think it is.
So we'll get an external shot of that at some point. The camera's up there, I believe even at night.
54 car taking fuel on, the Ferrari, the Vista Jet Ferrari. Behind the wheel of that car.
Was Thomas Flew not that long ago? No, Castellacci got in the car, didn't he? Fairly recently.
Right.
And indeed he did. He came in to the pits on that one, as we see the Jota 28 car leaving the pit lane. Jean Galal was at the wheel on arrival. Tom Blomqvist it is that leaves.
Still not getting any external shot of the 29 Racing Team Netherlands car, but it does look like it's up there going into in the brake zone into Dunlop chicane.
Yeah.
It's the TDS team waiting to see just exactly what can be done with whatever's gone on with the 29 car. Fritz van Aert looks like he's talking.
I'm sure we'll hear the radio. Team. We usually do from Fritz, don't we? And it's usually rather colourful.
Yeah.
Indeed, it's if we had a bleep machine, it'd be overused.
We may not hear the radio. Based on what we heard on the radio from Fritz the last couple of times he went off, we may well not be hearing that. David Addison has done sterling work, and he is off to his Bobos. And I think Louise Beckett will be off up the Wooden Hill to Bedfordshire fairly shortly as well.
Indeed.
So I can't send her to fight. Just before you leave, Louise, this is not going to work well on telly. You watch the screen. Do you know what happened to the Spirit of Race Ferrari, the 55 car? Is it continued? You don't? OK, never mind. We'll ask Duncan Vincent. He's really handy. Oh, hang on a minute. Stand by with the bleep button. Yep. Here comes Fritz.
You are in the gravel? You are in the gravel? Yes, I'm right.
Well done, Fritz.
Now, who was the he? That actually, do you know, probably the thing that gets the most reaction is the engineer going on the radio to a driver who is in a gravel trap saying, you're in the gravel.
You're in the gravel.
I know. Dear me.
High on the list of stupid things to say to a driver who's just been beached in the gravel is you're in the gravel. Whether you've done it yourself or not, it doesn't make it any better at all. There's James Collado. Looks like he's off to get a little bit of shut-eye as well. And Ollie, it is really tough, especially when you come out of the car. You're swimming in a sea of adrenaline. Yeah, go back and go to sleep.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, and it is really, really tough. And the very first time I came here, I was so wrapped up in the race, and I was so keyed up. I would get out of the car and I would just sit there watching the timing screens for hour after hour, and I had nobody there telling me, Ollie, you need to go to bed. You need to go and get some rest. And so that one didn't go so well, but then I got some good advice, and then I finally figured out that when you're out of the car, you can affect nothing about the performance of your car. In fact, if you're sitting in the pit box watching the timing screen, you're actually hindering it, because you're just making yourself more tired and you're less prepared for when you're needed to go back in the car.
Exactly so.
So that's the advice that try to get across to all the younger drivers, and sort of say, right, get out of the car, get yourself something to drink, something to eat, talk to the engineer, and then go back and rest.
But it is so easy to say, but the one, I mean, you know, when you walk away from the booth, we've been focusing on timing screens and TV screens and so on. You know, your body might be absolutely knackered, but your brain is still going at 90 miles an hour. And that's the bit that's hard to switch off. It's not hard for your body to recognize that physically you're tired, because these things, this is not a walk in the park. These things, it's like racing a tumble dryer in a sauna. I mean, they are absolutely brutal on the body. That's not the issue. It's getting the brain to switch off.
Yeah, it is. And there's lots of different things you can try and do. And, you know, whether that's something that you know, a bit of meditation maybe, or maybe a bit of acupuncture, or you know, you're having a massage, and you're just trying to find a way to unwind and get that adrenaline level down so that you can get yourself some decent rest, so you can then, you know, really relax and get some good shut-eye.
Couple of messages on the screen as we see the recovery to, I would hope that we're going to see what happened here to Fritz van Aert.
just come out the pits.
Contact with 66.
And that was the 66.
Yeah, contact with the 66 and 29 being investigated.
That's JMW.
It is the JMW art car Ferrari, and who was...
Thomas Nordmeyer, and that car is also stationary.
Yes.
Two dramas, one for the 39, one for the 38, near identical, to do with number of panels must be switched on. It is the right-hand side for the 39, which is the So24 Graf car, and it's the left-hand side for the 38, which is the Jota car.
Oh, I was going to say, nobody ever has a left side panel go out. The ones that needed fixing in free practice were all right-hand side panels. So Jota there proved me wrong yet again.
Is that because they're the ones that can be seen from race control?
I don't know. No, because there are marshals on the outside of the circuit as well as on the inside of the circuit. They'll be reported by observers and judges of fact, not necessarily just by race control. Yeah, there's been a little bit of question as to why the number 7 Toyota pitted when it did. Pitted behind the safety car, which, Ollie, I've always sort of thought, yeah, great time to do it, because obviously normally everybody else is going slower. Here, you hinder yourself. And looking at number 8 versus number 7, number 8 has done almost exclusively full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint, full stint. Number 7 has been in and out and up and down, you know, a 7-1, an 8 lap, a 9 lap, a 12 lap, a 15 lap. They seem to be looking to try and make an advantage, where in fact they possibly they're not exploiting.
For the number 8 car, 10, 13, 13, 12, 15. Just double check this with a bit of scroll bar. 15, and now 5 laps into its current stint. The 7, 11, 12, 8, 9, 15, 13, 15, 12, 14, 7, 13, all over the place.
Yeah. So it's done, I think it's done 5 full stints.
Yes.
And it's made 11 stops.
Before we move on to that point, just to make one, the 29 has rejoined the track. I think the 66 may still be stuck where
somewhere
it lay.
Or other.
It's somewhere at Dunlop.
Well, and the problem there is there's only one gravel trap ready device, and that was lifting the 29 out first, and then it'll trundle back up the hill to the 66 car. So 60, and actually, do you know what? You know, divine providence. It was closer to 29, but since 29 was the injured party, aggrieved party,
yes,
it deserved rescuing first anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure Eduardo advised them to go and do that, yes.
Yeah, but possible. Actually, that's entirely possible, yes. That is the other side of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Could well be.
So I've just had it clarified with Antonio's penalty that he's going to get a 10-second stop and hold at the next stop. And it was on the previous stop to the last one, the car was started and then pushed back. So the engine was running and they were pushing it.
Okay.
So that is the no-no.
And to confirm, and I don't know if you've said it on air, the reason that they had to change the diffuser was it being hit by James Calado's Ferrari as they pulled away for the start of the formation lap.
Absolutely.
And there is video from the grandstands from one of the French
fans.
Both
sides, in fact.
No, it's not a French fan. It's Stephen Kilby's father.
Ah, okay. But from the grandstand, well, the one I've seen...
Ah, right. He's not French.
Definitely didn't say Kilby. Anyway, which you would have thought it might have done, but it definitely showed actually really quite a hard hit from behind. It wasn't just a little nudge, it was bang!
Well, you'll recall when the 20 car pulled away, delayed, we saw debris. And I think that was the splitter from the Ferrari.
It split the splitter. It actually knocked the Corvette sideways. I mean, not, you know, lock stops, but it bumped it sideways.
Yes, it did, And
Gerda van der Gaard getting ready to take over from, or has taken over from Fritz.
I think Fritz.
Was that Fritz in the?
That was Fritz is in the pits, so I think Fritz may have climbed out. Fritz is in the pits.
Corvette racing boys having a bit of fun.
He's only I thought he was only just being put back on track. That was a couple of minutes ago.
No, he's in the pits.
Yeah. So car is in the pits. I think. Is it not normally Job goes in after Fritz, isn't it? Well, there's Fritz.
There he is.
Hang on, Fritz is.
So it's just a very tired-looking Guido. That's what it was.
No, I thought he had Fritz's helmet on. Anyway, because they're both yellow and black, they're very, very similar. So I think Gabe van der Garde is getting ready, or is staying ready. And Ollie, this is often the case, is that you don't get the time off that everybody thinks you get off, because the next driver in the sequence is ready in the pit garage.
Exactly.
In case of a panic. And not just the lap or two before the car comes in, the entire stint, in case of a panic.
Just in case, yes. Yeah. And so you're asking, when you're, one of the things where you get out the car, you get your drink, you talk to your engineer, and as you're leaving the engineer, you're saying, okay, when do you want me back?
Yep.
And, you know, he's trying to give you a rough sort of estimate of when he thinks you're going to need to be back, but then, so you're priming yourself, okay, I've got this much rest, and so I go off and get some food, and maybe get a massage, and try and get my head down. But then if the plans change significantly, then there's a runner that comes and gets you, and that's almost the worst scenario, where you're sort of shaken awake, and you're then frantically getting ready and running to the pit box.
And it will inevitably be 20 minutes after you've just managed to go to sleep.
Yeah, there's an element of that.
No question.
And I've done it a couple of times where I've run in, and then they go, oh, actually, we've decided to keep him in for another stint, so just sit there for another hour.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Okay, Fritz, you're on 4 new tire, and we changed the process that was damaged.
Okay, Fritz, you are no longer in the gravel. Okay, nice. Hand breathe, hand breathe.
Captain Obvious.
But actually,
in terms of how costly that's been, by the way, he, remember, the lap before had taken second position in LMP2 Pro-Am, he's now 5th. Yeah. So he's not just lost the position back to Henrik Edman, he's also now behind Marcus Sorensen in the recovering 20 high-class racing car and the SO24 car with Arnold Robin at the wheel.
Do we think that the pattern's going to get sort of repeated here? Fritz is going to work his way forward again, or that car is going to work his way forward, and then something else will happen. Fritz will end up in the gravel again.
It's one of those races, isn't it? It's one of those races. We've gone back to full green flag racing, by the way, and the signs are not good for the 66 Ferrari either, as that car is still shown as being stationary. As, by the way, is the 55. So neither of those cars... Oh, there it is. Oh. So it's not stationary.
No, it's not stationary, it is slow.
And it's smoking.
55 on the timing screens is shown as stopped, but on the GPS plotter is not... Oh, it is still shown as stopped.
Yes, it's just not shown as stopped on track anymore.
I looked before.
So there's clear damage to the 66 car.
Yeah, and it looks like that was smoke, as in either engine oil or... gearbox oil of some sort.
Well, anybody in the grandstands, as it comes past, will be able to smell the difference.
Yes.
Because transmission oil, particularly hot, leaky transmission oil, smells like nothing on God's green earth. It is the most vile stuff, isn't it? Really vile stuff. And engine oil has got a very different smell to it. However, TDS Racing and Racing Team Netherlands, they got away from that relatively easily. There's the Graf Racing car right ahead of Fritz van Aert. Yes, it is.
That's the first target for Fritz van Aert.
And actually...
So he's getting down to business straight away, Fritz.
Arnaud Robin must have made a mistake, because there was a sort of 12 or 15-second gap, I think, between them. Well, certainly up to 10 seconds, and now it's a few tenths of a second.
Now, the 85 was another car that had been in trouble, hadn't it?
Yeah, it was going slowly for a second time, and I suspected that was possibly a second puncture fault there, and there is so much debris.
11 minutes in the pits, and Sarah Bovey has just rejoined.
Well, she's taken the car over, hasn't she? Because it was Manuela Gosner who was coming back in.
Michel Gatting.
I beg your pardon, it was Michel Gatting. Meanwhile, the battle for being top Frenchman between Olivier Pla and Nico Lapierre.
It is indeed, and Fritz van Aert has made his way by the 39 car. He moves back into the top 20. That will be at least some succor for him, as Arnold Robin, having lost that little battle, immediately pits the 39.
Yes, so that was the end of his run anyway. How close was Fritz to the end of a stint? In which case, I mean, because of the rain and the safety cars and everything else, you know.
He was 12. He was at the end of the stint.
So that was
It would have been his
That was his in. It was probably his in lap anyway.
No, I think Fritz had just left the pit lane.
Oh no, you're right. It's one-on-one.
It was his out. I know that's right. He said it was his out lap.
Yeah,
Yes, it was.
he just left
Yes,
the pit lane and then he got taken out.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. He said it. So on the out lap. Third place overall, Robin Freins for Team WRT. Clearly stung by the fact that Alan Manish was saying they really have been underperforming so far this season in WEC. They're going out 1-2 at the moment in LMP2 just to prove them wrong. That's the equivalent of the pink flag that Autosport suggested should have been introduced in Formula One to let drivers know that James Hunt was slagging them off on the BBC's coverage, which I always thought was a work of genius, and I sort of suspected that was very possibly Ian Phillips who was responsible for that, but yeah, unfortunately never introduced. But absolutely, I mean,
well, we've now been through that period of the race where Ferraris get into trouble. So the 66, the 55.
Did you say that?
What was that?
With 14 hours and 45 minutes left.
Yes, and the 85 all coming through a tricky period in their racing careers. We believe the 66 may well still be
chuntering.
Yes, it's not cleared sector 1, which is not good. And there it is.
Oh, that is the JMW Ferrari, right rear puncture.
Mullered and dragging.
Dragging, yeah.
Yeah.
Now he is creeping that along on the under tray and 3 tyres.
And that is a long trip back.
And do you know what? No matter how long it is, it's less long than the mechanics will have to work to fix the damage if he speeds up. Let's listen to the Alpine, the car currently right on board with.
Technical good job. He's with 3 tires. He's with 3 tires.
And Nicholas just being informed that the Glickenhaus is on new tyres, and that's one of the reasons why he's just struggling to get up to challenge him and make that move, because I think he is overall faster than Olivier, but Olivier is just leading on those new Michelins nicely.
Battle for fourth, which will become a battle for third, because they're both catching the Team WRT car ahead of them.
And the thing here, Ollie, with the newer tyres is that it is in the last sequence of the last element of the braking sequence and the beginning of the acceleration sequence, particularly in the chicanes and Arnage and places like that, when it's down to mechanical grip.
Exactly.
When you're in the high-speed corners, the aero grip keeps an older tyre much closer to where it needs to be. It's when you've got none of that, the last element, when all the speed is bled off under braking, that's where you're losing those little fractions.
Yeah, exactly. So it's those mid-corner points, so coming through and off of somewhere like Mulsanne. We're coming down here. Oh, got another slow car here.
That's the 66 still.
Okay.
66 still.
Yeah, or we actually were riding on board with the 36 Alpine, and it was coming through that last section at the Ford chicane, and the Glickenhaus just zipped off the corner, really put its power down, hooked itself up, and it was away. And the Alpine was struggling a little bit more with that.
It's pulling away. The Glickenhaus is pulling away.
And in fact, it's just jumped the Graf racing car that was in front, so it's left that for Lapierre to deal with. But that new tyre edge, you know, you've got to use it while you've got it, because it won't be there for that much longer.
No.
It's the 24 car. This is the PR1 Matteson car. This is the car that had the oil leak, isn't it?
Yes. And again, like who was it who said that the off? Anthony Davidson, the off on the Motorsport car. Gravel had got in between the undertray and the engine.
Got into one of those filters, hadn't it?
Yeah, and it had punctured the oil filter.
Yeah.
So the oil filter was leaking oil.
It's just one of those things that just snowballs.
Yeah, and I think that was exactly what happened to the PR1 car. And again, it may not necessarily you be going into the gravel. It might be the gravel coming into your car.
Yeah.
Gabby Aubrey brought the car in. Gabby Aubrey's taken the car out 4.5 minutes on pit lane, so it's clearly had some attention. As Louise told us before she went off to up the stairs to Bedfordshire, there was definitely an olfactory evidence of something oily.
Yes. It's one of those ones where you put your finger in it on the pit road and you try and feel the viscosity of it and the sniff test, and I have seen pit reporters, I haven't done it myself, but a little bit of a taste test. You know, is it water, is it petrol? Well, no, that's a really, you know, that's a really straightforward one. You can often smell, but you can't always smell whether it's coolant or whether it's fuel or what have you.
Quite a battle going on there between the 20 car with Marco Sorensen in, and then Ollie Jarvis in the Risi LMP2 car.
And that's a good battle of equals, isn't it? Marco Sorensen, you know, hugely experienced world champion as a GT racer in an Aston Martin, but, you know, here really finding his feet in LMP2, but clearly very quick indeed. And Nico Lapierre right with Ollie Platt again. Yeah,
it has indeed. They've both obviously cleared that Graf car that came down pit lane, and all of a sudden the Alpine has found a way back to the back end of Olivier Plas's Glickenhaus. Battle for fourth. They're both closing on Robin Freins for third. That's about 7.5 seconds up the road.
And while he's on the straight, Ollie, in that toe, that's effectively like DRS open. He's working less hard in the Alpine to get through the air, so a little bit more of his power is actually producing speed than if he was in clear air.
Absolutely. So he's wanting to make sure that he comes out of Tetra Rouge as close as possible, and then sucking his way up to the back of the car, all the way down into those chicanes, and then he's down here into Mulsanne corner, and he's a little bit better on the brakes here.
He's much better on the brakes, isn't he? He's losing it on the straights here. He's definitely not got the punch.
I think it's that extra bit of traction he's got from the new tyres.
But what we already know is they're having to manage the brakes on that Glickenhaus, and I think that's beginning to show in this battle. That's clearly where there is an advantage for the Alpine.
Yeah.
Let's hear what the Alpine team are thinking of this at the moment.
Good job, Nico. We have time to overtake. It will be okay.
More encouragement there for
Nico Lapierre.
Yeah, Nicolas Lapierre.
And actually the Alpine engineer, and you know, like we've heard from the Porsche factory GT engineers, the Alpine engineer is very, very good at just feeding in those little bits of positivity. Just keep going, you're going to get him, you know, he's coming back to us.
It is super important.
But he's really lost a chunk here. He's lost a chunk with traffic and has dropped 2 seconds back almost instantly. So Olivier Plat now only 4.7 seconds back from Robin Freins, but he's managed to pull out a gap of 2.3 seconds over the chasing Nico Lapierre.
In fact, he hasn't. He's done nothing different. Lapierre has just lost 2.7 seconds because he caught traffic in the wrong place.
Indeed.
Yeah, many years ago, I remember watching an IndyCar race where Michael Andretti had got a lucky break with a caution. He said, you know, 99 times out of 100 you lose with yellow flags. You almost always lose with yellow flags. He said, if we win with one, great, I'm taking it with both hands.
Every time.
And in traffic, the deal is that as well. The best you can hope for is that you lose less time than the car you're attacking or that is attacking you. You can't get through even one lap here, Ollie, can you, without losing time?
No, you can't, and that's as part of it, and understanding that. And that comes with experience and knowing that you've got to accept, you know, the ebb and flow of the race, and that you are going to have some very frustrating laps around here where you've built a good lap time and then you get to Arnage or the Porsche curves, and right now you're seeing now Lapierre is right on the gearbox of Olivier Plat.
And that's because there was a Porsche coming into Tertre Rouge, and Olivier Plat just couldn't exploit his speed, and suddenly all of that 2.5 seconds, boom, gone, instant.
Just
and
like
here
that.
we go. Now, now he's hoovering himself up behind. He's looking to go down the inside. And he's got the drier, cleaner line and just squeezes through.
And crucially, the better braking, and has seen that. You saw it, Ollie, and he'll have seen that as well. He knew that's where he had the edge. He had to put himself in a position where he could exploit it.
Yeah, I think that he's just a little nervous here. He's just using his mirrors, and he is moving around trying to keep himself in front, because he's made the move. He doesn't want to have to be, you know, doing it all again.
Lights alongside, lights alongside. You could see it coming through the wheel arch. Fantastic.
And now he's doing the old switchback.
Oh,
brilliant on board, and
Fantastic.
the Glickenhaus got in just a fraction too deep.
It did.
Now, frustratingly, he's got actual mirrors rather than a rear view camera, so we can't see the view. But you could see suddenly there was light illuminating the inside of his wheel arch, and that's when you knew that Glickenhaus was,
like
here he comes again.
Yeah, Nicholas sort of,
Oh, down to Mulsanne corner.
Yeah.
Well, this could be interesting down the run towards Indianapolis, the fastest part of the circuit now, and he's got a good run as well, Olivier Pla here.
Yeah, he has. But that run into the second chicane, it was almost like Nicholas went, OK, you can have it, because I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to do.
Yeah.
You're going to break this that little bit too late, and I'll be able to get you on the way off.
He's like the bullfighter, was he? Just whipped the cape out of the way. Through goes something.
There you go.
Oh, no, not now.
Looks up the inside. Don't let us see that. Want to see this? Not there, not there.
That's impressive.
Oh, great stuff between these two.
Yeah, it is.
Great clean racing as well.
Yep.
Wonderful to see.
And wonderful to be involved in as well. When you've got a race going like this, when it is so close and it is real cut and thrust racing.
Yeah.
These are the moments you live for, aren't they?
Oh, completely. As a driver, you're absolutely relishing it. And you really just... And it's these little battles. And you can see that there's these advantages. We were talking about this earlier, where one car's got a little bit of advantage in one spot, and it's about using that or trying to capitalise on another car's weakness.
They're still catching France, by the way. And while watching this, also happening is the lead battle. Nakajima is being closed in by Conway. Under 11 seconds is the gap there now. Obviously on different strategies, different fuel stint strategies at the moment.
In fact, they're closing on Robin Freins so fast that at the end of the next lap, they will be right on him. He is currently 3.7 seconds in front. They're lapping between 3 and 4 seconds a lap quicker than the WRT car that lies in third place overall. That's the blue bar on the side. That's an LMP2 car. So the red bars are hypercars, blue bars are LMP2, green for GTE Pro, orange for GTE AM.
It shows, I mean, we're now almost 9.5 hours into this race. And as we said at the start of this race, the hypercars cannot afford to have a hiccup, because if they do, two things are going to happen. The better of the P2 cars are going to be right there, and they're going to struggle to catch them.
And you know, rather facetiously, when it was raining and P2 cars were going off everywhere, I said if they don't stop crashing, there's the slight chance a hypercar might win this. There is still not a 50-50 chance, but I'd say maybe a 40-60 chance of an LMP2 win overall. Pure weight of numbers. Pure weight of numbers and the newness of the hypercars. We're not halfway through yet. We haven't seen any major cracks, but there are only 5 hypercars. There are nearly 5 times as many LMP2 cars.
There are 6 LMP2 cars ahead of the 709 Glickenhaus, which has not shown the pace to be able to move back to join that group. So on pace, that car, you have to say is an outlier. That means, in terms of the numbers, it's 6 versus 4.
And we're not looking at the LMP1 era when the remaining LMP1 car, the one Porsche, came from yay back, 18th place or whatever, and eventually took the lead from the Jackie Chan DC Racing LMP2 cars, because these cars don't have that speed advantage. And we surmise that if they lost maybe as few as 2 laps to the LMP2 leaders, unless there was carnage in LMP2, they'd never get back.
Right, we've now got Nico Lapierre with 2 GT cars between him and his target, Robin Freins. And Olivier Pla has dropped back just about a second and a half, but we saw quickly that can be swallowed up. So the battle for third is on now. It might well be the battle for fourth as well. There's 3 cars involved in this. 31 Team WRT Orica, Robin Freins.
And that's him, right there.
Okay, and he's been chased down by Nico Lapierre in the 36 Alpine. We're aboard with that car.
Along with our groovy graphics that have like the speeds and everything else, we need one that comes in the middle, target acquired.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, he is locked on and missiles loaded, isn't he?
And they're now in GT traffic, which means that Olivier Pla has closed as well. He's exactly the same distance behind this car as the Alpine is behind the WRT. Goes to the right, and this is going to be the move made. And is Pla going to be able to follow through straight into 4th position. I think he might well be able to.
I think he might well be able to as well.
Yeah, I'm not so convinced, because the last lap into the Porsche curves, the Glickenhaus did not look very comfortable in there.
We're going to find out in a minute. We are going to find out in a minute. The Alpine went through. There is... Oh, what went through? Was that the Glickenhaus? I think it was. Look at the air intake on the roof. I think it probably was.
No, that's a P2 car.
Is that the Alpine pitting?
No.
No, Alpine's gone through.
Alpine?
There's the Glickenhaus. So it's still behind the Ferrari. OK,
yeah.
so he didn't get through that gap in traffic.
They don't look very comfortable on the way into the Porsche curves. The Glickenhaus doesn't. He doesn't seem to like that high-speed corner and that entry.
Yellow at Marshall Post 2. That is at the very start of the lap.
Dunlop curve.
We've got someone else off at Dunlop on the brakes into the Dunlop chicane.
Can't see anybody stationary there at the moment.
Another... Wow.
55 no longer shown as stopped.
Oh, what's happened here?
Oh!
Wow.
That is proper exit stage left. And who's that? 38.
That's Jota.
Yikes. Well, they didn't have a get-out-of-jail card to play earlier on, did they?
That was Ann Davidson.
Again?
Yes.
55 car is shown on timing as stopped.
No, that was just right here for chicane.
Oh, was it right? Okay.
So that's not what the yellow's for.
Can I add, by the way, a second official retirement? The number 56 Team Project 1 car is shown on official timing and scoring gets retired.
Yeah.
The 66 stopped.
He didn't make it back.
He didn't make it. Oh no, he did make it back. He's on his outlap.
Well, that's what
he
it's
did
for.
make it back.
So that's just leaving the pit lane.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Marshall's Post 2 is the beginning of the Dunlop curve. So is he actually exited the pit exit?
No, he's on the pit exit lane.
Yeah.
Yes.
He hasn't got out past the end of the white line, has he?
No, but the team can't access the car because he's over
the problem now for anybody in the pit lane is that they're going to come out and they've got to go around him with cars whistling by their left lug hole.
And even more so is that the JMW car has got to do a full lap to get back to the pit.
Yeah. Rodrigo Sales is the man at the wheel, so he's taking it over from Neubauer. And that's pretty wretched. So what on earth went wrong with them? Alessio Piccarello has left the pit lane, so has Takuma Aoki, Dakar racer, MotoGP racer, and whatever else. Takuma Aoki, the paraplegic racer who is in the Association SRT 41 car. Into the pit lane now comes the race leader, Toyota number 8.
Marginally fended off that attack from Mike Conway. The 10-second gap had gone out to 13 seconds. And by the way, quite aside from anything else, the 84 crew, the innovative car efforts, are looking to become the second ever Garage 56 innovative car effort to make the end of this race. The first being Frederick Sose.
Frederick Sose, who now is the inspiration behind the team. So driver change, out gets Kaz Nakajima. And in gets Sebastian Buemi. Expect lots of excited radio messages in the not-too-distant future. Mike Conway goes through into the lead.
You don't really hear many sort of radio messages from someone like Mike Conway, do you? Mike's always sort of quite calm.
Yes.
Sebastian is not so much.
Demonstrative, I think we'll call that.
Very demonstrative.
Yeah, very popular on YouTube.
Gabriel Aubrey.
This is something actually that I've noticed when they take the rear, when they change the rear tyres, the amount of brake dust that comes out of the rear tyre, the rear wheels, it's a lot. That is a lot, and each time it's.
So we're going to a slow zone for what will be recovery of the 66 car.
Is that a full stint from Fritz? The number 29 Racing Team Netherlands car has just. Hang on a minute.
Sure it is.
I just saw that with my own eyes. Why? Oh, it's not ARC, it's ARC Bratislava.
Right. It's
wrong yellow car.
Indeed. Too many yellow cars.
No such thing as too many yellow cars. Leah Rebecca will
so the number 44 car, by the way, down in 41st position. It's Ollie Webb that brought that car in.
Yep.
And of course, one of 2 cars switched from the initially entered car by the team. Initially was going to be the Ligier. They have switched to a lightly used Orica. Only raced once.
But not raced by them.
Not raced by them, and not raced by the owner either.
No.
Raced by Dick Sport as a late replacement for an accident-damaged car at Spa. Previously had been one of the most spectacular track day cars ever.
Yeah.
For SPS Performance. The other team that switched car from the original entered car was Hebeth Motorsport. Switched from a Ferrari to an additional build to the custom.
Yes, that would have been quite different for Herbert, because they have basically run Porsches since the team was created.
Correct.
Because the original owner of the team, who passed away a few years ago, was running Porsches for the Renauer brothers, and then when he died, his widow said, "Well, why don't you just take over the team, take on the team?" And they went, "Okay, yes."
And proudly they did so.
Proudly they have, and I have to say, they have done a superb job. The Precoat Herbert Motorsport team has been hugely successful.
They have. They've got quite the reputation in endurance racing.
So now we've got a slow zone at zone 1.
Yep.
So that's the one up front straight and
into 66
into the Dunlop chicane.
Yep. And that will allow the recovery of the 66 car.
Do you think that car will now just be recovered directly back into the pit lane? Or
they won't be able to tow it backwards, that's the problem.
Yeah.
But cars do come into Parc Fermé from the back end of the garage.
I don't think in the race they're allowed to recover it from Parc Fermé.
No, they're not.
That's the problem. So I think that car may be done.
I think it is. You are at the Nürburgring. Oh, they're adjusting the mirrors on 709. As in comes the number 7 car from the race lead, which it will immediately cede, well, in a minute and a bit, to the number 8 car. Again, 12th stop. They have... Is this a full stint? I think this might be their first full stint in a little bit, actually.
This is 7 car. The 7 car is not a full stint.
No.
It's 9 laps for Mike Conway.
Bluff. It is not a full stint. So why are they in? Because of the slow zone. Again, you know, are they going to fall foul of overthink?
I mean, there could be a very good reason for it. I'm not sure what it is.
Every time there has been a safety car or a slow zone or a full course yellow, they have pitted for fuel and track position.
And maybe that is the strategy that they've decided to do with that car.
They were beaten by the number 8 car in Portimao, Graham, on fuel.
Sorry, say again that one?
They were beaten by the number 8 car on fuel. Was that in Portimao?
That was just watching the recovery vehicle moving back to its starting position. So I suspect 66 is going to be in a place of safety. No, it's not. No, that's the recovery vehicle coming down towards the 66. Yeah. My apologies, I was concentrating too much on that. Which was the car?
In which race was the number 7, which was quicker, beaten by the number 8 car because they twice got one more lap out of their fuel tank? Was that in Portimao or was that in Spa?
I think it was Portimao.
It was Portimao. That's what's in my head, but
Spa was the first race, of course, for the cars, and there were all sorts of issues.
Of course, yes. So
this is the incident with the racing team Netherlands.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that wasn't him.
No, this is the replay of them coming back
in
with a bit of confusion.
Gradually.
Yes, indeed.
Very, very gradually. I mean, really, you know, carrying this like an egg in his hands. Got it back in, got the car sorted. Then Rodrigo Sales, the thing dies on him as he's heading out of the pit lane. Well, it started all right. Yeah. They're at pit out. I mean, what did he do? You know, 200 meters.
Yeah. All in first gear.
And he's, you know, going through Control Alt Delete, and you could see that the wheel spun.
Wow.
The rear wheel that we could see there, just he was flashing, spun.
Yeah.
Is that a suspension collops as a legacy of that that has
wonder
just
whether or
happened
not,
as they came out of the pit lane.
whether or not they've done the corner where the strike was and something's gone pop on the other side.
Yes, a chance.
Well, they are now driving it
Gearbox
back
input
down into the pit lane, aren't they?
Yeah, so what does this mean for the team?
They'll go into pot for me, and that's done.
I think that is a goner.
Yes.
Yeah. 708 is in for service out of 709 is in for service. Richard Westbrook brought the car in 11th position. Smile, you're on candid camera. Lots of polishing going on.
There is cleaning, there's hoovering, and there's all kinds of stuff going on.
Not one of them making a cup of tea, I know.
No, they don't seem to have full control of the 66 car either.
No. My guess is if Jim McWhorter, if you're watching, Jim, who owns the car...
Don't be watching.
Just turn it off.
Yeah. Wow, I think he's possibly looking away now. Outlap for Toyota Gazoo Racing's Mike Conway, who did not lose the lead with that pit stop. See,
because the stop wasn't that long, because they didn't have to put that much fuel in it, because he'd only done, what, 7 or 8 laps?
Yeah.
Significant reason for concern, by the way, still for the number 24 car. That car's back on pit lane after just a single lap. That was the PR1 Matterson car that came in with, we believe, an oil problem.
Has that just gone out?
It went out and then came back in again. It's back on the pit lane.
How long has it been back in the pit lane, though? Quite some while, hasn't it?
It must have been. So that's a, let's have a quick look at pit stop scoreboard at the moment. And there's the 24 car.
Slow zone here. Dunk, 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 dunk.
80 k's an hour.
Yeah, and again, it must feel like you've just hit a brick wall when you slow down to that speed.
Yeah, it is. It does feel very pedestrian.
It's like when you come off the auto route, you've been doing 130, and then you get down to the toll gate, and it's like, ooh, complete halt.
Yeah.
Feels like absolutely come to a total standstill.
Unofficially, I think we've lost 9 cars from this field now.
Well, if we count out 66
the one and
55,
the one and the 56 are official retirements. The 98 is clearly retirement, but not yet officially. That was the Marcus Gomez shunt at Indianapolis. The 99 Proton competition car, the garage doors are down.
Yep.
De facto, it's gone. That was the car that had repeated suspension issues.
Yep.
The 32 United Autosports car was the car that imitated the qualities of a Harpoon up at Dunlop with the sister car, and Malmondonado's car. That car will go no further. The 47 car, Jettilar Racing, we saw that in the back of a flatbed.
Yep.
Rio Andrade has reconstructed and deconstructed the 25 Aurus going up to Dunlop. That car is certainly going to be out. We haven't seen the Spirit of Race car, but it's no longer shown on the track map, which means it's being recovered.
Yep.
And the 66 car, as we've just seen, has been recovered back to Parc Fermé. So that will be done. The other car for which there is reason for serious concern is the PR1 Matterson car. 2 reasonably lengthy pit stops with what we think is the same problem. Seems to be an oil leak on that car.
Full service for the 36 Alpine hypercar. We had Lapierre jumping out, and Negrão was taking over the controls. Looked like a very simple and smooth, well-drilled pit stop.
So that drops back down to 5th place overall as the Team WRT car of Robin Friens, the LMP2 car, moves ahead of it, and the Glickenhaus also moved ahead of Robin Friens and of the Alpine. So the Alpine has all of that to do again.
As I was reading out that list, by the way, just to keep it neat and tidy, the 86 car, which is the last running car at the moment, the GR Racing Porsche, moved ahead of the stationary 66 car, and will, should the 24 car stay in the pit garage, move ahead of them into 51st position. So 52 cars still shown as being potentially in the race.
Yep.
And reason for concern, as I say, about the 24, and that's the only one at the moment, for the moment at least, where there's a reason for concern. All the others, I think we can be reasonable clear, will go no further. Slow zone procedure has done, so we're back to full green flag racing. And looking in on the Alpine Elf Matmut squad, and Brendan Grau at the wheel of the 36.
So far, marker of bingo, connect 4. The best I've got is a line of 2.
Excellent, okay.
Good work.
Yeah, no, it's
Have you tried kind of cutting them out and reordering them?
That's cheating, though.
What's wrong with
and
that?
obviously, I would only do that if one of the kids was winning.
Absolutely. Like peeling the stickers off of the Rubik Cube.
Indeed. So I have just added the marker of doom. We've got 98 and 99 have gone. Correct, yes. And who have I just added? Or subtracted, rather, from Ninja. 55 Spirits Race. That's on the desktop one, but not on the wall one, so that's a goner. So we've got 2 on that row, 55 and 47 have gone. Starting to get a diagonal with 56 and 47. If you've got your spotter guide, you can play along at home. Who else do we think we've lost?
Right, so
JMW, 66. So that's a line of 2 vertical. Yep. 55 is above 66.
25.
25 I've already got. G-Drive 1 has gone. 17 didn't start. 47 Chetalar has gone. I'm sure I've done that. Where is that? Yeah, that's in a diagonal line with 56.
32. Anybody shouts house, I'm leaving.
See, 18 and 91 is...
I'm leaving shortly anyway.
32, where are we going here?
That's the United Cup.
Yeah, that's out.
99 and 98.
Yes, 99, 98, that's part of a line of 4, but I wouldn't wish that on TF Sport to lose another one.
56 is an official retirement, as is the number 1.
Yeah, 56 and 1. Okay, so those are the ones we have, or don't have, any longer. So Marker of Doom has cut a swathe.
So Kevin Estra in GTE Pro in the 92 Porsche is making great strides. He has got that gap down to Jordan Taylor in the Corvette number 63 by down to some sort of 14, 13 seconds. I think that gap was some 30 seconds or so. And yeah, he's making some good steps forward.
And
I think
is Daniel Serra going with him? He sort of is a little bit, isn't he?
Yes.
In 4th place in the Ferrari, is sort of a bit in the slipstream.
I think the other thing is Kevin's put 30 seconds into Jimmy Bruni, his teammate.
Jimmy
Bruni has just done the fastest sector 1 of the race for his car, the 91 car.
In terms of where they all are in terms of their stints at the moment, the 51 car is 11 laps into what should be around a 16-lap stint. Jordan Taylor is exactly the same. The 92 car, rather, that car is 10 laps in. Jimmy Bruni is 12 laps in. The 52 car is a different strategy now, isn't it? That is just 2 laps into a stint.
The car stationary.
It's another Ferrari.
What is going on with Ferraris?
It's just stopped.
What is
that an Iron Lynx?
No.
Oh, it's got smoke coming out of the left front.
It's the 57 car.
Car guys.
It's car guy.
Nico Jensen.
Oh dear.
Well, that's not going to be smoke, is it? That's going to be steam.
I'm not sure. Is that heat soak the brakes?
Possible. Or pickup in the rim being set on fire by a hot brake that is right beside it.
No, he's got lights, so hopefully he can be seen as...
It's almost like he's just pulled up to a stop.
Has the brake seized on?
So, well, I did sort of put the commentator's curse on it, didn't I, saying it's both sides now.
Yeah.
Double yellow, understandably, and it's going to be a slow zone for recovery for this. Well, from what was dominant form for lots and lots of Ferraris, they're gradually being whittled down here, aren't they?
And this car was 5th in class as well in GTE AM.
It was.
7 Toyota heading up that away.
57 car, just a quick look.
Look at the muck-off line there as well.
I know, and it does build up there, but that's come from
everything.
All of the cars that have gone through that gravel trap and dragged it on, and then everyone else that's been carving the line through there, flicking it over to the left-hand side. And so then if you go offline there now, I mean, you'll be straight in the fence.
Yep.
Well, a 66 car, we know, well, it would likely be a knock-on effect of the impact damage from the incident with the 29 car. The 55 car, though, unexplained.
It's very odd.
Well, it did go off. Duncan Cameron went off in it earlier on.
Yeah. But both just were dead stick, weren't they?
Yeah.
The 57 and the 55 just seemed a sudden loss of power.
And
but at least Matt Griffin had the time to pull off track. Clearly, Mikkel Jensen didn't.
are we calling 66 a goner?
Yes, we are.
I think we're going to get brutal at this time.
At the end of the day, there's two things about it. One is it's had external assistance, and two is that external assistance took it the wrong way up the track to Parc Fermé.
Yeah. There's Kessel Racing. They're running that car guy Ferrari.
There's an awful lot of engineers looking at screens, trying to figure out exactly what is going on, but nobody looks that. Not much action. That's people running around.
That's the AF Corsa garage, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
then comes the 33.
I was just about to say, Dylan Pereira is in. And those of you who follow social media will note the Top Gear style comedy of the passenger side door when the Four Horsemen livery doesn't quite say all of the Four Horsemen. It's been very, very swiftly pointed out. And actually, given this is the fourth race of the championship, Graham, and we've seen them all and watched them all, and the livery hasn't changed, we really aren't very good at spotting jokes, are we?
It has to be said, spotted instantly by the internet.
Yes, well done, internet.
In the background, monitoring a wide range of social media networks, including the Always Awake, whatever time it is, whatever races are going on, the Discord, the WC Discord group, who will immediately spring into action to say they've been mentioned. That's what is this, 1:52 in the morning. So where we are. So
Dylan Pereira back out, but that drops him down to third place in class as through goes. Is that Ben Hanley at the wheel of 21? It is Ben Hanley at the wheel of 21 and straight into the slow zone. And in fact, the Aston very nearly ran into the back of the track and speed car there. So again, not quite the communication with Dylan Pereira, perhaps, that he needed to have. Don't forget, when you leave the pits, you're going straight into a slow zone.
That needs to be repeated.
Did need to be repeated,
3 times before he got to Dunlop.
So there's your top three. AF Corsa, last year's champions, the 83 car. Last year's world champions, the 83 car, are leading from the remaining healthy Iron Lynx car that has had fewer dramas than the other two. Matteo Cressoni in second, ahead of Dylan Pereira. And
that's going to be lifted, and that's done.
That is looking like the end of the road.
Yes.
So it's...
GR's Tom Gamble has just left the pit lane, and in fact Gabriel Aubrey has persuaded, or somebody's persuaded, the PR1 Matheson car to leave the pit lane. Gabriel Aubrey no longer shown as in the pits.
That could well be the 7th retirement for a GTM car.
I think we're calling that a goner too. You may think, Haven, you're being brutal at only nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, but, you know, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm getting twitchy. I think it might be time for coffee. What, you think I'm too punchy already?
No. I've worked with you for a while.
I'm afraid.
I know there's other levels to go to.
I'm afraid now, really quite afraid for Kessel Racing.
Yes.
For Iron Lynx, rather. Because Team Project 1, 56, out. Kessel Racing, 57, out. Iron Lynx, 60, still in, but going for my horizontal line in Marker of Doom Connect 4. 66 at the end of row, out. I only need one.
Oh,
Ooh.
mini burgers.
Sliders.
Oh, no,
mini
really?
burgers. They are
Really?
sliders.
Would you like one of these, sir? Would you like one of these, sir?
That is a slider, only if there's pale ale with it.
It's a little like the Brick Car 24 Hours, which was getting to the stage where it's very cold one evening there, until the the lovely people from Overtake turned up with hot chocolate and sausages. Not in the same cup, because that would be revolting.
That's a David Beckham joke, isn't it?
In Yorkshire, they call that a cocktail.
That's the David Beckham joke about a thermos flask.
Go on.
Well, it can keep soup warm and ice cream cold. Yeah, but boss, I've put them both in and... old joke. Apologies to David Beckham.
Oh, dear me.
Racing Team Netherlands heading back out. Was that a long stop?
Racing to Netherlands.
No, because it wasn't them before, was it? It was 44. It was Ollie Webb.
It was a very standard stop, and Fritz van Aert goes out again. Was that a treble? I think it's a treble that from.
But you
Fritz.
need to. You've got to get the hours in.
Yeah, but you don't have to do them at night.
No, but Fritz loves this.
Of course he does.
Why do people come and race at Le Mans? Not just because of the name, but because they want to race at night. Nobody else races at night other than endurance.
He's bought one. He's got one free.
Jim Glickenhaus told me before the season started, before we'd met him in person and before we'd seen the cars, did a World Endurance podcast with him, and he said, why are you doing this? He said, I want to watch my cars with my name on them on the Mulsanne Straight at night at Le Mans. Now, I actually thought he meant he was going to be on the Mulsanne Straight.
It's time.
No, I think he can't leave the pit lane.
Oh, good point. He can't.
In fact, he was actually on the Pratt perch there, but he's barely left the front apron of the garage.
He's just gripped by it as well. You might. Yes. I should say, by the way, because it occurred to me about 3 hours ago. Bearing in mind, I've known Jim and Jesse Glickenhaus, I think, for half a decade, and it only occurred to me this afternoon that James and Jesse Glickenhaus are, well, James and Jesse are, of course, the name of my children. Not quite the same spelling of Jesse, but yes, indeed, folks, I do have children called Jesse and James, and they are a pair of outlaws. If you're listening, kids, love you lots.
If you're listening, kids, what the hell are you doing up at 1:30 in the morning?
Oh, I don't even want to think about it.
No, exactly right. And also, if you're up at this time of night, you shouldn't be listening to your father on the telly.
They don't.
No, they don't.
One of them does.
No.
One of them says she doesn't.
Kids that listen to their father have got issues.
Well, they might listen, but they don't do anything about
They're not hearing, yes. No, they might hear, but they don't listen. That's the way around it is, isn't it? 91 is in from 5th place in GTE Pro. The better placed of the two Porsches at the end of lap 1, certainly, but it hasn't managed to cling on to that advantage over its sister car.
2015, yeah, 2015 WEC Drivers' Champion. Ricard Leitz climbs aboard the Porsche.
Jimmy Bruni getting out.
And I'm sure it never comes up with the other drivers involved in this equation that it wasn't an F1 World Drivers' Championship at that point, so not an ex-world champion. But he's a champ anyway. Yep. Ricard Leitz, lovely guy from Austria.
Did they ever change the steering wheel? I'm all confused because they said they were going to do that, but then
he wasn't carrying it when he went to the car, was he? No. Maybe it just got better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of brake dust.
In my experience, cars don't fix themselves overly well.
Things like that,
no problems on cars fix themselves. Usually the only thing that fixes them is a checkbook.
And problems usually just get worse.
Yes.
They don't get better.
See, there's the voice of a pro driver.
I think he's bitter.
Very harsh indeed. Hey, of course, a leading still in GTE Pro, 51 car currently being pedalled by Alessandro Pierguidi. Try getting him out of the car, I dare you. Jordan Taylor second in the 63 Corvette, 92 Porsche of Kevin Estre in third place.
But I think that the 63 car had to serve that extra penalty, didn't it, in that when Jordan got in the car, there was an extra 10 seconds that it had to sit. Big boss.
Right, that does look a little bit like Francois Perona, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see Rivera. He's carving a reputation for himself. Nicholas Nielsen, already a Ferrari factory driver. The 83 car. It's been cruising through this, kind of swan-like, isn't it?
They don't make many mistakes, that team. They really don't. You know, the driving trio, and it's a very different lineup this year from the team that won the championship last year.
10 hours up in this 2021 24 Hours of Le Mans. Le Mans.
Out.
Yeah, I know.
And never darken our door again. although
it's 2 a.m.
Oh, yes, it is 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. somewhere. It's 5 p.m. somewhere. Where would that be?
Double yellow still being shown here.
Some West Coast?
Now it says possibly for clean-up because the car was being lifted quite a while ago.
Double yellows removed at Marshall's Post 6, so slow zone.
And boom.
Marshall Post 3 and 4.
That was the Inception Racing Ferrari.
No, this is the Inception.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That was them reacting very well indeed and taking 3 cars.
They're not still in a slow zone, though, are they?
No, they're not. I think.
So he's just gone by Paolo Roberti. That was Paolo that we just saw.
Ben Barnicoat, and he had the trigger well in there, didn't he? So Ben, I think, has already taken 1 position on the road. He does indeed move up to 5th position.
Now, I needed to find out whether or not tonight is actually a full moon. It looks very, very, very full. That might go a long way to explaining some of the lunacy that is going on. And that's exactly where the word comes from, lunacy.
I mean, the
full moon fever.
The continued pace, by the way, this week at Ben Barnicoat, I think just adding even further chapters to a growing reputation for this young man.
Yeah, he was very, very impressive in the McLaren. We were watching him in the Asian Le Mans series, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. And
in Dubai and also in Abu Dhabi, he did an excellent job there. And I was interested to see how he would make the switch from the McLaren over to the Ferrari, and he's doing a marvellous job. Yes, really.
I think we were saying earlier in the week, Ollie, as well, watching him the previous season, where he was part of the effort with the Carlin entered, Thunderhead Carlin Dallara, and he was very quick.
Someone's just gone. Was that Ben himself?
Oh no, there's another Ferrari going off and back on, and almost drifts into him.
Don't you dare!
And it was Ben.
It was Ben.
So shall I just stop talking now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think I know what he did. As he got on the brake.
I know what he did.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to explain what caused it, but he just tagged the curb on the right-hand side where the kink is. Just coming into Mulsanne's corner. That just right at the start of the brake zone, and if he just got onto that curb, and then as it comes off, locks the right front, and it just snagged it all the way in.
And I think that
put
Paolo Roberti back ahead of him.
I'm sorry?
Ran out of talent and luck. Yes.
Do you think that was Paolo Roberti going back by?
It was. Actually, it was. Yeah, absolutely.
You could see a replay of it.
You could see the Iron Lynx colours on it, yes. So that was Ben firing by and then outbraking himself as he tried to escape. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. There looked like he thought he jumped the red light and wanted to stop, because that wasn't rolling to a halt, that was stopping.
Yes.
So that was a radio stop, stop, stop. But he's gone out, he's gone over the white line. They can't go and get him, can they? He could accidentally not hold the car on the brakes. It might roll backwards, but he's got 2 marshals behind him, so I wouldn't want to wish that on him either. So there is Ben Barnicoat in the 66 car. It is actually a full moon. Known, this particular moon, known to North American tribes as a sturgeon moon.
Just dropping the right rear. off of that exit curve at Indianapolis, and that can wreck a car by dropping off of there.
Well, it's not like the 92's been off this weekend at the Indianapolis and been wrecked already. That's exactly, it's not quite exactly a replica of the accident that he had, because he got away with it this time.
He did.
He learned from his mistake and didn't quite overstep the mark so much. But blimey, that was close.
Yeah.
92 Porsche in third place, and as we said,
he's pushing, isn't he?
He's closing in on Jordan Taylor.
Conditions are perfect. It's a clear sky, it is cold, it is crisp, the track is dry. They're now on the softest rubber there is.
Class leader in the pits, 51. Had to get new boots as well.
Now, was he
At
getting
92.
a full set, or was he just getting a front right?
Oh, it's on.
I think he was getting a full set.
Yeah. But they're not new, because one of them had front right.
Corvette's the lead. Jordan Taylor. Alessandro Pierre Guidi, it will be, that has been sent out to pursue the 63 car. 92 on pit lane with Kevin Estre. And that is a driver change underway right now.
Alessandro Pierre Guidi remains in the car because he was in it before. And he has a habit of sort of doing, you know, a 6-hour race. He'll do 3 hours at a go. Just do his entire driving stint in one hit.
Yeah.
And then get out and go, right, off you go, son. Give it to James, and he does the second half of the race. You know, they split it fairly evenly. Quite often, the Porsche teams, quite often 92 will double and double. 91, almost always, single. They change driver every stop, whether the tyres are being changed or not.
Right.
And I don't know whether that's just driver preference or whether they split the strategy and offer the two teams the way that they want to do it. But the 91 car...
That 92, the right rear was slow then.
Yeah. Michael Christensen heading out.
Two other driver changes, by the way. In the 79 car, Cooper McNeil rejoins the race.
Okay.
And in the other Corvette, the 64 car, Tommy Milner.
Right. And what happened with the Glickenhaus?
Don't know.
Absolutely no idea what that was all about.
Okay. Olivier Plat is on his outlap.
I wonder if he got a radio call.
I can't think of any other reason why you would suddenly come to a shuddering halt and then start off again. And where is he?
He's in the third sector now.
Yeah.
On his outlap. And with a reasonable time, it's not a spectacular time by any means, well, we'll know if there's a problem because he'll be coming in. So it's not a great middle sector time, but that looks like a traffic time to me. It's not a problem time.
Well, he's in the Porsche curves, so it's not an issue.
As the
ARC Bratislava appear to be watching a bit of cage fighting.
Absolutely. They're just getting in the mood.
Because there's not enough of that going out on track? What?
That's probably what Miro does at the midweek.
They're watching that just to calm themselves down once they get out of the car.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, at Corvette...
Tom Dix and Mac sitting there, watching the screens, taking it all in.
They're probably just watching the RC guys, watching the mixed martial arts, the cage fighting.
Bit of a slew of pro class pit stops. Jordan Taylor, as you said, has now cycled to the lead. As Alessandro Pierre Guidi came in from the lead, remains in the car. So that AF Corsa duo are now second and third. Fourth, the 92 Porsche team.
How many laps has Jordan done in this stint?
Let's have a quick look.
And then in fifth is 91. Sixth is WeatherTech's Cooper McNeil. And then the next three GT cars are GTE AM. The top three, Nick Nielsen, Dylan Pereira and Matteo Cressoni for AF Corsa, TF Sport and Iron Lynx. And they separate 79, the WeatherTech Ferrari, from 72, the Hub Auto car of Dries van Tor. And tail end Charlie, the long-term rouge of the group, is Ollie's old car, the 64 car of Tommy Milner.
Well, the 63 boys, they don't look like they are ready for a pit stop.
Six laps.
Okay. They've got another 9 or so laps to go.
Mike Conway last flying lap. 4 minutes 10.
Was that with the slow zone?
Ah, could have been.
Yes, because he's just coming across the line now, isn't he? So he's just gone by. So, yeah, he will have inherited the very last of that, whereas Sebastian Buemi, who is about half a lap behind, will not have.
I should say he's significantly slower than
Not
anybody.
not half a lap behind.
But he's 4:01 now, and that's 5 seconds slower than Sebastian Buemi.
It's another slow zone, so that's not helping either.
This is still clearing up from...
I think so.
I thought that had been rescinded. Had it not? No. It didn't go away. Okay. Well, in which case...
It's the same slow zone.
In which case... What was Raikkonen's issue, though? The Glickenhaus, by the way, I learn... again through the powers of the interwebs, that all of those vertical gates on the top of the rear wing are part of the lateral, you know, cars had the fin to stop them.
Yes.
Not quite sure what the fin was for.
Taking off.
Yeah, I don't see how that stops them taking off.
Just
but anyway,
sideways.
Effectively, it raises the speed at which it will lift off.
But those vertical wing strakes do part of the job that a full-length fin would do, and they don't have to have a full-length fin.
So it's their choice.
Yes. So it's not a mandatory fin. There is a mandatory level of side air deflection.
Understood.
That's possibly not the exact phrase, but that's why they are there. Not because they really like the look of Will Dollop's 6R4 rallycross car.
The Alpine on pit lane, which means the WRT car moves back into third place. There it goes.
Yeah, it was just fuel, no tyres. They have the tyres out there, but just elected not to use them.
And again, that's good practice, like having the driver stood by in case suddenly there's a call, right, let's get the tyres on it. You don't want them to be, you know, out the back in the oven and having to be wheeled through. You want them there.
Yep.
They will go back into the oven immediately.
Yep.
There again, you see the driver safety screen showing slow zone. So double yellows have been removed, but tidy up, clear up continues here.
We've not actually seen whether that clear up is underway, have we? Meanwhile, back to full racing speed and aboard the number 63 Corvette.
Coming down here into Indianapolis, just through these two little kinks. Just kinks right and then just starts to go downhill. Down into Indianapolis, you're doing about 182, 183 miles an hour as you come down into Indianapolis.
Jordan Taylor has Daniel Serra 2.2 seconds behind, with Alessandro Pierguidi right on the tail of the 52 Ferrari. So the top three in the class 3 seconds apart, and then it's further minute and 20 seconds before we get back to Michael Christensen. Bigger gaps further back, but it's the top three with Pierguidi right with his teammate.
And this is ebbing and flowing, isn't it? As the pit stop strategy cycles through, you know, and Jordan is off strategy with these other guys, so it's hard to know how this is actually going to shake out.
Yeah, and even if you could sort of work out how it extrapolates to the end, that assumes everything goes green all the way through, which is quite a large assumption given what we've seen so far in the previous 10.25 hours.
We're going to see another scrap between the two Corsa cars.
What we shouldn't see, apparently, is any more rain. Who is that, Ollie?
That is...
Because, boy, he does like the laser eye stare, doesn't he?
He does.
Has he got grippy hands as well as realistic hair and beard?
Not got much hair. I'm not sure it's not Velcro.
So we have the buzz cut. A couple of LMP2 pit stops. Into Europol have... it's a driver change, I think. Renger van der Zande has headed out in 6th place still in LMP2, and Ricci Competizione, Ollie Jarvis came in, stopped for fuel, left again. So that battle that he was having and enjoying, I think, thoroughly with Marco Sorensen in the 20 high class car for 11th place in LMP2. That has sort of fizzled out a little bit.
So Jordan Taylor still holding that gap from Daniel Serra, and Pierre Guidi still behind.
Recovering G-Drive car, number 26, Nick de Vries, now within 10 seconds of René Binder, who is within 10 seconds of Ollie Jarvis, or was at the line, so it's probably a little closer, but do think that probably Nick de Vries is going to be the one making the move.
Yeah, the non-hypercar recovery driver of the race for me has been the 48 EDEC Sport car, in trouble in the very early stages.
Again and again, repeatedly.
Absolutely, 12th now in the hands of Paul-Luc Chatin.
Yep.
And is consistently pretty quick.
One of those who dropped it off the road, Paul-Luc.
Indeed.
In fact, he dropped it off the road more than once, I think. But you're right, yeah, you know, it's a little bit like Ant Davidson, but with a few years less experience. He is quick, and you don't expect him to make mistakes. It's very rare that he does. Extremely rare that Ant Davidson does, but Paul-Luc Chatin is a pretty safe pair of hands, and he is a quick bunny as well. Chasing down Richard Westbrook. Is he going to get any closer to the Glickenhaus? No, Glickenhaus is about 5 or 6 seconds a lap quicker than the IDEC Sport car. Nevertheless, Chatin still in a position that probably at the end of the first hour they really wouldn't have thought they'd be out in the middle of the night, just outside the top half dozen in LMP2.
Are they twins?
Mac and Alex, they're having a bit of fun in the pit box.
There's something going on that cameraman there, isn't there?
Yeah, and the cameraman they're playing to the camera, aren't they, nicely?
Yeah.
Yes. Keep the camera guys entertained, definitely. With Mike Conway, our race leader.
And he's got that gap out to Boemi to nearly 20 seconds. So he's had a solid run.
Such a long race still, 13 3/4 hours.
Slow zone has gone. We're back to full green flag racing now.
Yep.
Latest pit stoppers, by the way, in LMP2, in and out for Inter-Europol competition.
Leader into the Porsche curves as the second place Toyota is coming out of Arnage. So that's the real estate involved.
Yeah, indeed. That's the 20 seconds.
Yeah. And that's pretty significant, isn't it? That start line to halfway through the S's. Almost, that start line almost to Tertre Rouge. So he comes across the line to start lap 1. Where are we now? 1:48.
Yeah. We'll say at this point, and sort of trying to stop myself from saying it, brand new class.
Stop yourself now.
No. Brand new cars. And whilst there have been some issues, still running at the front of this race.
Yeah. Let's eavesdrop number 8 Toyota.
Avoid the window. So we're chasing a fueling problem. We're being safe. We're chasing a fueling problem. All okay. Okay, does that mean we will always do 11 laps now, or not necessarily? It's only this stop.
It's only 11 laps on this stint for Sebastian Buemi.
And that was his question. Does that mean we can only do 11 laps now? He said no, only on this stop. So did they take the hose off a little early on the last stop?
Might see whether or not...
Because this isn't like being at the petrol station where you just fill it up until it clicks off.
No.
The rules for fueling are based on how long you've run and how many seconds you need to have the fuel hose attached and so on and so forth, which frankly would just confuse the living daylights out of me early in the season, and I have got no clearer on them. But clearly he was underfueled at the last stop for reasons as yet to be defined.
So this is the battle for 1, 2, 3.
Been here before, haven't we? That'll be Ferrari on Ferrari, red on red. We've just gone through.
Essentially, Jordan Taylor is leading.
3 seconds.
3 seconds
ahead of the two Ferraris, who are no seconds apart.
Yeah, changed positions. Pierre Guidi ahead of Daniel Serra.
Yeah, he was though, wasn't he? After the pit stops, was he not? Has he just done it?
Changed.
And here they go again. Now, we saw this in daylight, didn't we? 51 passes 52, 52 passes 51, 51 passes 52, 52 passes 51.
That's the other Corvette, that's the 64.
Yeah. So that's the grey car. Grey? Silver?
Silver.
The non-yellow car. A dull-looking one. Sorry, Ollie. I know it's your... I know, you know.
Is it
I know
12?
it's your, I know it's your baby.
I know you know.
Is
I know it's your baby.
Is it 12 of those silver cars you bought?
Having a wide range of colours.
Excellent.
Any colour you like, as long as it's...
It's that way you can exchange the bits just in case anything gets dinged.
There is an entertaining battle going on between the Ferraris.
Also very rapid at the moment, Phil Hansen. 8th position, comes into the pits now in it's a growing battle with the Panis Racing car ahead. 65, those two pits, 11 seconds apart for what would be 3rd position in LMP2.
Talking of Panis, reminds me that Don Panos was on the Le Mans a couple of days ago. They renamed one of the pedestrian underpasses.
No, it's a brand new bridge.
Oh, it's a brand new one, is it?
No, and it's Danny, his son, was there with Pierre Fillon. I'll tell you exactly where it is. It's as you come in the entrance by the museum. Now, that's always been a bit of a
bottleneck.
It most certainly has, and it's also, you know, certainly when this race is back to full spectator capacity, it's a place where there can be a bit of trouble between cars and pedestrians, and now you've got a way to get across that gap between the tribunes and the run up to Dunlop Bridge on the outside without encountering traffic.
And I haven't been there to see it, but I understand that as you come in, it has Don's favourite message across the top of the bridge: for the fans.
For the fans. I was wondering what you were going to say then.
Which is, not buy my wine, no, for the fans, which was the motto of the American Le Mans series, for the fans.
Yeah.
And of course the bridge is literally for the fans.
Absolutely it is.
So, nice little tie-in.
It is great to see that recognised, and a huge fillip to the sport. Don Panos and his influence in establishing the American Le Mans series, and everything that fell out from that afterwards, which includes most of what we now know as the ACO's pyramid. Yeah,
and it not only reignited sports car racing in North America that was in the doldrums, but you're absolutely right. It gave the ACO clear evidence that there was a hunger for sports car racing outside of Europe, and as a result you have European Le Mans Series, Michelin Le Mans Cup, Asian Le Mans Series. You know, these things have grown, and of course,
and the Overtake Sports Car Championship, which of course came from that division and then, you know, reunification in North America. But you know, to be blunt, without Don's vision with the LMS, we wouldn't have it. It's as simple as that. It wouldn't be there. There would be something of a lesser quality there instead. And now we sit here at the start of a brand new era that I think everybody's looking forward to with real relish.
Well, men of vision and passion, and we've got one here, haven't we? We've got Jim Glickenhaus, who had a dream and wanted to make it happen and had the wherewithal to get it done. And Don Panos was exactly that sort of a guy as well. He wanted to bring sports car racing back. He bought racetracks, he created the championship, raced his own cars, and very idiosyncratically, you know, Sparky the battery boy, Panos race cars, You know, the LMP1, there were so many weird and wonderful devices, as well as a fantastic championship, entirely down to him.
Absolutely right. A flurry of LMP2 pit stops, by the way, to catch up with, and that's seen a bit of a shake-up in the order.
Well, nearly 10
Before we get to that, let's go aboard the number 7 Toyota, passing the pits as I speak.
It's 2 more laps to go, 2 more laps to go. Gap is 1 minute 19, we need to keep it like this. So we're gonna do a full service, so we need 1 minute 15 to stay in front.
Well, in fact, he's added to the 1 minute 19. It's now 1 minute 21 over Sebastian Buemi.
They were saying that he needs a minute to do a full service.
Yeah. No, or 1 minute 10, yeah. So needs that advantage to come back out in front.
For the LMP2 cars, though, with that latest pit stops plural, by both the Team WRT cars, that means that the 36 and the 708 leapfrog back to second, so third and fourth, rather, in the overall order. They're separated now by 14.5 seconds under Negrão from Olivier Pla. Team WRT rejoin in 5th and 6th with Charles Malaysia and Yifei. Phil Hansen, meanwhile, has leapfrogged the Panis Racing car in the pits with 20 seconds longer. That'll be, I'm sure, that will be the difference between a full service and a fuel-only stop. But the United Autosports car up into 3rd position now, as the Jota car crept away there, didn't it?
Yes, start, damn it. Did Ant Davidson stay in?
No, I think he jumped out.
I sort of thought he had, yeah, okay.
So the Jota car in the hands, or the other Jota car rather, the 28 car in the hands of Tom Blomqvist, 5th, and in close contention now with the Inter-Europol competition car of Renger van der Zande.
Mike Conway approaching the end of his stint, I would guess, from Kamui Kobayashi standing in the pit apron. Is this a triple from Mike?
Mike, it is the end of a triple.
Yeah.
So, although only 2 of those have been full stints, we had a
because
13, 9, 12.
Strategic.
Yeah.
Every time something happens, go for fuel.
We've got yellow flags, and it's right in front of us. There's a GT car over by the wall. That looks like a Porsche to me through the murk.
Yes.
There's no murk in the way.
It's got damage at the back. It's big damage at the back, in fact.
And which one is it?
Oh, it's Cooper McNeil. It's the WeatherTech racing car. And I think that he's
front and back.
He has been caught.
He was in 5th position.
Yeah, he was.
And the medical lights on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if he can drive to the pit lane, he can get the car in. He can get out of the car. They may need to serve a penalty for coming in over the white line in the wrong direction, but the team will argue, possibly justifiably, that it's force majeure.
Fixable.
By himself. Oh, it's a big one. That's very like the Inception crash last night.
Yeah.
Just he got on that apex curb, used too much of it, and then it's got away from him, and he's trying to catch it, and then it's just slid. And it's.
This is not going to be pleasant, so brace yourself. Bang.
That was never coming back. From the moment he touched that curb, that was going one way and one way only. Now, he must get out of the car and go to the medical centre.
I believe that to be correct.
Yes. He must be examined by the medics. He's not allowed to drive the car until he has.
This is not going to be a 5-minute job, though, is it?
No, absolutely it's not. Absolutely it's not.
This could be anything from bodywork to game over.
Yeah,
the forward impact there was the big one. I thought the rear impact might have been the big one.
Well, it's the whip though onto the drivetrain on the rear, the right rear, that's most probably going to end up wrecking their day.
That might be the end of that. So driver change, Mike Conway to Kamui Kobayashi. Number 7 car needed a minute. It had a minute 23 in hand over the number 8 Toyota.
The lead train of 6 GT Pro cars, about to become 5. Because that is not going to be, well, it's 2.5 minutes back to the GT Am leader, which is 30th overall.
Greg Reedy's got past Jordan.
Oh, yes, he has.
He has.
He has indeed. Not by much, inches, there they are.
There they are.
Yeah.
This is the GT Pro lead battle. Well spotted, Ollie.
This is actually, it does sort of back up one of the fears that Corvette Racing had, that in the night, they're just not going to be able to get that soft tyre to work quite so well on the Corvette as it does work on the Ferrari. Is this a symptom of the team not running all the time in the WEC? And you know, just running in the US where conditions and tracks are slightly different.
Well, the other thing, of course, is that the Ferrari team have got an awful lot more experience here with this car.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. You know, and this is the very first time coming here with the C8R. So, you know, as we've been talking about all the way through this week, it's just all about learning, and trying to gather as much data as possible all the time. I think it became quite clear quite early on that when the temperatures got down, Corvette was struggling to keep its tyres in the window.
We slid very wide there. Just wonder if that gave Jordan an opportunity to close that gap a little. They come down through the S's. Not quite.
He's not going to need much of a sniff of the barmaid's apron, is he, to really get going into this battle. And Alessandro Pierguidi needs to escape, give himself a little bit of leeway if he does make a bit of an error. He
was using an awful lot of road on the exit at Tete Rouge.
Danger there is if you keep doing it, you'll end up with a penalty. The double danger there is debris.
Yeah, just break something.
There's stuff lurking out there in the dark. We've seen a lot of cars, particularly here actually, having unexplained accidents.
Yeah.
At the first chicane. Just because, well, we don't know, but very likely debris accounted for Egidio Perfetti and that TF Sport Aston going off at the same time in the same place. So full moon fever this week. I guess it's affecting the mechanics as well as the drivers. Full moon fever this weekend as the 63 Corvette team in second place. Well, the Corvette Racing boys are preparing, it would seem, for a pit stop. So is Jordan Taylor coming towards the end of this stint, or is it Tommy Milner who is coming towards the end of a stint?
Sorry,
the other.
So what was that question again?
Which of the Corvettes is near the end of a stint? Because the boys are getting ready and limbered up.
It's not the 64.
In that case, it might be the 63.
It shouldn't be. Should be longer to go. So the 63 is 12 laps into a stint with Jordan Taylor.
Okay.
But the previous stint was 12 laps as well, whereas the 64 is only 6 laps in with Tommy Milner.
Okay. So
either way,
if he's 12 laps in, Jordan Taylor, and his previous stint was 12 laps, that would suggest to me that they are limbering up for Jordan Taylor.
Yeah, but the previous stints are done again. Apologies, some of those could have been on the yellow. So yeah.
Well, they're definitely getting ready for somebody, and
you would guess it's Jordan if it's either of them, because otherwise it's a very early stop.
Yeah,
and it's not quite dropping me as much as I thought he was. Definitely got a straight line speed advantage here, it looks like, and good traction out the turns from the Ferrari.
And again, as Ollie has been saying all week, you know, it's just that when it starts to get cold, they can't go soft enough on tyre to match what Ferrari and Porsche can do. And again, because of the way that the world was last year, Corvette Racing did not come to Le Mans with this car. They've raced it now for a season and a half in the IMSA WeatherTech series in North America. But those tracks are very different, track conditions are very different, track temperatures especially are very different. And they only do one round-the-clock race, and
he's
that's
not pitting.
In February.
63 did not come to pit lane.
Well, we have had quite a lot of slow zones in this last stint. Might be that there's one more lap left in it. There's the moon overhead in a clear sky. Temperatures are really quite cool. I mean, think of the heat of most nights here at Le Mans. It's definitely not that, even though we are in the height of August. I mean, it should be really quite a hot night, and it definitely is not.
It's not. It's definitely cooled. I mean, it's so much cooler today than we've seen for most of the rest of the week. And with that rain, the first rain, which I've been here since Friday evening. I think we had a tiny bit of rain overnight on the previous Saturday, but a tiny bit. Other than that, it has been bone dry and at times blisteringly warm.
But this was supposed to be, Saturday and Sunday were supposed to be the two warmest days of the week, with, you know,
absolutely
temperatures in the teens for most of the week, high of sort of 19.
But we've seen,
this was supposed to be 23, 25.
We've seen two fundamental changes in forecast through this week. By the way, Jordan Taylor's just done his fastest first sector of the race.
It's an in-lap.
Indeed, for
it is an
the
in-lap, isn't it?
63. Risi Competizione, limbering up.
Yep. So all sorts of Americans heading in towards the pit lane.
As are the ST41.
Yeah.
Is this the dance-off? Is that what happens at this time of the evening? I don't often do this stint. And Toyota too. It's the kind of motorsport version of Sister Act.
Dancing with the Stars.
Absolutely.
Absolute Racing and PR1 Matheson have just both cycled through the pit lane. Gabriel Aubrey staying aboard the 24 car. That is our last running LMP2 machine.
So look and just see the kind of stints they're getting out of that 24 car. So that's a car we've been concerned about for a while. What we think was a repeated oil leak.
Still going at the moment. Jeroen Bleekemolen in the Rinaldi Racing 388 Ferrari has just set that car's fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
Closing in on Lance David Arnold ahead of him in the Dempsey Proton 88 car.
Gabriel Aubrey did an 11-lap stint after those two one-lap stints.
Double-double coming up for the Real Team Racing crew. That was tyres and fuel and no driver change. Who's in? Esteban Garcia, OK.
Indeed. Yeah, well, he came in to driver stayed aboard, yes?
Driver stayed aboard.
So this has been an impressive debut to the WC so far from Real Team Racing. It's the customer effort focused around Esteban Garcia as the funding gentleman driver.
And another graduate of the
LMP3. Yeah, absolutely. TDS Racing run the effort alongside the Racing Team Netherlands car. And they've been in contention throughout this season, all, you know, with Esteban supported by Norman Nato and Loic Duval. But he's got to do some of the heavy lifting as well. He's got to be there.
He's got to do a third, well, not quite a third, they're a quarter of the race distance. I think he's 6 hours.
He either has just, though, or is about to lose the Pro-Am lead to a charging Ben Hanley. That's not quite an equal battle, of course. The bronze-ranked driver in the 70 car against the gold-ranked Ben Hanley.
Well, let's take a look at that particular little battle as you're watching the number 8 Toyota on track, because the Real Team car with the gentleman driver on board, but Ben Hanley, one of the pros in the Dragon Speed car, they're 9th and 10th in LMP2. It's the lead of the Pro-Am category in LMP2 that we're looking at. How many hours of his driving has Esteban Garcia done so far? And they've put new tyres on, so I'm assuming he will double stint now as well. It's clear, it's bright moonlight, the conditions are as good as they're going to have. This is proper happy hour racing time for the drivers. It's not going to be dawn, you know, we're not going to get the first glimmerings of sunlight at 3:40 or whatever, as we often do in the middle of June. It'll be sort of 5:40 maybe before we get any real light coming into the sky. But if it stays dry, he could really make a big difference. And actually, he might end up going to bed with only a couple of hours of driving left to do.
I think Esteban Garcia is about to pass the 3-hour mark. To half his driving time done, and we're not halfway through the race yet.
No, and he's just gone in with a new set of tyres, so he's already done a double, I'm assuming.
Sorry, I'll check another part of the...
Yes. Graham has to do this. I ask the questions, he has to do it because he's technically adapted enough to use a laptop and I'm not.
That was the end of a double as we got trouble now for...
Well, that was Cooper.
Oh, sorry, apologies, I just looked up.
Yeah.
So Esteban Garcia has done two doubles. One slightly short double, 11 and 9 laps, and then 2 sets of 11 each. So he's now onto a triple.
And he's, well, and because he's had new tyres, they're not going on for one stint. That'll be a double-double. And for a gentleman driver at night, you know, he's going to spend
Good on him.
yeah, he's going to spend, well, in fact, he's going to spend 3 hours pretty much in the car, which is the maximum drive time allowed in one stint anyway. And he's going to do it all at night at Le Mans.
Indeed.
How fantastic is that?
Quick laps coming. Nicholas Nielsen, the lead of GTM at 3:51.566, pulling away in the lead from Dylan Pereira in the TF Sports Aston Martin.
And that was Yiffy Ye, I think, in the WRT car going by.
And he just put in the
fastest race lap. And this is, I just said it 5 minutes ago, this is proper happy hour time.
Oh,
this
yeah.
is really, really where the cars are going to be potentially at their quickest.
Well, Yiffy Ye is looking set to get onto terms with the other Team WRT car. He's under 20 seconds behind now, and last time around was 3.5 seconds quicker than Charles Malaysia.
AF Corsa driver Nick Nielsen, leading in GTE AM, has also just set that car's fastest race lap. So the 83 AF Corsa car, last year's champions, 3:51.5. That's the fastest lap that car has done in the race so far. So on that one lap alone, 2 of our cars have set their fastest race laps in 2 very different categories. What are we seeing here? Replay of...
That was a car going straight on at the first
Ferrari,
chicane.
isn't it? Which Ferrari is it? Can't see.
Board with the 92 Porsche. Duquesne, Orica blast through.
Yes. The irony of Duquesne, who manufacture LMP3 cars, having to run somebody else's car in LMP2 is not lost on either them or us. Pit stops for D station. Tomonobu Fuji in the car and heading back out again.
Jordan Taylor now on pit lane from second in GTE Pro in the number 63 Corvette.
Is that the way?
15 laps.
Yeah, that's the longest in that car's done.
No, it's done a 17 lap. Twice 17 lap and a 16.
Yeah, those will be safety car.
But longest full green.
Yeah, fullish, greenish. By the way, while I'm thinking about it, we have had 4 safety cars, for those who may have missed bits. Safety car number 1 was very early on. I've lost my glasses, there they are. And that was because of the 98 Aston Martin and Marcos Gomez crashing at Indianapolis.
Correct.
Safety car number 2 was for...
I wasn't in the room for that.
Darn it, Janet. Nor was... Well, I wasn't on there.
That wasn't the...
Safety car 3 was Egidio Perfetti, the Project 1 car that crashed at the chicane.
Okay.
Safety car 4 was the number 25 G drive car, Rui Andrade, that crashed in the LMP2 crash point at the Dunlop curve.
Did we not have the safety car scrambled when the weather came? We did.
Was it for rain? It must have been. No, it must have been because everyone was off. Fritz Van Aert and everybody else.
It was when we had all the LMP2 shunts.
That's what it was. LMP2 tomfoolery.
Yep, that was the
that is my,
4 instance involving 6 different cars, and including, of course, the 2 United Autosports cars that eliminated the 32.
That was probably the one that hit the panic button.
I think so, because it was a big hit.
Probably was, wasn't it? Probably was. And then we didn't have one for Sophia Flörsch.
Yes, we did.
Did we?
I think.
I don't think we did. Do we have a safety car for that? Have we had 5? This is where we need Sniffer.
I'll have a look. I'll have a look.
Oh, can you do that?
Yes, I can do that.
Excellent. OK, let's get back to watching the pictures. 63 Corvette, fresh out of the pits. Jordan Taylor stayed in, so he's double-doubling as well. Alessandro Pierguidi leads by 72 seconds. 72. Third is Michael Christensen, who took over the 92 Porsche at the last stop. And we're on board in the 92 car. And 23 seconds he is behind Jordan Taylor. However, the interest for the 92 car is not so much what's in front of him, it's what's immediately behind him, and it's less a what and more a who. It's Birdie. Birdie is on the attack. So there's the Iron Lynx car. Look at the way the GTE Pro car is creeping by and only really gets a run when the Iron Lynx car goes, okay, I'm offline, I need to hit the brakes now. There are two cars behind me. The other car is the Ferrari of Sam Bird, and that AF Corsa car in 4th place. Gap's now down to 1.7 seconds. More trouble for car 44, I'm afraid. Neither of their door lights are working, the ARC Bratislava car.
Okay.
Or at least neither of them are turned on. Doesn't mean that neither of them are working. They're being told that they must turn them on. So that's Miroslav Konopka is back at the wheel of the car. Last time he was in the car, ran out of fuel.
Konopka Senior, and that was after contact in the Porsche curves, and the ensuing recovery clearly took more fuel than he had on his in-lap.
Or just sloshed it away from the pickup.
Absolutely.
Potentially, because it did take a while for it to get started up again. 83 is in, Nick Nielsen. Is that the Dane still at the wheel? It is.
That was from the lead in GTE AM.
Yep.
29th position overall. TF Sports, Dylan Pereira goes through in the 33 car.
Now, fresh tyres, so this is going to be double-double as well. Although, in fact, it doesn't necessarily have to be, because they don't have to double-step their tyres, do they? Or do they have enough of an allocation here at the Mans?
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. So you can change them every stop. If you can, do, especially when you are looking to win the race, as they are. I mean, everybody is coming here looking to win the race, but they are definitely genuine contenders. And currently 6th of all the GT cars, because some of the delayed Pro cars are still behind the top 3 in AM, including Tommy Milner in the 64 Corvette, Dries Van Tor in the pole-sitting Pro car, the Hub Auto Racing Porsche, and way back when now, Cooper McNeil, 8th place and last in GTE Pro, and that car remains in the pit having substantial rebuild work. So did you find that we'd had 5 safety cars?
I'm checking at the moment. It's not quite as easy as I thought it was with the displays I've got available to me, so bear with me.
Yellows there, haven't you?
3:18, 3 hours 18 is the first one I can find.
Into the race?
Into the race.
No, that's not right, is it?
It doesn't feel right.
No, it doesn't feel right. The 98 Aston, was that 3 hours? 18?
It possibly was, because I was not in the room when that happened.
No, okay.
So that would have been after 6 p.m. It was probably right, because I came back after going to get my COVID test to go home.
I probably shouldn't be arguing with a computer that is automatically tracking the whole race, should I? Not with my memory. Vincent Capelier has also just pitted in the Graf Racing entry. That's 17th in LMP2 and 5th in Pro-Am. And a pit stop for Nick Nielsen. We saw him staying in, and he rejoins in 2nd place. So comes back out ahead of the number 80 Iron Lynx Ferrari, Matteo Cressoni. Remains in 3rd, but Dylan Pereira back to the top of GTE AM.
Hey Michael, there is a 52 behind you. I assume he'll just drive past you two. So don't worry about that, we can keep to our plan, keep to our race. Can't do much about them. Go in.
Can't do much about the Ferrari. 1.2 seconds back. Look at long look in the mirror from Michael Christensen. Of course, it's not a mirror, it's a TV screen just down to his right-hand side, showing the Ferrari behind. His engineer saying we can't do much about them. Oh, little lock-up from the Toyota. That's the last thing you need. 4th car in the queue, that's Sam Bird. And that is the car that is chasing Michael Christensen for 3rd place. Again, in one of those bizarre little Le Mans stories, it could be that the car that was probably everybody's hot ticket for GTE Pro Pole, which was crashed by Kevin Escher at the beginning of qualifying, at the beginning of Hyperpole, it's entirely possible that car might yet be a contender for victory in 13 hours' time.
It's another fastest lap of the race for the 28 car, 28 car rather, in the hands of Tom Blomqvist. The answer, by the way, Martin, is 4 safety car periods and 2 full course yellows.
Okay. That's numerous slow zones.
Tired eyes and awful contrast on the screens. Not conducive to me doing hard sums quickly.
No. I'm afraid my mush of a brain is not conducive to me doing hard sums. Nick Nielsen just stopped a lap ago in the AF Corsa car 83 that was the leader in GTE Am, and now the new leader in GTE Am, Dylan Pereira, stops in the 33 TF Sport Aston Martin. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd place in GTE Pro continues. The 92 Ferrari you just saw, Michael Christensen, and behind him now with clear air between the two of them, and nothing in the way of moving machinery, is Sam Bird. There's the 60 car. That is a much delayed Iron Lynx car of Raffaele Giammaria. And should I say that Iron Lynx have all 3 of their cars still running, despite the fact that 2 of them have had problems? We've had 2 punctures for the Iron Dames car, number 85. It's a really tough one to swallow for them. Neither of them were self-induced. Neither of their problems of their own making.
Ben Barnick on a bit of a tear at the moment as well, by the way, in 5th place for the Inception Racing team. AF Corsa, by the way, with TF Sport on, in and out, go back to the lead. Nicholas Nielsen, nearly a minute up on Dylan Pereira after his latest pit stop. Matteo Cressoni makes it 3 with the 80 Iron Lynx car. Then the 54 AF Corsa car with Francesco Castellacci. He's some way back, though. It's something over 2 minutes, the gap from 3rd to 4th. Then with the recovering 74 Racing Team India Eurasia car, Tom Clert at the wheel of that car, and a further big gap before we get to the Inception Racing 71. They're the top 5 there. In GTE Pro 51, AF Corsa in this battle with Jordan Taylor's Corvettes, with different strategies in play at the moment. That's a big gap now, 1 minute and 18 seconds, 51 to 63. And Michael Christensen is 22 seconds back from the 63 Corvette in the 92 Porsche, and has his mirrors full of Sam Bird in the 52 AF Corsa. Let's go and hear what's going on board with McGraw in the 36.
Okay, Andre, you are still okay? For the next stint? All good for you? Yes, all good, all good. Thank you. Copy, all good for me. Box, can you start for refueling?
Well, the Alpine in 3rd place, and just behind it, Ollie Pla in the lead. Glickenhaus is in the pit lane. One of just 3 cars, 2 cars in the pit lane, 1 in the pit garage. That's Cooper McNeil's WeatherTech car. So a very quiet pit lane indeed.
Driver change for the Glickenhaus by the look of things. And this is Sam Bird.
No grass involved, but Birdie goes through on Michael Christensen. It's been coming, and the team pretty much set Michael up for it, saying there's nothing we can do. And I think the message possibly might have been that he's on fresher tyres. Look at all the gravel. Now, that's not coming out of Sam Bird's car. It's just been flicked up off the track by Sam Bird's car. And you can see it's so much better in the headlights than you do in the normal light of day. These little stones really get found by the light beams.
Frank Mayer emerges in the Glickenhaus 708, drops back down behind the 2 Team WRT LMP2 cars again. It's happening pretty regularly on rotation. 8 seconds back, though, from Yifei. It's going to be an interesting little battle now. Phil Hansen who's next in the order, 7th overall, 3rd in LMP2. 3:34.206, the fastest lap of that car's race. Some fast times coming at the moment. Let's go on board and hear what's been spoken about in the 92 Porsche.
I just let them go. It's a different class. Yeah, stay out. Crazy.
Just let him go.
Yeah.
So Yifei chasing hard to catch teammate Charles Malaysia. 16.9 seconds is the gap. He is quicker than the young Frenchman ahead.
And another green sector that in Sector 1 on this lap, Yifei, that is the fastest that car has been in Sector 1 all race long. Another fastest race lap from Absolute's Alessio Picariello, 3:53.279. That's that car's fastest lap of the race.
Yep.
And Ross Gunn potentially on TF Sport Aston number 95's fastest lap. He set a green first sector. Second sector is also pretty decent.
Yep.
Very decent, an 89.1 sector.
That's the 95, remember, not the class leading.
That's the white, predominantly white one.
The LMS car.
Yep.
The honeymoon mobile for John Hartshall. Married last week, as we said earlier in the week, and here with his lovely a new wife. And,
wondered where you were going there, to flatter the car choice or the wife choice.
Both. Yeah, John here for what we hope is going to be a very happy week, and ready to go the 36 Alpine.
And for the second stop in a row, a set of tyres waiting on the apron and waved away, as we heard in the radio conversation from Andre Negrão on his in-lap. You know, good the tyres. Yep, good, thank you. So he's happy with them. And this is at least a double on that set of tyres. And if... So he didn't change them last time, so he's completed the double. So this is going on to at least stint 3 with this tyre.
Yep. Yifei is catching Charles Malaysia quickly. That gap is now down to 16.5 seconds. Waiting to see what emerges at the end of this lap. Just looking where the two...
Ross Gunn didn't set a new fastest lap for the TF Sport Aston, but he was 2 seconds quicker than Matt Campbell in the 77 Dempsey Proton car that he is chasing in the AM class for 7th position. So that was a big improvement. He was 3 seconds quicker than Raffaele Giammaria, who's just ahead of him. And in fact, Matt Campbell 4 seconds behind Raffaele Giammaria. Ross Gunn 1:40 behind Campbell in the Dempsey Proton car. So there's a lot of ground to make up, but you do make some up when you're going quicker.
Yifei does indeed set the fastest lap time of the 41 car so far in this race. 3:32.9, takes 3.5 seconds out of Charles Malaysia, who has responded. As we get now down to the pit lane with the 49 high-class racing car, the Sashi Beef backed car, the Jan and Kevin Magnussen with Anders Fjordbak.
Jan having to do the driving, obviously. Kevin's been packed off home to bed.
Absolutely.
Anders Fjordbak completing
Street
a double.
lights on. Yep.
A double or longer?
Let's have a look. Anders doing that car.
Full set of tyres. This is full service. New driver equals new tyres.
It was a triple, but it's a short stint. 9 laps on that stint.
Not too much shorter.
No. But 54 car, flying high here. 4th in the GTM order. Driver change there as well.
So Francesco Castellacci being strapped in, I think.
No, Francesco Castellacci just got the treble.
In which case it should be.
I would have thought, is that Giancarlo Fisichella?
I would think it will be Fisichella.
Ricardo Leeds storming along as well, trying to close the gap on teammate Michael Christensen. He's trying to hang on to Sam Bird, but has dropped back 2 seconds from that. Fastest sector of the race in sector 1 for the lead car, number 7. Fastest sector overall in the race for the number 8 car chasing. So properly happy hour here.
Yep, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars that have set their personal fastest sector 1 on this current lap, including Ross Gunn again, including Julian Andlauer in Dempsey Proton's 88 car, including Richard Leitz, including Felipe Nasser, the birthday boy. Oh, he's not anymore.
No.
His birthday yesterday.
It was.
So now he's just an
Too
old
late.
man.
Yeah.
Including Yifei and Kamui Kobayashi, and as you said, outright fastest first sector of the entire race by anybody for Sebastian Buemi, the chasing car. Now just 9.2 seconds back from the number 7 Toyota is the number 8 car. No driver change aboard the number 91 car. Richard Leitz stays in.
Yep.
So now they're starting to get into that nighttime double.
Yep. Rapid Lapri still coming. 3:35 this time around from Charles Milesi. What's the response from Yifei? Gap 14.42 seconds at the last timing sector, with the near 100 sector final sector of this lap on what will be their lap. What is that? 156. And in comes Yifei. So he's into pit lane. Charles Milesi, my guess, is going to be in next time around.
There is young Francesco Castellacci, looking fairly happy with himself. It is Giancarlo Fisichella, we confirm, who is in the car now.
He's been working hard.
Yep.
Clearly, but his fitness has paid well there. Looks to be in good shape. Kamui Kobayashi, fastest lap of that car's race, 1:28.0. Plays a, sorry, 3:28.0. That would have been a very quick lap. 3:29.2.
Yeah, shortcut.
10 seconds the gap between the two Toyotas, who are looking rock solid right now.
Quick examination of the tyres by the Goodyear engineer. A little bit of clean of light panels and so on by the team. Other than that, just fuel down and gone. And that, I think, may well be the same story at Real Team. Again, you see the mechanic here with the little torch to have a quick look in.
3 laps to the good over the Alpine now. The Toyotas, in what since the very early running has been a pretty much fault-free effort from both cars. The hit just before the Dunlop Bridge between the Glickenhaus and the number 8 car, and a brief stop to reset. We've had a few issues with punctures for those cars, but they've felt pretty well for them, Martin. Not too far out of the strategy they already have established. So whilst it has opened up the gaps from time to time between the two Toyotas, it's not left the door open for anybody else to have a crack at this.
Just gone to get the first of me rocket fuel coffees and forgotten to turn the microphone back on. No, you're absolutely right. They have so much experience now, this particular version of Toyota Gazoo Racing, this version of the Toyota team, that actually making mistakes is not expected from these guys. Let's hear what Sebastian Buemi's got to say.
Is the fastest lap for fuel only stop. Okay, copy, what is that, yeah?
Fuel only stop for Sebastian Buemi.
Hang a minute, how long is this stint? That doesn't sound right at all.
This is the time of night when it is bang on 13 laps.
Okay. Gosh, that's a... Really? Since he was last complaining that it was 11 laps off, that seems like a long...
It's that time of night.
What,
where time seems to do weird things when you've not enough coffee or too much coffee.
I haven't had any coffee at all today,
that's your problem.
This is my very first one.
There you go.
So. And I may use my little stirry stick to help keep one of my eyes open as well. This new addition to the booth this year is
the espresso machine.
Is a 40 quid Nespresso machine.
Fantastic.
Yes. So it makes 40 quid coffee.
Yellow at Marshall's post 3, so trouble up just before the Dunlop Bridge.
Is that at Mill?
That Mill.
38 is in with the yellow nose.
In comes the 51 car as well. That is the lead car in GTE Pro.
Yep. There's quite a few pit callers.
Still a yellow MP3, now removed, so whatever the problem was has gone away.
Whatever or whoever. Who's going slowly? Nobody really. There's 2 AM cars and a Pro car in that region.
388 is about in that. We'll have a quick look and see what we get by way of sector times coming through from sector 1.
388, 91 and 95.
It's the 388. The 388 is delayed by 20 seconds there, Christian Hook.
There you go.
The 388 has had a bit of a problem and is back underway.
Well, at least they didn't have to get on the radio and tell him he was in the gravel trap.
No, another fastest lap for the number 7 car. And getting right down towards the overall fastest lap time we saw a long time ago now, lap 60, 100 laps ago from Brendan Hartley, but it's Kamui Kobayashi producing a 3:27.734 as Sebuemi, that fuel-only stop. We heard them announce the other high-class racing car in, and for a
spits out Marco Sorensen. Was that a double-double for Marco?
Marco Sorensen.
I suspect it might have been. He's been in the car for a very long time.
So Marco has he had 1 short 5-lap stint and a 9, 11 and 11. So 3.5, I'd say that was.
Yeah. It is a double-double, but they were short.
Yep.
Franco Colapinto has taken over the number 26 G-Drive car, and it's the first time he's been back in the car since the incident that claimed the number 1 Richard Mille Racing team of Sophia Flörsch. He was summoned to the stewards. Clearly, well, there hasn't been a penalty.
Well, we'll have a look.
I might have to go and have a look.
Talking about the 20 car, by the way, and one thing I hadn't noticed, Ricky Taylor did a quadruple stint.
All right.
Albeit his first stint interrupted with, I'm presuming, a strategic stop. So 4 laps, 7 laps, 1 stint, 12, 11 and 12. And so some substantial heavy lifting there from...
So that's a quintuple.
Indeed. But realistically a quadruple.
11 hours down, 13 to go. We are heading into the hour that takes us to halfway here at Le Mans. And our class leaders are Kamui Kobayashi for Toyota Gazoo Racing in Hypercar. Charles Milesi leads a WRT 1-2. In LMP2, it is a Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2 in Hypercar as well. In GTE Pro, AF Corsa's Alessandro Pierguidi pits from the lead ahead of Jordan Taylor, who will probably cycle back in front. And in GTE AM, Nick Nielsen leads a Ferrari, Aston Martin Ferrari top 3, with Dylan Pereira in the 33 Aston in second, and Rino Mastronardi for Iron Lynx currently in the pit lane, or having left the pit lane rather, in 3rd place. But we now have 51 running cars with a malingerer in the pits in the form of the number 79 WeatherTech Racing
trouble.
Porsche, and somebody's off
There's
in a P2 car.
It's the Real Team Racing car. Esteban Garcia.
Not long been in for a pit stop, and
does he stay out the barriers?
Stint number 3, isn't he, Esteban?
I think he hasn't. He's not hit anything. That's pretty remarkable.
It is very fortunate indeed.
Isn't it just?
Now, if he can make sure that the car gets fired up and gets going again, and is that him?
I think it is.
Knowing the way our director works, or our directors work, that might well have been him going past. He is moving, I think.
Well, keep an eye on timing and scoring. 95 car, meanwhile, back into pit lane. And TF Sports car, the number 95 car, in 8th position in this hotly contested GTM class.
Ross Gunn handing over to Ollie Hancock, I think
that's Ollie, yeah.
Like brother Sam, a Le Mans racer, unlike brother Sam, hasn't had the delights of joining me in the commentary booth.
Stuart Cox there with the glasses and reading, I'm sure, the latest romantic novel. Like to with Catherine Cookson, Stewie.
Or some such.
Indeed. Mills and Boone.
Likes a bit of chick lit, does he?
So I'm left to understand.
So,
by liars.
So you are maligning him by repeating on air.
He's vastly bigger than me, therefore.
Scurrilous gossip that you've made up on the
therefore
spot.
I am doomed.
That would not appear to have been the real team car moving. Where do we think he lobbed it towards the scenery?
He has just cleared the timing sector.
Okay. In that case, he may not be going quite as far as previously hoped. Oh no, he's no longer shown a stop. So it's when he gets the next timing beacon and he moves that actually the stoppage has been removed. So he is still going.
Dries van Toor, meanwhile, on a quick one. Fastest first sector for that car. Running along in 6th position. Obviously now ahead of the stricken 79 car.
As we ride on board with Kamui Kobayashi, our race leader. Paul Di Resta has left the pits in the 23 United Autosports car that was delayed earlier on. That car is now 8th in LMP2, 13th overall. Also on an outlap, Roberto Gonzalez, in the 38 Motorsport car. That led and was severely delayed early on. Not least when Abdosen threw it into gravel at turn 1, most unfortunately. Also leaving the pits, Michael Christensen remains at the wheel of the 92 Porsche, which is currently in 4th position in class. Ben Barnicoat is in the pits for Inception. That car loses a spot on the track as Miro Konopka goes by in his LMP2 car, but the Inception car remains in the top 6 in GTE AM. Raffaele Giammaria in the Iron Lynx car has just left the pits, and so too has Ollie Hancock, who took over the TF Sport 95 Aston Martin. That now drops back behind D Station. That Aston Martin also run by Tom Ferrier's TF Sport crew. And Tomonobu Fuji still in that car. Fuji-san's been in there a while.
Yeah.
He has been in there a while. Rahel Frey back at the wheel of the 85 Iron Dames Ferrari. She's just left the pit lane. That car is 14th now after what would appear to have been 2 punctures for the car and 2 very long, very slow laps to drag it back into the pits.
Tony Fuji's he's halfway through a first stint in this spell. He did have a triple stint earlier, followed by a triple stint with, in fact, more than a triple stint. It was 3 full stints and a 2-lap spell from Andrew Watson.
Okay.
And then Tomonobu Fuji got in just 8 laps ago. And it's going very rapidly.
So do you think they're keeping Satoshi Hoshino
for the morning
in daylight?
Yes, I'm sure that's right. So Satoshi, meanwhile, so a quick look. So I think he's done double.
So Fuji-san is having another long run in the car. And actually, in weather like this, you can't blame them, can you? Why would you not want to be racing in weather like this?
So Satoshi Hoshino has done 2 full stints. Slightly more than 2 full stints.
Okay.
So he's about a third of the way through what he needs to do by the end of this race. So it's going to be very Sunday morning heavy.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of Sunday, isn't there?
Oh, there is.
Even after daylight, even in August rather than in June, there is still a lot of
Sunday. Even though we're 3
Sunday.
hours into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 47 minutes, by the way, from halfway in this race.
And that will take us to 4 a.m. and we see glimmers of light approaching 6, I would think. Whereas now, we'd be sort of 45 minutes away from glimmers of light. Midsummer starting to get light at 4 a.m.
Felipe Nasser, by the way, is rocketing around. 3:32.805 for the Risi Competizione driver, and he's looking to do what he can to close down the Real Team Racing car ahead. 67 seconds is the gap, but it's closing very quickly.
And he's probably enjoying the wee small hours of the morning after his birthday as much as he ever has. Felipe Nasr, fastest first sector of the race, off the back of fastest race lap for that car last time around. So he really is enjoying himself. Fastest first sector of the race for Vincent Capilliere in the Graf Racing entry last time round. Fastest first sector of the race for Dylan Pereira. What is it about sector 1 that is suddenly electrifyingly quick? Because everybody is pinging in sector 1 and then pretty decent sector 2 and sector 3, but it's sector 1 that is getting lit up on lap after lap.
They can't see how scary it is at night. That's what it is.
I'll tell you what, maybe it's just cleaning up nicely. Let's ride on board with Romain Dumas and hear what he's got to say to the team.
Romain, it will be box in this lap for fuel, box in this lap for fuel.
Box in this lap for fuel.
It's been a long race for them, hasn't it? They've been steadily there, 11th, 10th, 9th, 10th. They've not got the pace in that car to challenge.
Well, they haven't got the pace in any of the hypercars to come back from 10th to the top 3.
But they particularly have been
don't have.
off the pace.
No, right.
Leader in the pits, by the way, the number 7 car. And that is on schedule.
They're doing 3:33s. The leaders are doing 3:25s. Yeah. Or no, 3:32. Actually, that's not that far off.
No, at the moment it's not. But they just don't appear to have the punch.
So, second place, Sebastian Buemi has just done a 3-minute 32.5 in a hypercar. Felipe Nasr has just done a 3-minute 32.8 in his LMP2 car. 3/10 off the current lap of Sebastian Buemi. Right, that's not Buemi's fastest lap. That's not that car's fastest lap. That's a 3:27.6 compared to a 3:32.5. But crikey O'Reilly, Felipe Nasr, in fact, that's just changed. He's gone quicker again. It was a 3:32.6 before. He's gone quicker again. Felipe Nasr with 2 personal best sectors on that 1 lap.
That is the fastest lap in the race so
stringing
far.
3 together only ever happens on 1 lap, and that's lap 1.
That's the fastest LMP2 lap of the race so far.
That's fantastic stuff from Ricci Competizione.
And by the way, only one of the drivers gone under 3:33. Yifei did a 1:32.921.
Yes. 3:32.921.
Sorry.
No, that's my mistake. You're just making it for me. Romain Dumas is at a standstill in the pit lane. A little bit of a breathe in. Just a chance to gather your thoughts and refocus. Clean of the mirrors. Just checking all the side pods. Yeah, once you start running cars like these, you find out things that cardboard-aided design doesn't teach you, which is where all the gunge ends up. I'm sure there probably is a fluid dynamics model which models where rubber pickup ends up in the car, because you want to make sure it doesn't end up blocking all your radiators. Hello, Audi.
There you go. That's the 709 just being passed on the road by the 36. 20 seconds, by the way, is the gap between the top 2 cars. Kamui Kobayashi from Seb Buemi. Andre Legrau third, with Frank Mayer now aboard the number 708 car and a minute behind.
Yeah, they're on the same lap, and so too on the same lap are both Team WRT cars and United Autosports number 22 and the Panis Racing car that is 4. Oh, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no,
it's not.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. 5th place in LMP2, Tom Blomqvist in the 28 Motorsport car. He's not on the same lap as the Glickenhaus that is 4th overall. So 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. 1 hypercar and the chasing pack of 4 LMP2s are on the same lap. Now, because the lap is so humongous here, 13.6 odd kilometres, then that's a lot of lap to be on, and it wouldn't be the same if we're on a 2.5 mile, 4.5 kilometre Grand Prix circuit, but we're not. And that's
just as a mark of how good a lap that was from Felipe Nasr. That's the fastest LMP2 lap of the race so far. Vincent Capillet, who's not a bad driver in the So 24 Graf car, has done the fastest lap of that car's race, 5 seconds slower.
Yeah. Well, Nasr is currently lapping at a pace that only the 2 Toyotas and the Alpine can beat. That is some lappery.
And will, by the way, take the 15th position because Esteban Garcia's pitted. We get, well, it's been a pretty rare shot of the 69 car.
Is that a slightly shorter run for Garcia? Yeah, we haven't seen much of the Herbert Motorsport car, have we? And
the 11th car in a batch of 10.
That's always a good thing.
Yes.
That is always a good thing. Rolf Eichen stays in, shares with Ralph Bone and Alfred Renauer. Alfred and Robert, the 2 brothers that run the team. Stretch out, rest up where you can. That's not the #1 Richard Mille Racing Team nose. That is the nose of the Ricci Competizione. I nearly said Ferrari. That was almost a pound in the box there, wasn't it? LMP2 car.
Spot on schedule for Esteban Garcia.
Okay, good. All right.
3 11-lap stints from him, and that's mighty stuff at this time of the morning.
Driver change, or is he left? No, he's left. He's
staying in. Quadruple.
He's double-doubling.
Good man.
It's good stuff. And that is good stuff, and it shows actually how nice the cars are to drive. Now it's clear, it's dry, it's not foggy, it's not misty, it's not drizzly. The moon is out. It's about as nice an evening as you can get for a drive through the country at 320 kilometres an hour.
Well, this will take him beyond 4 of the 6 required hours. And
well, how close is he going to be at the end of this to 3-hour maximum? Will he get the 11 laps in?
Let's have a look. That's a very good call.
Because that is the other side of the coin. You're only allowed to do a maximum of 3 hours in a row.
It's about 40, 42 minutes, isn't it, per stint?
Okay.
So 4 times 40 is 160.
We need a bit of Bad Moon Rising by Creedence Clearwater Revival.
20 minutes, he should be something like 20 minutes short of the maximum with a quadruple stint.
Right. So he definitely can't quint.
No, he can't do 5 full stints.
He will be well deserving of his rest when he gets out of the car. That's a proper.
And by the way, still in second position
stint
in the Class E competes in, which is Pro-Am, and with, of course, Norman Nato and Loic Duval to play with here.
Yep.
More quick laps coming. It's 3:33.801 from Franco Colapinto. And he's got 20 seconds to find on Ricky Taylor ahead and was 6 seconds quicker on that lap. Also a fastest lap of the another fastest lap of the race for Vincent Capillet.
Second consecutive lap, he's gone quicker.
Yep. And he's 3 seconds slower than Colapinto, but a 3:36.801. Nicholas Nielsen, by the way, put in the fastest lap of his race, or their race, in the 83 AF Corsa car.
That's not him. That's the car that's chasing. That's Dylan Pereira.
No, that was 2 laps ago.
Oh, 2 laps ago.
Dylan Pereira's just responded to that with a 3:50.661. 62 seconds is the gap, but they're on completely different fuel strategies.
Not completely different. They're only about a lap or 2 apart, aren't they? Nick Nielsen stopped, and I think then Dylan Pereira had the lead for a lap before he pitted.
Dylan Pereira is 8 laps into what should be a 14 or 15 lap stint, and Nicholas Nielsen in the 83 is 9 laps. So you're absolutely spot on.
So it was a lap, because Dylan Pereira popped back up to the top, and then he led on his in lap.
It's another fastest lap of the race from Felipe Nasr, a 3:32.309.
So who actually swapped the car out for a hypercar? 3:32. You know, that's again. He's actually that was quicker than Negrão in the Alpine.
Yes,
on the last lap. Last lap for Negrão, a 3:32.45, 3:32.31 for Nasser. He's lapping quicker than the third place car overall, which is a hypercar.
Yeah, and he is.
And he's lapping nearly 3 seconds quicker than Frank Mayer in the Glickenhaus in 4th place. That's big, big, big stuff from Felipe Nasser. What a good run he is having.
If you judge it by best 10 laps average at the moment, quickest driver in P2 is still Tom Blomqvist. His best 10 laps average is a 3:33.889.
Oh, that's quick.
That is very quick. Bear with me a second.
Nasser's going to knock that into a cocked hat if he keeps on at this rate, though.
Yifei is a 3:33.972, and Felipe Nasser is indeed closing on that. He's still in the 3:34s for those top 10 laps.
Yeah.
But that gap is coming down very rapidly and will continue to do so if he continues this kind of pace.
He's just hitting home run after home run. He is just knocking in the fastest lap after lap after lap. Of course, the fuel load is burning off. Yes, the tyres are wearing a little bit, but on this track, there's much less to and fro, give and take driving. This is all about just leaning on the car and getting the most out of tyres. And again,
it's a middle sector that's gone blue again, so it's another quick sector for him. 3:32.309. In terms of best in class for those laps, that is 0.6 quicker than any P2 car has gone before. He is still the one of only 2 drivers that has done sub 3:33, but he's now done it 3 times. And that, by the way, for comparison, is quicker than the fastest laps in the hypercar class that have been done by Romain Dumas, Pipo Derani, Richard Westbrook, or Mathieu Vazevier. So 3 of the Glickenhaus drivers across both cars, and 1 of the drivers in the Alpine.
Yep. Just seen that stop there for Vincent Capilliere. So he was right at the end of his stint.
Colapinto continues to improve as well. He's closing in on René Binder.
What's the plan, Stan, at Corvette Racing?
Who is, by the way, very close to Ricky Taylor.
Ricky Taylor and Jordan Taylor, both on track together.
Absolutely.
Not in the same car, not even racing in the same team. Jordan in a 63 car. I think that maybe we were looking at Antonio Garcia starting to think about getting himself ready to go back out in the car. Ricky Taylor is a little further up the road, 20th place overall for high class. And
that's Franco Colapinto on screen right now, chasing hard. He's got 14.5 seconds to find to get onto terms with the Duquesne number 30 car of René Binder. That little battle between those 3, between the 20 high-class racing car, the Duquesne 30 car, and the 26, the surviving G-Drive racing car with Franco Colapinto, that's brewing up nicely. It's another 3:33 from Felipe Nasser. The Brazilian is becoming a hot property in this marketplace that's growing.
He's definitely posting himself right up on the notice board, isn't he? And actually that little battle, René Binder chasing Ricky Taylor, less than 2 seconds between them. Next closest battle on track, Yifei is now a sniff over 10 seconds behind the LMP2 leader, his teammate Charles Milesi. We've seen a lot of time in this race where 31 and 41 have been nose to tail, and there's not often been much more than a few seconds between them.
Just over half an hour to the halfway point in the 2021 24 Hours of Le Mans. And, well, lots and lots of drama, an awful lot of it on the very first laps, Martin Haven, and lots more when the rain came.
And now we're seeing a different kind of drama, aren't we? Now this is the long haul. This is where big stints in the night end up really being rewarded. Felipe Nasser, for the first time, comes across the line without a personal best lap in a sequence of what, like 5 or 6 or 7 in a row?
3 or 4, I think. It is a race, Martin. This is the time of night where reputations are forged. We've seen Tom Christensen do it. We've seen JJ Leto do it.
Yeah.
Whether it's rainy or not, the closing speed there, by the way, between the P2 car and the Toyota, bordering on the terrifying. But it is where races can be won. It's where gaps can be hammered away at. And just get under the skin of the competitor ahead, perhaps. It tends to be those chasing drives rather than driving away at the front, though.
Ricky Taylor in the high-class racing entry, number 20, now creeping away a little from Rennie Binder. Binder had the gap down to under 2 seconds, is now out to 4.2, but that could so easily be traffic. If you get the car in the wrong place in front of you, it holds you up. If you get through cleanly and your rival doesn't, it can hold them up, and suddenly gaps elongate, they contract, and now we're looking at a 12-second margin. Ricky Taylor,
right.
Rennie Binder, and the fast approaching Franco Colapinto. So that's going to turn even more juicy very, very soon.
Yeah, the American driver has responded to the pressure behind. He's clearly getting information about what's going on behind him. You'll be able to see the lights of Rennie Binder somewhere in the distance, not that far a distance, but Binder too. On the straighter section of this track, we'll certainly be able to see Franco Colapinto. That is the developing battle for sure. Dylan Pereira, yep, fastest third sector for that car.
I was looking at his lap time compared to Nick Nielsen, who's leading in the AF Corsa Ferrari. They're 63 seconds apart now. Dylan Pereira with the fastest final sector, but where Nick Nielsen was clocking 300.5 kilometers an hour, 294, nearly 10 Ks down on the last lap, Dylan Pereira. So there's an indication that he's hit traffic at just the wrong place.
Absolutely.
And somebody has taken nearly 10 kilometers an hour out of his top speed.
2 laps ago, we talked about that best 10-lap average, and that Felipe Nasr was third in that order behind Tom Blomqvist, and Yifei is now first. And Yifei is second. So both those men are pushing and pushing hard. Yifei, by the way, is 8.5 seconds back from teammate Charles Malaysia, 3 seconds quicker last time around. That gap is coming down again.
He's just carving into it, isn't he?
Phil Hansen is closing on Malaysia, but not on Yifei. That gap under 2, I would say, 1 minute and 18 seconds.
So Team WRT 1-2 in LMP 2, and Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2 in Hypercar. What's the second place Toyota doing?
We are very close to the street compared to the Delta. Copy, full check. Okay, so data shows top speeds equal across cars. Top speeds equal across cars.
Well, let's see how equal they are. Last lap, the Alpine in third, top speed, 324.9. The Klickenhaus in fourth, 324.9. Sebastian Buemi, 324.9. But Kamui Kobayashi, 317.2.
That's going to be traffic.
That will be traffic.
I mean, that's too big a gap. But that's certainly down from what we saw in qualifying. It was something like 331, if I remember right, across all 3 cars, and they were identical again. So that's really interesting at this stage of the race.
But the LMP2 cars are all mid-teens.
Yes.
314, 37, lots of 317.2s. I mean, that's your kind of at maximum top speed for Orica. Let's hear what 36 team have got to say.
3 laps to go. 3 laps to go. Still okay for the next one. No pressure at all. Master is ready. As you want. Now, okay for one more. One more. Let's go.
He's already done 4. Let's go. All right for one more. Now, the question is he even going to bother taking tyres? I mean, he sounds like he is really having a little drive in the country. I mean, he's wringing the neck of this thing. But when you're in the sweet spot, when the car is working, when the tyres are working, when you're in the rhythm, nothing makes you want to get out of the car, and he will go until the end of his driving time.
Yeah, it's this is Andre de Grau, isn't it? He's done a 7-lap stint, a 12-lap stint, and a 10. This would be a quadruple for Andre de Grau.
Okay.
So
he's already waved away tyres on the last 2 stops, so he will wave them away this time. He's not going to do a single stint and then hand them over to somebody else.
Two sorts of hero stints, aren't there? The ones where it's punishing in terms of the pace, and the ones where you just go and go and go.
Fly
and
like
go
an
some
eagle.
more.
Yeah.
Driver change in the 72 Hub Auto racing car.
Felipe Nasser in the pits.
And that's a switch, by the way, for position now, with Nick Tandy having passed the Hub Auto car and pulling it away.
So Dries van Tor now takes over. Was it Alvaro Parent who was in it just now? It wasn't, was it? Who's just handed it over? It wasn't. Who's their third driver? It escapes me.
Dries van Tor, Alvaro Parent, and it's too late for this, isn't it, at night?
Yeah, don't do guesswork. Hang on, 72. Maxime Martin.
It is indeed Maxime.
Maybe it was Alvaro Parent then.
So 72 car on pit lane.
Yes.
And that car sequence, Dries van Tor has done a triple. Maxime Martin before it should be Alvaro Parent.
Yeah. A wash and a splash. Felipe Nasser stays in. Of course he does. He's having the time of his life.
Absolutely. 15th position for the number 82 car. A stellar stint there as well.
Yep. 15th overall, 5 hypercars, and he is 10th in LMP2.
That was a very slow inlet, by the way, for the Hub Auto car. That's too slow for there not to be a problem. In fact, 4 minutes and 48 seconds to come in against typically something like a 350.
Yeah, but that includes half the pit stop time, doesn't it? Because that's coming into, well, some of it. Louis Delatraz watching from WRT. He's awake and will be next in the car. Quick check of the tyres for Miro Konopka.
No, that's Kubish Moski.
Oh, Kubish Moski. Did I not see Konopka coming in as well?
No, I think
that's me with the other yellow car again, isn't it?
Don't worry. So it's the Polish driver in, and I believe he's stayed in and out again. High-class racing. Yeah, Magnussen is on pit lane as well.
Yeah. Nasser stayed in. He's come and gone.
Yifei, a fastest middle sector.
Tomonobu Fuji stays in the D station car. He's come and gone. Dempsey Proton, Julian Andlauer stays in the 88. He's come and gone as well.
4th place, Glickenhaus, Frank Mayer. He's on pit lane now too. The gap, by the way, between the two WRT cars down to 6.3 seconds.
Sam Bird in the Ferrari in 3rd place in the pits, but he had closed Jordan Taylor down to just a fraction of a second.
The WRT cars, by the way, coming to the end of their stints. So they will go by the Glickenhaus here.
And then lose that 3rd place over 4th place overall in the pit lane. As they
pick up out of the front wheel arches of the Glickenhaus, 708. So where it was that brought the car in. And Frank has been at the wheel for just a single stint. So we'll continue on to a double. Looking gloriously filthy, that car.
Yes.
Also on pit lane, the 52 AF Corsa car from Sam Bird running 3rd.
There he is.
Came in, there you go, 3 lights on the side. 1, 2, 3 for 3rd in GT Pro. Charles Malaysia now posts his fastest lap of the race, 3:34. 3.86 to try to fend off the rapidly closing Yifei. Yifei and Felipe Nasser, the pacemen at this stage of the race in LMP2.
Ricky Taylor in the high-class racing entry that's 3rd in Pro-Am. He's chasing down Esteban Garcia for Real Team. 45 seconds between them. But Ricky Taylor on a fastest lap of the race for that car.
31 seconds between
them. 31 seconds between them, I beg your pardon.
10 seconds quicker last time through for Ricky Taylor. 3:37 played a 3:47.
Nicky Katzberg getting ready to go. He'll jump into 63.
So Romeo does indeed fall behind both the WRT cars. Gets back to track though, ahead of the 7th place United Autosports car. And Phil Hansen pulling away from James Allen, by the way, the car next in the order. Now on pit lane comes the Alpine. Andre Negrão should be in and out before the WRT cars catch up.
As you look at the GTE Pro class, the 79 WeatherTech car still in the pit lane. A major rebuild going on. At least we think a major rebuild is going on. We haven't seen in the garage for quite some while. They were attacking the front and rear of the car after Cooper M'Neill's crash in the Ford chicane.
Long-time pit stopper as well, the 46 Project One car. Not mentioned that one. We didn't see a problem for that car, but that car appears to have been on pit lane for quite some time.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can find with that one, Martin.
That car was in the wars in free practice, wasn't it? Had a big crash on Wednesday. 46.
It did indeed.
No dramas there, however. Away goes Andre Negrão. 63 Corvette peels into the pit lane. And this will be a job done for Jordan Taylor. He will jump out and hand over to Nicky Katzberg. Or at least there is the potential there to jump out and hand over to Nicky Katzberg. As the Dutchman is awaiting. Must be the first Dutchman to race for Corvette Racing. Ooh. Got to be. Got to be. Graham's getting a Googling now.
I've just got an inkling.
Have you?
Yes.
Dear, oh dear.
It's like a big ink, but
Would you like something for that?
Yes.
Nicky Katzberg takes over from Jordan Taylor. That is the bespectacled Jordan in the inset. And the tilt and reach steering column drops back down into place. And it's the butterfly rather than the wheel that is ahead of Nicky Katzberg. He just readjusts the column in the position he wants. Neither of the Taylor brothers are short, but I think Nicky is a little taller maybe than Jordan, or just prefers the steering wheel in a different position. Again, the two-man choreography. Here we go, same deal with the Team WRT car of Yifei. Charles Malaysi stays out. He has gone ahead of Frontmeyer in the 708 Glickenhaus. Yifei comes in a lap before the second-placed LMP2 car. He stays in, washing a brush up, tear off, peeled off the windscreen, tank full of fuel. You can do those things while you're fueling because they are safety related. Cleaning screen, cleaning lights, those are safety items. You can do those. You cannot do any service work on the car. So no changing of wings or adjusting of dive planes, or definitely no tyres.
So, nationality of previous Corvettes racing in the modern era, factory drivers, British, Monegasque, Australian,
right, okay, so
French,
British Ollie Gav, and Richard
Justin
Westbrook.
Bell.
And who?
Justin Bell.
And Justin Bell.
And Richard Westbrook.
Yep. I'd forgotten Justin.
And Alexander Simmons at the moment.
Oh, yes, currently, yes, absolutely. Next one, Monegasque. Olivier Beretta.
Correct. Australian.
Mine's turned to mush.
Brian Briscoe.
Yes, okay, very good.
French. Two drivers.
The Ron fellows. Are you whipped straight past Canadian?
We're not there yet.
All right. What sort of alphabetical order is this?
This is alphabetical order in drivers' names.
Ah, okay. Go on, French.
Frank Crayon and Manu Collard. Manu Collard.
Man.
Swiss.
Oh, this is going to be another third driver, isn't it?
It is a long-time third driver.
No, go on.
Marcel Fessler.
Oh, of course, very good.
Canadian.
Ron Fellows.
Indeed. Let's have a quick look here. just
See,
checking I've not overlooked somebody here.
The ones that raced
Danish.
in ALMS, I remember Jan Magnussen. The ones
Italian.
that raced in IMSA that I haven't seen, I don't remember. Italian stallion in the
By the way, I
Corvette.
forgot the British.
You forgot another British one. I forgot another British one. Okay, no, go on. Who's the Italian?
Max Papis, the other British driver.
I don't even remember Max Papis in the
other
Corvette.
British driver, Andy Pilgrim.
Yes, American domiciled. He was
Yeah,
British.
yeah.
Yes. Very good.
And German. These are previous guys. Third driver.
Oh, man.
Stood down after last year.
No, don't know.
Mike Wockenfeller.
Okay. I honestly could have been here all night long and not half as asleep as I am, and missed half that list. Wholesale pit stops in LMP2. Here's your race leader. Charles Malaysi is in. Yifeye has stopped. Fabio Scherer has stopped from 3rd. James Allen has stopped from 4th. And in 5th place is Tom Blomqvist in the 28 Jota Sport car. Dragon Speed have handed over the number 21 car to Juan Pablo Montoya. He's left the pit lane. Franco Colapinto has been in and out for service in the G-Drive car, number 26, that lies in 14th place. And the lead pair in GTE AM are on pit road on the same lap. So Nick Nielsen has left in front. So have they stretched it a lap, or has Dylan Pereira not been able to complete the same number of laps as the Luxembourger hands over to car guy Ben Keating?
It's not Ben, is it? That's
it is Ben.
In the
it's a Texacan helmet. Oh, it's not. No, that's Felipe Fraga. Well, we just saw Ben Keating in the garage. That is Felipe Fraga in the Red Bull, unless Ben is for some reason using his helmet. I thought we just saw Ben Keating in the garage.
Well.
Okay, so what's the answer?
The one change to your summary on B2, Fabio Scherer has just climbed aboard, but Phil Hansen's just climbed out of that car. Yifeye still within shooting distance of Charles Malaysi.
7.6 seconds, 7.9 seconds. Yep. That's going to be a very fun battle. Okay, so 83 and 33.
Just looking now, and the answer...
Was 33 a lap short or 83 a lap longer?
83 came in after 15 laps. And
so that's standard.
33 came in after 14 laps.
Yes, so they came in a lap shorter. For Y, Keats, for Y. Miro Konopka, there he is. And is that Mate?
It could have been.
Yep. Well, let's see. Is Ollie Webb in the car? No, Mate is in the car.
So that wasn't Mate.
It wasn't Mate Konopka.
And it certainly wasn't Ollie Webb. There's a Giro Racing car.
Did have the model looks.
Had delays earlier in the race. Michaela, the team manager.
Ollie Webb missing out on his regular drive in Pure ETCR, which is a clash this weekend. They're at the Hungaro Ring, along with WTCR. So Ollie Webb would normally have been there, but couldn't be. Having a lot of fun in his electric Giulia E-Racer.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, they are fun. 1,800 kilos, but 500 kilowatts. How many you say? That's 670 old-fashioned brake horsepower in a rear-wheel drive touring car on treaded tyres that weighs 1.8. Yeah, hypercar power on treaded tyres in a 1.8 ton car.
Wow.
And they bang doors. I tell you what, it's a challenge. I don't think anybody gets out going, yeah, that was easy. Charles Milesi leading for WRT in LMP2. It's a 1-2 for WRT ahead of United Autosports. Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2 overall ahead of Alpine and Glickenhaus.
And Milesi's still being closed down, by the way, by Yifei.
Gaps down from 9 to 6.3.
Is this the stint where that change happens?
It's got to be.
It looks that way.
This isn't the lap, but this is definitely the stint. Bear in mind, they've only just gone out, both of them. It is the out lap for Milesi, and Yifei went out just 1 lap before him. So there's that tiny overlap. Nick Nielsen and Felipe Fraga leave the pits 62 seconds apart. And that 1 lap shorter stint from TF Sport, I don't know why that would be. Can't explain that, and unless we got Tom Ferrier on the blower, not sure how we would end up with that. Let's hear from the number 8 Toyota team.
Okay, 7 Fox 4, driver change. Ok, gap 27, full pace now.
See, sometimes there are radio messages that you don't quite understand the meaning of. Full pace now. Yeah, stop nonsing around and get on with it. But you assume that because it's his in-lap, there is a certain amount of engine mapping that can be changed, maybe because they know that he's not going to be on a wing and a prayer on fuel to get to the end. Because don't forget, unlike in LMP1, they don't have that ceiling of power per lap that they can consume, do they, in hypercar?
They have an energy allocation,
but it's not on a lap-by-lap basis where you have to give it back and all of that stuff.
It's not
that we had before.
No. I'd have to do, you know what, I'm that tired now.
Isn't it basically a total power output for the car from all the combined
the way it works is
sources?
If you assume 650 horsepower, so what it means effectively, and governed, by the way, by the torque sensors on the cars, what it means effectively is that the Alpine and the Glickenhaus produce that power all the time from their engine. With the Toyotas, they can deploy the power through the front axle, but the torque sensors will restrict, therefore, the engine outputs through the rear axle. So it will only, at any given time, be producing the maximum it possibly can by regulation.
So it's a total power output, and you can slice it however way you like it.
The advantage, of course, is that you've got a more efficient powertrain and go further.
So you can have it all with a big grunty, normally aspirated V8, or generate it by chickens on treadmills. However you want to generate it, it is a maximum.
Quickest lap of the race, by the way, for the 63 Corvette takes 4 seconds and change out of Sam Bird in second. That gap under 4.5 seconds now. So Nicky Katzberg is on a charge.
And of course, fresher tyres, whereas when Sam Bird was catching Jordan Taylor, he was on fresher tyres and Jordan just had no answer and had to let him go. So that pendulum swings back as the GT cars save tyres. And you're right, absolutely, about all of that brake dust, and so much coming off the rear brakes compared to the front. So because the rears are doing less regen work, more regen work.
Is that one to watch as we get deeper into this race?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. That would be...
Well, bear in mind, this is the first time they have raced at Le Mans with this car. Are there some unknowns to come?
Well, in 7 minutes, we will be at the midway stage. And we will have to wait and see what the second half of this race brings. Hopefully, it'll bring less of the insanity that we saw in the first half, but that's by no means guaranteed. The LMP2 leader, by the way, they're just dive-bombing Brendan Hartley to go through. That is the WRT car of Charles Milesi in front of him. And the various, because of the differently funded way of producing the power, the Toyota not yet quite fully up to speed.
No, 5.2 seconds down the LMP2 gap. So FAA continues to close and closes again in the first sector by a further 0.6 of a second, so under 5 seconds as they go into long sector 2, which includes, of course, all of the Nordier and down to just beyond Mulsanne corner.
Yep.
So it's
tired eyes at Toyota Gazoo Racing. There's a lot of tired eyes around.
Certainly are.
Yeah, we're only halfway through. We've barely broken the skin off it. Kamui Kobayashi leads from Brendan Hartley, who's just taken over the number 8 car in the pits from his teammate Sebastian Buemi. Trying to figure out which end of that is the head end. I'm not quite sure. However, there were very few indications other than that was just a body asleep somewhere.
Absolutely.
Very uncomfortable.
Less like a kind of campsite, more like a crime scene.
I have slept in very similar manners in my early years.
Yes, absolutely. Fourth and on pit lane.
Yep.
In the 54 car, just drops back behind the chasing pair of GT Pro cars, both delayed. The 64 car, Nick Tandy, over 2 minutes ahead of Alvaro Brent in the number 72 car, the pole-setting Laborto racing car.
And I think on this lap, Tandy's going to actually pick up a spot on track. He'll move from 32nd to 31st ahead of Rino Mastronardi, one of the regular Iron Lynx drivers, who is in 31st place in car number 80.
Just a quick review while we watch some of these battles still developing of who we believe is out the race. Two we can confirm on timing.
Okay, hang on a minute.
Two we can confirm on timing are the number 1, Richard Beale Racing Team. That was after that hit on Sapphire Fleur.
Stand by. Whoa.
Oh, sorry, you've got the marker of doom.
I have the marker of doom, but we're also playing along at home with 24-hour of Le Mans Spotter's Guide.
Bingo.
Yeah, magic marker, Connect 4.
Absolutely. So the number 1 car out of the race after the hit from the 74 car on the 1. That after Franco Colapinto and the number 1 came together. And that is because both damage to the car and the medical lights on after the hit. So that car out of the race. Team Project 1, the number 56 car, Gidio Perfetti at the wheel when that car went off the road.
Hang on, wait. We've also not started in the right place, because not starting the race, car number 17 from IDEX Sport that was crashed heavily on Thursday. 98 was our second official retirement, wasn't it? Let's hear from the 63 Corvette team.
Pace is good, Knight Rider. Pace is good. 3 seconds to third.
Did you say Knight Rider?
It sounded that way.
Negative Knight Rider, the pattern is full. What is this? Is this Days of... not Days of Thunder, what was the
Top Gun.
Top Gun 3 stars Nicky Katzberg.
You get the sensible man that is Ollie Gavin leaves the team and it all goes to wreck and ruin. 2.1 seconds, 1.6 seconds now, in fact.
Nicky
Katzberg is catching Sam Bird hand over fist here.
Nicky Katzberg, the Knight Rider. I am liking that. That's
there
fantastic.
You go. We'll keep an eye on that one when we just go to Team Project 1, the 56 car, Gidio Perfetti, after going off the road there. 98, all the rest of them not official retirements, but we know are not going to go any further. The 98 car, Marcus Gomez, out of the race after a heavy shunt by himself. We think possibly as a result of puncture at Indianapolis. So the 98 is gone. 99, garage doors down for the Multimatic assisted, the orange Proton competition car. That car is gone. The 32 car, Manuel Maldonado, lost control up at Dunlop, harpooned the sister 23 car. That car has moved no further. Chettilar Racing, the 47, one of a gaggle of Ferraris that hit trouble at broadly the same kind of time in the race. The 47 car with Roberto Lacorte into the barriers and out of the race.
Contact with...
No, it was all on his own.
No.
There was side to side. It was
contact with somebody, and then he went
I think
was that
it
66 or the Inception car?
No, it was there was a prototype involved in it, and I think he was just effectively pushed a little bit wide. Don't think there was contact I may be wrong, I'm misremembering. 25 is next. It's the Pro-Am G-Drive racing car, Rui Andrade losing control through turn 1. Heavy impact with the barriers as the 91 car comes in from 5th in GT Pro. Ricard Leitz aboard that car. Still watching what's going on with these developing battles, but the 25 car, Rui Andrade, into the barriers and out of the race in the 25 Auris 01.
Fred Macco taking over from Richard Leitz.
Indeed. 55 car, we know nothing other than Matt Griffin just stopping just after Tete Rouge, drivers left. That car recovered and has gone no further. So the Spirit of Race car, very sadly, out the race for the Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin, David Perel efforts. JMW Motorsports involved in a clash with the 29 car, got back to the pits. Repairs were affected, then just ground to a halt before it really cleared pit lane, and that would have been recovered to Parc Fermé, and we believe that car, which led the pits for the last time in the hands of Rodrigo Salas, the ARC car, is done. The 57 car, Kessel Racing, Mikkel Jensen stopping with smoke emitting from very hot brakes, we think, but it looks to me like it dropped a lot of fluid as well. We had a long time yellow slow zone while we had to clear up to the 57 Kessel Racing with car guy. That car is done too. Two that we don't yet know about, the 46 car, we know nothing about why that car is in the garage, but it is, and has been for some little time now. Robbie Foley bringing that 46 car in some time ago. The one we most certainly know about happened right in front of us here, and that was a big hit from the WeatherTech racing car, hands of Cooper McNeil, damage front and rear to the car. Cooper will have had to go down to the medical centre because the medical lights were on when that car managed to struggle back to the pit garage. Those two cars in trouble. We don't have confirmation of cause or effect for the 46. We know what the cause was. We don't yet know what the full effect was of the 79 car, but those two cars in big trouble, the 79 and the 46. That means, relatively speaking, untroubled running at the moment, or rather still out there and punching for the 49 remaining cars, with 2 or 3 of them on pit lane at the moment, but we don't think in anything like terminal trouble.
We might, yes, we might still have 51 cars in the race, definitely do have 49, and we are now in part 2. There is no intermission, certainly not for Sam Bird, having overhauled Jordan Taylor in the 63 Corvette. He is now finding the boot firmly on the other foot, and Knight rider Nicky Katzberg, whether we heard that radio message correctly or not, he is now Knight rider Nicky Katzberg. And he's
looking set to get past Sam Bird in reasonably quick order. He's caught him quickly. Well, we're watching this, by the way. Yifei 3 seconds back from Charles Malaysia for the lead in LMP2. That's the other big battle underway at the moment. Franco Colapinto has passed Vincent Capillaire and is closing in now on Ricky Taylor.
9 seconds back on Ricky Taylor, who is 34 behind Esteban Garcia in the Real Team racing car, and Garcia is in the pits. Headlights are flashing for Nicky Katzberg, all over the back of Sam Bird, and the Ferrari running at the end of its tyre life, whereas Katzberg has fresh rubber on recently into the car only 2 or 3 laps ago.
And I'm being told via the WC Discord group, keeping me entertained in these wee small hours, that the 46 is a confirmed retirement.
Oh.
Social media is confirming that.
Okay, which means, no, that's only 2 vertical, but it means that Team Project One are all gone. Both their cars are gone, 46 and 56. I now have a Connect 4 block of 4, 46, 47, and then below them 56, 57. But I don't have a line of 4, and those are the rules of Connect 4. Magic marker, of a marker of doom Connect 4. So, battle for second place has changed hands while we were faffing about.
Absolutely.
Nicky Katzberg did get by Sam Bird.
Cracking stint here from Nicky Katzberg. Caught and passed the Ferrari. And he is 1 minute and 48 seconds back now from the leader, less the pit stop that's now underway from Alessandro Pierguidi.
Ooh, interesting. So how far will Pierguidi come back out in front? It'll be about a minute and a quarter in front, I suppose. And here's how it happened. Ride on board with Nicky Katzberg. Sam Bird at the end of a double stint on these tyres. He's coming to the end of their tyre life.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Beautifully done.
Sailed up the inside. Birdie didn't bother trying to close the door. He just made it hard for him to get into a position to make the move. But once he was sailing alongside, I think Sam knew that the game was up. Just waited for Nicky to outbrake himself. Nicky did not. And as a result, he's up to second. Sam Bird down to third. And as you say, race leader in GT Pro, Alessandro Pierguidi. Well, he's been in the car since Wednesday, hasn't he, Alessandro? I wonder if we...
At least Wednesday.
Have we seen... Yes, we have. Com Ledegar has taken, I was going to say, probably ought to be the end of his stint. How many did he do? Have a quick squiz. No. Com Ledegar's just taken over. How many in 51 did...
Three.
Three okay.
Full 15-lap stints from Alessandro Pierguidi, following a double from James Collado, a double from Com Ledegar, and then doubles from Pierguidi and Collado.
So now we're in the middle of the night. It'll be a triple, probably 3 triples in a row, I would think, and that will take us into daylight. Very firmly into daylight.
Indeed.
Com Ledegar will probably take us into daylight if he's triple stinting, because he's only just got into the car, and that'll be 2 hours and a bit. 63 Corvette, closing a little on the leader. Let's listen to the team.
Like the rear tires are degrading pretty fast. Copy that. Just trying to look out from.
Oh, that's not really what you want to hear. He's how few laps into his first stint on those tyres, and he's already saying they're starting to
sorry.
He said the rear tyres are starting to degrade, actually. So the 63 car is how many laps in? 2, 3? That's not good. I mean, that's really not good. And again, as we heard from Ollie Gavin before, they only have 1 slick tyre compound for Corvette, and it's not soft enough.
We'll confirm, by the way, having seen the Project One Motorsports Twitter post, that the 46 is out the race, suspension damage for that car after a fight back. So very sad, but that is done.
No news or sign of WeatherTech Racing yet. Our GTE Pro Battle AF Corsa lead by 26 seconds from 63, the Corvette racing car that's just gone by. Sam Bird, Nicky Katzberg in second, Sam Bird in third. And a pit stop for the 92 Porsche team. Drops it behind, no, doesn't drop it behind 91. Actually, Neil Jarni comes out a couple of minutes in front of Fred Macco. And then our GTE AM leaders. Still AF Corsa's Ferrari 83, Nick Nielsen ahead of Felipe Fraga 33. They're on the same lap, but they are 71 seconds apart. So Nielsen is growing that gap very slightly. And the Iron Lynx car, Rino Mastronardi, the one that stands between me and a Connect 4 win, is still running.
Yifei within a second now of the LMP2 lead. So Charles Malaysia under real pressure, but under pressure from his teammates. And they are still, what was that, 1 minute and 48 seconds clear of Fabio Scherer.
And don't forget, they are stopping on the same lap as well, so the fuel strategy remains identical, the tyre strategy remains identical. Is this them? This is them. That's first and second.
Before we get into that, though, Martin, Fabio Scherer is hauling as well. He's in the 334s. Impressive pace as well from United Autosportsman in third. Now, is this the point at which there's going to be a call to say, Charles, Yifei is quicker than you?
Yep.
It's actually Ye, isn't it? Ye in Chinese is his first name.
Yeah, Yifei, yeah. No part of his name is that was an affirmative noise. There is the crackle on the overrun. Just a little bit too much curb in the middle means too much curb on the exit. Ifeye just desperate to really close and just carried a fraction too much speed into that chicane.
Confirming too, sadly, the retirement of the 79 WeatherTech Porsche, that's gone.
Okay, that, I think we sort of felt that was always coming, didn't we?
We did, that was a big hit.
Yeah, that's a real shame for them. That car had plenty of potential. That one is out as well. 2
wins this season so far in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for that car, including the Sebring 12 Hours, but it will go no further tonight, or indeed tomorrow. The 79 car out of the 2021 24 Hours of Le Mans.
So halfway through the race, our 61 starters are down now to 49 continuing. So 12 have fallen by the wayside.
Well, after a flurry
and if you watched the first 5 minutes, you'd have been amazed that it took us this long to get... Well, that's only 1 hour. We thought we were going to lose about 1 a lap. 1 a minute, probably, in the first few minutes of the race.
So a flurry of retirements from Ferraris. We now get a couple of Porsches to add to 2 more that had gone earlier in the race. So 1 of the 3 Aston Martins that started has gone. And we now lose, what is that, 3rd and a 4th Porsche. And 4 Ferraris gone too.
Yep. It's a big class.
That, by the way, is the first retirement from GT Pro in the race.
That's true, it is.
In the garage, though, the 64 car. This is the car that Nick Tandy had been bringing back up the order.
This is the car that had damage away from the grid from the 51 Ferrari.
It did.
They had to change the splitter, and out of the car gets Nick Tandy.
Hands on the car, that's the good news. So they're working on the car. Nick doesn't, that's not a happy gate walking away, is it?
No. It's going to be a long one. If the driver's getting out, it's not going to be a quick one.
Driver changes due at WRT. Ifeye leads now.
Yeah, so there are our new incumbents.
That's Louis Delatraz, one of them, isn't it?
Yep.
Swiss flag on the side of the helmet.
So it's going to be an Austrian-Swiss battle.
30, was it?
Yep.
Yes, indeed. Good stuff.
That could be really entertaining. And, you know, the great thing is the 2 of them clearly get on well.
Oh, yeah.
And they're laughing and joking about it before they get into the cars.
Well,
so
the plan for WRT at the moment coming together beautifully. We did say before this race, it could be a very, very important result for that team or their major competitors out there, whether that's Jota Sport, whether that's United Autosports. It's the rear of the Corvette that is being attended to.
I wonder if there's more floor damage than just the splitter.
Looks to me like they're trying to access the powertrain.
Yeah. Ferdy Habsburg limbering up nicely. Bit of a Valentino Rossi leather stretch going on there. Just getting all those muscles loosened up. Because once you get in the car, you don't get much opportunity to move anything at all. Ferdy Habsburg will take over from Charles Milesi. And that will be the car that lies in 2nd place.
Ifeye is pulling away from Charles Milesi. It's been a fine battle, this, over a couple of stints. So that for 5th overall and the LMP2 lead.
Louis Delatraz will take over from him. And they will be in a couple of laps.
Yeah, it's 8 laps at the moment for 41 in the last lap, and the 31
they stopped together, didn't
7. They? So it's a little early. They're suited and booted. I think there's a couple more laps in this yet.
No, you know, another 4 or 5. I thought they were both on pit road at the same time last time.
No, I think they were a lap apart.
Okay.
I think they were.
Because they have been many times on pit road, nose to tail. And so 41 will stop 2nd, you're saying. 31 was the first to stop last time, right? No, 41 was the first to stop last time. Yifei, because he was originally 1 minute and 20 behind, and then Charles Malesi had his stop, and the gap came right back down again. Is it an Austrian thing? Different coloured boots? Alexander Wirtz.
It might be just, it might well be, but certainly that was his lucky thing.
I don't think Nicky Lauda did that, did he? The different boots thing, didn't that start by accident?
For Alex Wirtz?
Yes, and then he had a big result when he had to use a spare boot because one of them, I don't know, the sole had come off or something. I don't remember. There's something in that. I don't think it was just he fancied different coloured boots. I could be making that all up, and somebody is shouting at their TV at home. But unfortunately, that only works one way. I only get to shout at you.
We'll take a look. The internet will have the answer, as is always the case, of course.
Who's in the tubes? Now look at this onboard racing team Netherlands. Not only do they have a map of the track, which most people will have, they've actually got the corner names on it as well. Normally it'll have numbers.
Mid-race quiz, I should think.
Normally it'll have numbers. You know, as Alan Manish is always very keen to say, oh, racing drivers don't use corner names, they all use numbers. Yeah, nobody says I was flat through turn 3. They all say I was flat through Eau Rouge. And again, the slowest corner on the circuit isn't whatever turn number it is, it's this one here, Arnage. Everybody knows these corners by their names.
Clutch for the 64.
Clutch on the 64. Yeah. On the 64.
Corvette. Nick Tandy's car, which has dropped off the first timing screen now and is tumbling. That means that Project One's final card in the game, the Hub Auto car that they're assisting with, regains the position in class.
Okay.
Tussling prototypes behind one of the factory Ferraris here.
So my answer to the problems of the 64 car, paint it yellow.
Yeah.
Less magnetic, less bad luck sticks to it.
Catsburg, by the way, another quickest lap for that car. 3:49, 3:45. 24 seconds back now from the 51 Ferrari of Com Ledegar.
There's the 63 garage. Or is that Racing now? That was Racing Team Netherlands. Racing Team Netherlands run by TDS. That was their garage, so they're watching the 29 car, Geert van der Gaard. They're currently 4th in Pro-Am. Would love to be on the Pro-Am podium. I would love to win it, obviously, but really, really would like to be on the Pro-Am podium.
Absolutely. Confirming, by the way, that the reason for retirement for the 57, the Kessel Racing car guy, was clutch. Apparently that's been a long-lived problem with that car throughout the race, and it gave up the ghost.
Right. Don't suppose that was JMW's problem, do you? Why Rodrigo Salles couldn't get up the hill?
Let's have a quick look and, by the power of social media, see whether or not there's anything emerged from.
Answers on a postcard becomes answers on a Discord, doesn't it? 34 is in again. This is the Inter-Europol car. And this car currently flying high in 6th position. Jakub Szmakowski is staying in. And it is fuel and a wash and brush up only. He will not take new tyres. Looking pretty good nick there, I have to say. Okay, here's our race leader in... No, he's not a race leader in the MP2 at all, you idiot. It's the 29 car. 49 car, rather, for high class, Jan Magnussen. Just a moment there, I was thinking it was a different red, black and white. And it's high class rather than WRT. Now then, we are starting to get ready.
And this is about right in terms of stint times. It is a lap 10 at the moment of what would normally be 11 in a full green stint for the 31. Therefore, we'll be on lap 9. Might well go a further.
Should go one more than 41. No point in bringing him in a lap shy. Use all the fuel.
Absolutely.
So no tyre change for Kuba-Schmickowski. Those tyres go back in the oven to be maintained at their predetermined temperature. Louis Delatraz hovering with intent. Just having a little listen to make sure he knows exactly what's going on. When the 41 car comes in, his teammate Yifei has brought the car back to the lead of LMP2 and 5th place overall. And with half the race done and half still to go, all 5 hypercars are still running. It's a brand new category, brand new cars. Yes, the Alpine is a well understood car, but when it was a rebellion, it was run by an entirely different team of people. Alpine have run it 3 times, or have raced it 3 times. Now, Graham, the new chassis that has been built as this Alpine.
Yes.
Does it have a bigger fuel tank?
No, it can't.
No,
it's the homologation.
So it's built. What I thought.
Exactly, it's built to exactly the same specifications because that's the way the homologation is, and then it has the same restrictions applied to it.
But because of the length of the lap, Toyota can't do many more laps than it like they would do on a shorter track, because you either do a lap or you run out of fuel, and 13.6 kilometers is a long way away. Toyota do 1 lap per stop more, and as a result they're 3 laps ahead now of the Alpine, which remains in 3rd, and it is a further lap ahead of the 4th placed Glickenhaus.
Under the Dunlop Bridge goes the number 7 car, in the lead by 34.7 seconds. At this point in the broadcast where I say it's 4:20 in the morning, because it is.
Do you do that every year?
I try not to. I try not to be here at 4:20 in the morning. But, in just under 10 minutes, we're going to have the dulcet tones of Darren Turner joining us. He suddenly has realised how glamorous international broadcasting is in a 24-hour race. Indeed. And I can tell you that Darren looks, this time of the morning, fantastic.
Fresh as a daisy. Well,
Mrs. Turner is a lucky, lucky lady.
What do you think she's punching? So if she was still awake at this time of day, she probably would be punchy, I think.
In comes the 41 car.
Here we go.
This is the leader from the lead of LMP2. Fantastic stint from Yifei. Let's have a quick look just what the numbers tell us. 334.9 his stint average on that stint, and that, by the way, for against the 31 car, Charles Milesi, no slouch. It was about 2.5 a lap quicker across the stint from the man that destroyed the field, frankly, last time out.
Louis Delatraz takes over from Yifei. So the Swiss being strapped in, he will have a fresh set of tyres, and this will be the start of a long run for him as well.
Top Gun Nicky Katzberg, Knight Rider, I'm sure we heard that right.
Yeah, definitely.
In the midst of another stellar lap here, as we've got the 36 Alpine on pit lane as well, 22.9 seconds behind Comledegar and catching still, but he's in the midst of what looks set to be another fastest lap of the race for the 63 Corvette. So as one Corvette tumbles down the order with clutch problems.
What Nicky Kasberg on lap 2 or 3 of his stint was saying all the rear tyres are starting to go off. It does look like he's managed that.
Seems to be.
Yeah. Green sector 1, green sector 2, which is a best race lap for the car with any driver in it, not just Nicky Kasberg. Driver change as well from Andre Negrão to Mathieu Vazivière. Didn't realise that Mathieu wore glasses.
A fair number of bespectacled drivers this year.
Well, the only other one that I can think of as a regular specs wearer is Alexander Sims, who's raced on glasses.
I'm now far too tired to remember the others, but I think there's a couple more.
Passenger door open for Fabio Scherer, so he's going to stay in the 22 United car.
Been a sprightly stint from him too. Looking at
and how manyth stint?
Well, he's on this is the end of his first stint. 3:35.6 on this stint for Fabio Scherer. It's kept him in touch here. He does need problems to the cars ahead at this stage. The two Team WRT cars have been pretty metronomic through the into and through the night so far.
I need to catch up with my marker of doomering, I think.
Yeah, 79 and 46, the two you're looking for.
The main one.
They both 46. Look broadly the same in profile.
Yeah. They've got a big black cross through them, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. Two more retirements posted.
It was indeed a quicker lap from Nicky Kasberg. It's a 3:48.690.
How handy that Roman Rusnov has his name so elegantly written across his helmet.
I can recognise him then.
Makes life very easy, doesn't it? Okay, so here's our third place car. Let's hear from Mathieu Vazivière and the team.
Mathieu, check radio. Check radio, check radio. Let's go for triple test.
So Vazivière is a minute up on Frank Mayer, who goes through and will start another stint in the 708. That is onto a third stint for Mayer. And that is, broadly speaking, what we've seen throughout triple stints from each of the Glickenhaus drivers. As far as Vazivière is concerned, it's obviously just getting in the car. And, he was last aboard with 2.5 stints before a triple from Nicolas Lapierre and a triple from Andre Negrão. So the 31 car.
Verdi Habsburg being strapped in. This is the car that comes in as the leader in the class. The Renault leader in the class has already stopped. Louis Delatraz already out of the pits and on his way around for his first lap of his stint.
Quality pit stop there from Team WRT. It's always been one of their strengths through their GT racing adventures.
They're too good not to be good at this as well. And, you know, talent will out in the end, won't it? That quality is there. Oil top-up for D-Station at TF Sport.
That said, the Louis Delatraz stop was somewhat tardy. 136 against a 122, so something didn't go right there.
What's
replay
this?
here? Oh, that's off the road. Is that the Alpine?
No, it's 29. That's Racing Team Netherlands.
It's going to be in the... Oh, just missed the wall.
That's at Indianapolis, isn't it?
Oh, dear me.
No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Porsche curves.
Entry the Porsche curves?
Yeah. Yeah, that's 29. Oh. Somebody's riding their luck, aren't they?
29 car, Guido van der Gaard, trying to push back after woes earlier in the stint. That clash with the 66 car. That's
number of off-track excursions earlier in the rain as well. Yeah. 88 is in for Dempsey Proton.
The Tealmobile.
And, I think Patrick Dempsey probably waiting the re-arrival in the pit lane of best mate Duncan Vincent.
Yep.
That is the last... No, 86, GR Racing is the last running car. Where's 88 gone? I'm now struggling to find it.
88 is a little further up.
Yep, it is. It's top 10.
Indeed, brought that car in, and that's top 10. Oh, 22 car. A quick half rotation there. Yeah. That's going to just take the edge off that push. Fabio Scherer manages to get the car turned back around and will restart.
A bit of wheel spin there to get himself going.
So will not lose third position in class, but that won't help his push. Yellow Marshall post 11, is that for that incident, or is there something else going on? The yellow's still there.
Sure, I think.
Oh no, it's the 388.
Rinaldi Racing.
It's the Rinaldi car. Christian Hook, 11th in class.
He is well buried in the gravel there. Marshall's post 11 is Terre Rouge, isn't it? Or is that the first chicane?
Marshall's post 11 is first chicane.
Yeah. That's had as much action, I think, as almost anywhere else. Not a bad view from the little hospitality unit there, is it, of the first chicane?
No, absolutely. You've got a great view at the front end of a stricken Ferrari.
Yep.
We're just closing in on 4:30, and I have to say the inside of a caravan has never felt more appealing.
I'm going to...
I'll go further. The inside of an empty caravan has never seemed more appealing.
Right, we're going to introduce Darren Turner. I'm going to take a very quick pit stop, and then I'm going to release you.
No problem. Please do. And off the track as well for the 7 car. That's the lead car, is off the circuit. And it's stopped. Slow zone is in place. Trouble for the lead car, Kamui Kobayashi. We saw the car off the track, and then all of a sudden, stationary. Darren Turner, I don't know if you saw more detail than I did with the couple of quick shots we saw.
Just trying to work out whereabouts it is on the circuit.
I think he's back underway. He is back underway, but it's lost. He's lost something like 20 seconds, I think.
Let's see when he comes
now, where is he? 7. He is in the Porsche curves. Let's have a listen to hear what's going on board the 7.
Right, okay. Just front temperature low. Yeah, copy. Can we just move brake balance to the rear?
Moving balance to the rear, and
I wonder if he had a small moment out there and then had to sort of come to a grinding halt, restart and get going again.
So double yellow removed, but he was off the track. Whether or not that was... Let's see again what happens here. You take us through it, Darren.
To Indianapolis. And then, just locking up on the front. And that's why he's talking about the balance and the tyre pressures, etc. on the radio.
Oh, fully locked up, wasn't he?
It looks more dramatic from the outside than it is inside, yeah. So I'm guessing he's going to be in fairly soon for a new set of rubber.
I think you're absolutely right. So we saw the end of that. We didn't see the start of it. So another listen to number 7. Let's go on board with Kamui Kobayashi.
Check the vibration. Yes, it's a slow zone turn 7 active, slow zone turn 7 active.
So again, they're just asking about the vibration.
So that has closed up that battle. Kamui Kobayashi now with Brendan Hartley just 8.7 seconds behind him after running off the road at Indianapolis, the lead car, almost hitting the barrier, Darren, but not quite.
Yeah,
cost him, what, 30 seconds? 25 seconds?
23 seconds, if we're going on a bit of an average of a 3:30, 3:31.
You must come in at 4:30 more often. But it's always drama.
When I left, it was 2:0 to 1-2.
He did well to keep that out of the barriers, didn't he?
Well, there's not much left of those tyres, though, is there? Oh, that was a smoky stop.
Yeah, basically every class lead has stayed the same since I left, and then literally come on there and class 7 is having a bit of a drama.
Yeah, that was quite a lot of a drama as well. Well, we bid goodbye to Graham Goodwin for at least a temporary period. thank you again for keeping me company through the night. Slow zone down here at Marshall's post 6.
That's for 388.
Yes, that's the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, which may be dragged out of the gravel and hopefully will continue. Didn't look like there was damage, it just looked like it was stuck.
Marshall's still running out there, so there's no car there, is it, at the moment? I guess he's maybe he's just going back to pick up.
Well, this is Marshall's post 11, the first chicane. Marshall's post 6, I think, is Tete Rouge, no? Let's hear from the number 7 Toyota. This is Kamui Kobayashi.
How many seconds I lost? 35. So I'm a second now.
No, 9 seconds gap.
9 seconds to... I'm a second now.
No, you're still first. 9 seconds ahead.
Okay, I'm 9 seconds ahead. Still leading.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and in the panic and confusion, where am I? What position is it? The gap is 9 seconds. What, 9 seconds to Brendan? Yes, you are still in front. Well, that's, that's going to help bring his heart rate down by 1 beat per minute.
It's still a positive at that point, isn't it?
It is still a positive. He didn't bin it. It wasn't stuck in the gravel. He didn't hit anything. He will have tyres that feel like he's driving over a cattle grid for the remainder of the stint, because boy, he took some rubber off those getting the car anchored up, but it did stop. Oh, is that the underside of the Toyota? Has he got a chattering splitter? That could be a very major drama. There was something vibrating, it looked like, under the front of the car. When the lights from behind came through, just looked like you could see vibration underneath the car. Let's take a look again. Can't see it.
With a flat spot like that, you'd imagine to get some vibration at this point. But how long has he got? He's got, so he's like 3 laps away from a pit stop. So
he's going to have to stay out. You can't not. It's been shaking his eyeballs out though. So
the team don't look like they're expecting him in at any point.
No.
Any point soon.
No. He's going to have to stay out. And the gap now, 7 seconds, first to second. In the battle for the lead in LMP2, the gap 1.6 down to 1.3 seconds, first to second. So for our nighttime director, which one do you follow? Well, further back, Loic Duval, 2.1 seconds behind Tristan Gomedy. That's for 11th place in LMP2. And there's a 2.5 second gap for second place in GTE Pro as well. So Com Ledegar 25 seconds ahead of Nicky Katzberg, but Katzberg only 2.4 now ahead of a fast catching Sam Bird, who is recovering his composure. So there's 3 very, very close battles on track. And here is the LMP2 version of that, 41 inches ahead of 31. Yifei taking the lead almost on the in-lap at the end of his stint, and Louis Delatraz being caught by Charles Milesi. So Milesi stayed in. We saw Ferdy Hapsburg suited and booted and ready to go and joshing with Louis Delatraz, but Milesi stayed in the car. There was no driver change. Sam Bird at the end of the stint pits, and so that takes the pressure off Nicky Katzberg a little. They are out of sync by a couple of laps, and Bird, I think, will vacate the car. Because Darren, he got by the Corvette early in his stint when he was on fresh tyres, and Jordan Taylor was on older tyres. Then Nicky Katzberg is in his first stint, so with his fresh tyres, he gobbled up Bird really pretty quickly.
It wasn't that many laps ago when Katzberg put in the best lap for that car.
Yep.
Big performance on,
well,
on the tyre.
He was complaining on lap 2 or 3 after he got by Sam Bird that the rear tyre performance was really dropping off, but then it certainly seemed to come back into the sweet spot.
You don't need to be out much with the pressures. Certainly at this time of night, it will make a big difference if you're 0.1 of a bar out.
And it might have been that Corvette were trying to start him off with a slightly lower pressure to try and effectively make the tyre a little bit softer, because they don't have as soft a compound for the tyre as their rivals do in GTE Pro. And as a result, when the temperature drops, they can't take advantage of it as much. The tyre sort of moves a little bit out of its window. So Charles Lacey at the wheel in the number 31 car, piling the pressure on Louis Delatraz. Delatraz has responded, though. Just keeping his nose clean in front. Not much of a gap, is it? Half a second.
It's incredible, because when I left like 4 hours ago, I think there was less than a second between the WRT guys at that point, and 4 hours later they're still
hard at it.
Yeah.
And the gap has grown and then shrunk again. It sort of depends on who's been in the car and on what tyre strategy and so on. Car 39 now being told to turn on their door panels, so that happened for the number 44 ARC Bratislava car a while ago. And now it's the Graf Racing car. Maxime Robin is at the wheel. And that's not just out of the pit lane. Stopped relatively recently, maybe a couple of laps ago. And it's those side indicator panels you can see on all of these cars. That's the Porsche there running over, deciding that letting the WRT cars through was not going to allow him to safely make it through the corner.
The door panel lights, I mean, on a GT car, if they fail, it's fairly easy. Swap the door. The doors are really quick to change as well, but I don't think that's the same procedure for an LMP. And hopefully, when they come in for the next pit stop, they can fix that fairly quickly.
It's certainly, you don't want to have to be making a forced stop. Number 8 is in. So the cars stopped on the same lap previously. So why is number 8 stopping a lap earlier? How many laps has it done?
No, it's
That's a 13. Oh, they stopped a lap before last time as well.
And Kobayashi's only 10 laps into his stint.
Okay.
At this point, it's been fairly regular, hasn't it, for car 8? Generally doing around the 13-lap stint.
What has happened is there are two strategies going on here. The number 8 team are basically almost totally ignoring what else is happening on track and running on a fuel strategy. But look at number 7 now. We're not showing it on screen, but on the laptop in front of Darren, they've done, a 5, a 7, a 9, an 11, a 13, a 15, a da-da-da-da-da. Basically, their plan has been fuel every time there's a slow zone or a safety car or a full course yellow, and that's why it looks like they're just basically a random bunch of pit stops. The number 8 car has been almost draining the tank every time, whether there's been a safety car or not.
Car 7 had a couple of punches early on, didn't it? So
only one of them, though, forced an earlier stop. One of them was changed at a stop. It came sort of on the in-lap. One of them forced a short stop, and then there was another short stop, but that was strategy because there was a slow zone in Sector 1. High Class Racing's Jan Magnussen facing the wrong way.
Now that looks a little bit like it's down at Mulsanne.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? And Marshall's post 26. No, that's much later. Is that turning into... No, is 26 not turning into the Porsche curves? No, it is Arnage. Yeah. Never argue with the driver.
Been helped round.
Yes.
Or not helped round.
Now this is on board with him. He was helped round by...
Missed it.
It looked to me... Don't tell me it was the other high-class car.
I can't get reverse. I can't get neutral, and I can't get reverse.
Can you get first to get a bit forward?
Well, that's a little old message, because as we were playing that in, he was actually reversing. But who made contact with him? Didn't really see from the onboard. The team have got a nose, a tail ready. And in the mechanics Strictly Come Dancing, number 7 team limbering up.
That situation with Jan is when the experience comes into play by not panicking.
Yep.
You can really easily damage a clutch at that point by trying to get away, just taking it nice and steady.
Sam Bird handed over the third place car in the GT Pro class, by the way, to Miguel Molina. Nicky Katzberg has stopped for fuel and gone back out and remains second in class in the Corvette. AF Corsa's Com Ledegar leads in the 51 Ferrari. Felipe Fraga patiently waiting for service in the 33 TF Sports Aston Martin, that's battling with Nick Nielsen's 83 Ferrari for the lead of GTE AM. And here is the 29 Racing Team Netherlands car that we saw facing the wrong way briefly.
That gap between 83 and 33 in GTE AM lead has stayed really consistent for many hours now. It's
yeah,
that 1 minute 20, 1 minute 30.
Yeah, and there was a phase where Felipe Fraga would lead for 1 lap as they stopped a lap after the 83 car, but then the last time round they stopped on the same lap, and this time round has he stopped a lap before the 83 car? Yes, he has. So their last 2 stints, they've lost 2 laps in terms of fuel mileage to the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. 70 in as well. This is real team racing. The real team car, just looking for it, is second in the Pro-Am category. Duval remains at the wheel. Wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Waiting for the Ducati at number 30 car. Now, this car would not stay out of the pits at one stage early in the race, and you sort of thought, right, this is now limbering up to be our first mechanical retirement. However, the Ducati Engineering number 30 car is now knocking on the door of the top 10 in LMP2. I mean, you thought it was going to be last and way last in LMP2. If you looked at its performance by maybe the 3-hour mark, you think, well, there's not a chance it's going to make it to midnight, never mind halfway into the race.
They've done a nice steady job, haven't they, bringing it back into play?
Properly have, and it obviously has, you know, clocked up enough pit stops, that unintentional ones, that it's good to go.
It's actually it's the car with the most pit stops in the race so far, at 20, isn't it?
It's had 20. Now, the high-class racing car, number 20 behind, that was a problem child earlier on as well. That's had 19, but the car that they're chasing has had 18, and in fact, the leaders in LMP2 have, well, 16 stops for the Jota number 28 car. That is parsimonious sippage of fuel. And the Jota 38 car, that's only done 16 as well.
I mean, stating the obvious, isn't it? But when you add up at the end of the race and you look at this column on the timing screen, the amount of time they spend in the pits, that's really crucial to having a good result.
Exactly.
Minimising that time throughout the race.
If a pit stop is a minute and you do one more, then that is 60 laps that your driver has to be a second a lap quicker. You know, and we've done 168 laps.
It's the accumulation, isn't it, of those little tenths here, seconds there.
And that's just one pit stop more, and not a long one, not a drama or whatever, but just one pit stop more can cost you so much time. G drives Roman Rusinov, and who is 49? What was the issue there? I must have missed that one.
Was that the Jan
Magnussen? Class. Ah,
that was
right. So Roman Rusinov tagged Jan Magnussen into a spin. So that will be investigated by the stewards, or is being investigated by the stewards. Don't think that's going to play very well for the G-Drive car, do you? No, unless they can somehow persuade the stewards that Magnussen reversed into Rusinov.
All that excuse of, oh, he's on the brakes really early.
Yeah.
That one, but...
Well, you know, now when they've got the data from the car, they can actually ascertain whether that is the case or not.
But even so, I mean, it's if he was on the brakes early, it's not really the point of the contact.
Tear-offs on the lights, quicker than polishing them, I suppose. probably more effective. You can see the polished side window there on the number 30 still has a real haze on it, because you're basically trying to take off all the brake gunge. It doesn't come off quite as quickly as all that.
The tear-offs on the lights make a big difference because of all the it's pebble dash that you're getting throughout the race on the screen and the lenses and everything else. And yes, cleaning will always help, but just giving it a fresh face.
And fly squash. And, oh, that's been off backwards. That's the number 49 car, losing fluid and smoking. That is high class as Jan Magnussen.
And that's it. He's got a long way to go, hasn't he? Coming through Tete Rouge.
Way to go.
That's the S's.
Don't forget that he has already been biffed off the road at Arnage a lap or two ago, possibly now, by Roman Rusanov, and then the car just basically
just stepped out, just underneath him. Whether there was some sort of damage back from that incident at Arnage.
You worry, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that something has just had a bit of a let go.
A small correction there for Jan, mid-corner. Snap oversteer, and then he just had to run it wide.
Mind you, that is the prototype crash of choice in the S's, isn't it? It's very early. Normally they're coming off further back down here where the marshals are. That's quite early in, isn't it?
Just on the change of direction here, as it comes across that little crest there, and it then just snaps out from underneath him. But you're right, normally it is over the crest, the final crest, when it lets go on these guys.
That has all the hallmarks of you never get away with contact without something else following it.
And you wouldn't need much damage on the rear of the car to lose a bit of downforce with these LMP2 cars.
Absolutely right. And that's all it needs, is just for one little bodywork clip that was slightly loosened to snap and for a bit of bodywork to move, and suddenly you've got no rear end grip at all. And let's hear what he says.
Is a puncture on the rear left. Unfortunately, it was going immediately to zero. Nothing we could do to warn you earlier. Try to get it back. Do not race too fast. Bring the car back. Slowly bring the car back.
Yeah, that's a pretty good hit. No, steering's at 45 degrees.
Yeah.
Well, that explains that then, doesn't it, with the puncture? Change direction.
Yeah, the team saying they had no warning, it just went straight to zero. So they're looking at the telemetry. There's no low pressure warning light or anything, just boom, instant deflation. And again, he's just been hit from behind, he's spun and everything else. And there's lots of debris around. It might be entirely unrelated. Unlikely to be entirely unrelated. Leader stops, Kamui Kobayashi stays in, full set of tyres. So this will be the beginning of another double stint. And where is the number 8 of Brendan Hartley? Was 1 minute and 16 behind. That's enough for number 7 to come back out in front. Is it? There's the number 8 car. No, change of lead. Change of lead. 1 minute 10, a 1 minute 24 stop, and they had a driver change as well. Jose Maria Lopez taking over the number 7 car. Is that back up to speed? Yes. And of course, further around, they will run into yellow flags guarding the progress of Jan Magnussen. But a driver change to Jose Maria Lopez in the 7 car. Brendan Hartley took over the 8. Last stint, so he is fully bedded in and up to speed. Lopez now needs to get on with the program.
There's only 3 laps between their strategies at this point, isn't there? So it could play out. I mean, if it continues as a clean race to the end of the race, those 3 laps could be very important. Who's going to have track position?
Yeah.
In that final hour.
With our new race leader, 3.7 seconds in front. Tiniest of margins. It's down to 3.5. Lopez on a flying outlap. Brendan Hartley did get held up a little in traffic there, And the high-class racing team, who have seen probably quite enough of their cars coming in with unexpected problems already to last them a lifetime, have the car coming back in again. And Darren, you know, it's not easy trying to judge how slow is slow enough, because no matter how slow you're going, you always think you should be going quicker, but you daren't because you don't want to rip the car apart.
Yeah, we're always given the guide of don't go faster than 100k.
Right,
the team were like, if you come back at 100k or less, then we're okay with that. Again, just to not cause any further damage. You know, if that point the tyre comes loose, starts whipping around, taking some electrics out, and then all of a sudden you've lost only 5 minutes from coming back slowly, and then it's 20 minutes in the pits, 30 minutes in the pits, and
or unfixable.
Yes, yeah, just by rushing back. And we saw that with Frey in the Iron Lynx earlier in the race, where it was just on the beginning of the Mulsanne. Long way back, nearly 6-7 minutes longer than a normal lap to get back, but ultimately
crept it back, and it's still running, and she's in the car at the moment. Felipe Nasr in the pits in the Risi Competizione car, and he set the fastest lap of the race in the previous stint for that car. In fact, he had a run of them, and his fastest laps were about a second quicker than the Alpine was going at the time. So it was right down in the very low 30s. There's the replay of contact from behind for Jan Magnussen, and you can see in replay it was 26. That was Roman Rusinov. He will have 10 seconds added to his next pit stop, and then Jan Magnussen, an instant left rear deflation, dropping the car off the road a lap or two later.
And looking at that contact down at Arnage, it was a hard hit.
It was a hard hit, wasn't it?
On the left rear, so...
Yep.
You can see, look at the tyre now.
Yep, there's not much left of it, but is he at the Porsche curves now? He's nearly home. Nearly home.
Doing a great job nursing that car back to the pits.
Oh, he's not quite, is he? This is exiting Arnage, isn't it? And running down towards the Porsche curves. Well, everybody's starting to wake up. Not too many fans in the grandstands yet. After the dead of night. It's a pretty chilly evening, though. It's going to be pretty hardy to stay up all night outside. Duncan Vincent in the pit lane at high class, waiting. And Dunk, they've got sort of everything out there, haven't they? They've got nose ready, they've got tail ready, and I'm sure they've got a kit of spare parts ready just in case more repairs are required, but the car will be fueled and then dragged back into the garage. Oh, Dunk's taking his headset off. Right, there you go. A little bit of production banter on air there. Ryan Briscoe taking over the 709 Glickenhaus. That car has just left the pits. It is still 5th in hypercar. And Darren, wonder how many people would have said with 11 hours of the race left, all 5 hypercars would still be going, and none would be like 30 laps behind.
It's impressive, isn't it? Especially with Glickenhaus having their first run in the wet at the beginning of the race. And they're still going pretty strong up there as well. So how far behind is the 709? It's about 6 laps behind the ultimate lead, but only 2 laps behind the sister car. So,
and listen, it's probably the last World Endurance race they're going to do this season. They're probably not going to go to Bahrain, although who knows what Jim's got in mind. But it's their first ever Le Mans as a team. It's only their 4th ever race as a team, which is made up from very disparate parts that have never been put together before. So none of the different elements, pole, engineering, who are responsible for building the chassis in Italy, Pipo Moteur from France, who are responsible for creating the engine. It's not even a racing engine they had, it's been created from 4-cylinder turbos. It's a now twin-turbo V8. You know, all these different elements, the the wind tunnel at Sauber, the guys from Yost Racing that are also helping with it. I mean, all of these different elements have never worked together before, never mind done Le Mans before. So to have it still going strong, both cars still going strong, I think it's a pretty impressive performance. It really is.
And also decent pace. I mean, if you're looking at what they're able to achieve lap time, it's not that far away from what Toyota have been doing at certain points of the race. So,
and you
should
know,
be very proud of this, just even getting to the halfway mark.
Absolutely, you know, and the reason, and Jim Glickenhaus was very candid about this, so the reason I've done this is because I could, and because I want to see my cars racing on the Mulsanne straight at night. You know, he's done lots of Le Mans, Nürburgring 24-hour races with various different iterations of Glickenhaus cars, including the sort of LMP1 style prototype, which was their last car, but it's a very different race, isn't it? I mean, it's a real contact sport race, the N24, and this is very different.
This is the closest the Toyotas have been for a while.
Yep.
3/10 between the two of them.
And this is number 7, Jose Maria Lopez, coming back at Brendan Hartley on pace. 3:32.4 compared to 3:33.4 for the race leader. So he's taken a second out of him on the last lap. Some of that may have been traffic. It may not have been. It was interesting earlier on in the stints, Sebastian Buemi was complaining about a lack of top speed when they were in second place, and he was doing, I think it was 3:26.9 or something, and so was the Alpine, and so was the Glickenhaus behind, and the number 7 car in front was, on that previous lap, had done 3:19, I think, rather than 3:20 something, as it was almost 10 k's down on the straight in the speed trap on the previous lap. Buemi was still on the radio going, we're not as fast as everyone else, whereas in fact they were equal fastest with about 4 other cars in terms of top speed.
I don't actually know where that speed trap is, and if it's close to the braking zone, because that can make a big difference in terms of the ultimate
whether you're still
speed
building speed through it. I think it is just before, it's right before Indianapolis, isn't it? I think that's where the speed trap is, because that is the fastest part on the circuit now.
It's a lovely run down to Indianapolis.
Yeah, as long as you've got all your wheels on the ground, Peter Dunbrek?
Yes. I wonder if Peter's up.
Don't know.
This is, in fact, we're just talking about exactly that point on the track.
Yep.
Where
that's where Peter went aviating in his Mercedes all those years ago. 21 years ago now. 22 years ago now. Went back and visited that spot with Alan McNish and with Louise Beckett on the 20th anniversary.
So
in
Jan's
2019.
Jan's made it back to the pits now.
Yep. And he is in pit lane. Let's see if Duncan Vincent has got anything to add. Dunk, I'm assuming the car, having arrived, is just going to go straight back in the garage.
Yeah, you would think so, Martin. The dollies or the chickens are under it just now. Bit of front end damage as well in this car. Front left's had a fair old whack. Into the garage goes the car. It's you can understand it's looking a little bit of a sorry state this morning, but the guys from High Class Racing now on that, changing the nose and changing that back left corner where the puncture obviously was.
Yeah, that rear damage was courtesy of being assaulted from behind by Roman Rusinov, and it was a sort of left rear tag that spun Jan around, and then a couple of laps later the left rear tyre let go and put the car into the barriers in the beginning of the S's, and that's where the left front damage came from. And well, Darren, I'm sure you've had a few of those where a tyre's let go and you're just a passenger hoping it doesn't hurt too much.
Yeah, it's awful when that happens. Gets your attention.
Yeah.
Here we see a replay again, and it was a hard hit, really.
It was a hard hit. I mean, Rusinov nearly spun because of the impact as well.
I'm surprised he hasn't had to pit as well for damage. I mean, he's going to have to pit for the penalty, but for damage. But that was 10 minutes for Jan to get back.
Yep.
On the after the incident.
Bosch. That is early in the lap, isn't it? Early in the lap. So Jan Magnussen out of the car. Kevin Magnussen will be readying himself, but I don't think he's been going anywhere in a hurry. And this is our lead battle. Number 7 Toyota right behind the number 8. And so often this season, and actually most of last, we saw that a number 7 car had better pace. Now, the rules of engagement have been that if the car behind is quicker, and I don't remember whether we've seen this at Le Mans, but we certainly have in other World Endurance races this season and last, if the car behind is quicker, they will wave it by the car in front and allow them to have a chance to go away. If they don't go away, they are shuffled back to where they were.
Okay, Brendan, full pace now, full pace. Okay, copy.
Okay, so this is the engineers now trying to make sure that their man stays in front. That was the story at number 8. What are they saying at number 7?
We had a different strategy. I know.
Okay, we're on a different strategy.
Lopez is trying to fight his cause there, isn't he, to get Brendan to be moved out of the way.
Yep.
We used to have the same, as you were going on about strategies and that, in terms of pace coming out. It was the same thing if you were behind a team car, you had the opportunity to sort of be given the space and try to sort of pull away, but it would always be flipped round. It's slightly different when it's a works entry, because you're all being paid.
Yep.
You do as you're told.
Yep.
And you follow the plan. But when it's like team WRT, each of these drivers it's a different setup altogether. Yep. And you're fighting your own cause as individuals within that team.
Ooh, number 7's gone by. We didn't see it. We were watching the LMP2 leader, Louis Delatraz, in the pit lane, or the car that was the leader. And number 7 has gone by. So was that engineered, orchestrated by the team? Now, don't forget, Brendan Hartley is on the second stint on the tyre, Jose Maria Lopez on the first stint on the tyre, so it's a split strategy. Lopez with more grip has gone by, and that grip, Darren, we talked about this earlier on, that extra grip of the new tyre is most evident in the slow corners, the last part of the braking phase and the first bit of the acceleration phase. And that's where you can make most difference on this track. You're going to make least difference in the quick stuff, where the aero is the determining factor, and most where the mechanical grip is the determining factor.
Very true. I mean, that is exactly how the tyre is going to be operating, and that's where the performance is going to come from that mechanical grip. Aero, like Tête Rouge here, a good example of a corner where the tyre is probably having less of an impact on overall lap time.
Well, Com Ledigar has been in and out of the pits, leading in GTE Pro, and Neil Jarni is in now.
I am on the dirty side, come on. Yeah, copy that, Jose. Stand by. Yeah, we will swap in turn 18.
There you go.
So they did go for a planned swap.
Yep. Jose Maria Lopez pleading with the team.
Was he saying something about being on the dirty side or something?
Yeah, or? I'm on the dirty side. Initially, I thought he said I'm on the dirty tyre, but he's not. He's on new tyres. He's been forced on the dirty side of the road to try and go by. And, of course, that takes 2 laps to clean the muck up. Well, a lap here probably to clean the muck off the tyres. But he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to be allowed to go by and then immediately have to hand it back because he's got filth on the tyres. So a little bit of careful driving by Brendan Hartley to make sure that it's
in his favour, isn't it?
Team car, yeah, was picking up rubbish on the tyres, so that if he did get waved by, he might not be able to make the best use of it. Straight out of the pits and didn't quite make the chicane there. So even the best can do that. This is Neil Jarni, still at the wheel of the 92 Porsche, in 4th place. Fred Makovici in 5th position now in his Porsche. But breaking up the domination of the top 4 by the full season entries is the 2nd-placed Corvette of Nicky Katzberg. AF Corsa first and third. Porsche GT team fourth and fifth. Katzberg in second place, 7 seconds ahead of the third place Ferrari, 23 behind the leader. Pit stop for the 65 car, and car 71 reported to be going slowly. That is not good news. Where's that? Marshall's post 6. That's up at Tertre Rouge.
It's Ben Barnicoat stopped.
Easy stop he has in the Inception race in Ferrari. That was going very slowly when the Toyota went by, wasn't it? I mean, almost stationary, and I thought that's just a speed differential as he comes out of the pits. Ferdinand Habsburg now in the car. Ferdy is taking over. Oh, he was in the car.
Yeah, maybe it's just the driver ID that hasn't been changed around.
I think you're right.
It has though.
It has now,
yeah.
but I thought that he was in previously and it wouldn't change while he was still in the pit lane. In is the third place car, Mathieu Vazevière. 2 stints in. This will be stint number 3 for the Frenchman. MVAX having a little sip. Just topping up on some fluids. Doesn't sound like a bad idea to me either.
Do you want me to put the kettle on?
We can survive another 25 minutes or so. I'll put it on before Alan. I think it's Alan arrives next. So I shall put the kettle on then. Because although he's got a nice cup of cold tea from last night that he was apparently looking forward to having in the morning, to make a fresh herb brew. Yeah, Ben Barnicoat does not appear to have moved much. And I wonder whether that... We've had a couple of Ferraris retire with clutch issues. JMW Ferrari, Rodrigo Sales, had just taken it over in the pit lane. It started climbing up and didn't actually make it up to the Dunlop curves. Well, here is Ben Barnicoat, so he is still going.
See what the issue is with the car.
Do you know what? It looks like either he's got a puncture or the speed limiter's on.
Car 71, extremely slow, approaching Marshall post 8.
Car 71 reported to the stewards for unsafe release. And when things are going your way, they're really going your way, aren't they? This is the high-class car. This is their second entry in the pit lane.
For 71, I mean, it's amazing that they're actually on the grid at all after the late issue on Thursday evening.
Right, this is the number 20 high-class car.
Let's see.
So 49 is still in the garage having repairs.
But the driver was just hopping in at that stage. Whoever's going to be taking that car back out.
That is going to be Kevin, but it still needs a right front fender for a start. And my slightly tired eyes are struggling to find where is number 20. Oh, there it is. It's Ricky Taylor brought the car in. It's 11th in LMP2, 3rd in the Pro-Am category. A lot of looking around the cockpit going on here from the Alpine of Mathieu Vazevière. He's dropped down to 4th place, as you can see, the number 36 car after that pit stop, and through into 3rd. Franck Mayer in the Glickenhaus now. Is that the first time that the Glickenhaus has been in a potential podium spot?
I think when I left earlier, the 36 had just had an issue and was in the gravel, so I think at that point...
Trying to remember, maybe it was.
Must have
maybe it was,
into that podium spot at that point.
5th and 6th, Team WRT, the lead pair, and 7th place, Panis Racing, and 8th place, the 28 Jota car. These are the first 4 in LMP2. Are any of them going to end up on the podium or not? So far, so good for the hypercars. All 5 still running, the cars with the red sidebars. 7 and 8, Toyota 1-2. And although Jose Maria Lopez got by, only 1.3 seconds ahead of Brendan Hartley, is he going to be told to hand the position back? Well, let's get down to the pit lane. We are waiting to hear from Jan Magnussen with Duncan Vincent. He is down at High Class Racing.
Magnussen, we catch up with you after a very eventful stint there, Jan. What can you tell us about the damage on the car?
Well, it's a front and a rear corner. I don't know exactly the extent. It changed both corners. And, yeah, the car's out again, but it wasn't great.
Did you have any warning? Any warning that the impact was coming? Could you see Roman chasing you?
So I had somebody hit me and spun me around in an ass, hit me right in the back, and I got going again, and the car felt good. But just before, so going through turn 1, I felt something a little bit wrong. I thought it might be the diffuser. Felt like something in the rear. I thought it's diffuser, and then as I came out of Dunlop S's, the rear tire blew up.
What did you say to Kevin just before he got in the car? I saw you guys having a little chat up the side of the tent.
No, he just wanted to make sure I was okay.
There's a long way to go, but what are the emotions like being in the race car, in the same team, and the race with Kevin?
I mean, that's the only good thing about this weekend so far.
Okay, Jan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Jan Magnussen. Classic understatement. They have had, both high-class cars have been a real trial for the team, haven't they? And the fact that he's actually able to race with Kevin for the first time and on such a stage as this, the only good thing about the weekend so far. It might be the only good thing they remember. Yeah, very honest indeed. Now, what's the message that's flashing up? Saw a little row of flashing lights above that driver's safety screen, and that's to draw the driver's eye to a message normally.
Yeah, I've not seen actually what was on the display at that point.
No, in fact, the bigger screen there, that looks like the rear view mirror, and I think maybe the driver's safety screen is the smaller screen on the inside there. With the number 8 Toyota, 3.5 seconds back now for Jose Maria Lopez. So Lopez has made a break in traffic, and the number 8 car's been held up, hasn't it?
Brendan didn't have a lucky run for probably half a lap there with some of the slower cars and just getting through the traffic. And one of the big things when you're on an older tyre is you just can't attack in the same way as that first stint.
Trouble here, Ollie Jarvis getting back out of the car. Felipe Nasser brought it in, handed over to Ollie Jarvis, and this is Risi Competizione. Did he do, how many laps did he do? 1 lap maybe? That car has gone out and come right back in. Either that, no, because it wouldn't have changed over. So this is the Risi Competizione 82 car. That's a long scroll down for Darren.
Must have gone past it.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's have a look, see if I can find it at the top.
He is...
There we go. He is only 5 laps in.
All right, well, as long as that. That's a while since Felipe get it, but that's really not good news. And in the garage, and Ollie Jarvis is out of the car. So more trouble for LMP2 cars.
And you know when the driver gets out, then the repair's going to be it's going to be a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, 10 or 15 minutes.
Minimum, I would
Minimum,
thought.
yeah. In fact, what was the last, let's have a clue, what was the last pit stop for the 49 car? 11 minutes 40. And that's on top of a 10-minute in lap. So that's a, 20 minutes lost to their rivals.
From one little bit of contact.
Yeah, from somebody else's mistake.
Yeah, reasonable sized bit of contact.
Yeah, getting thumped from behind by somebody else, and it's cost them 20 minutes at 3.5 minutes a lap, or 3 3.75. Let's say 4 minutes a lap is 5 laps plus. It's nearly 6 laps on their rivals. So time you'll never make back, and time you can ill afford to lose.
Brendan's managed to stabilise that gap to just below 4 seconds at this point.
And you can see on tyre life, as we can see the car coming slowly back towards us, yeah, the Inception Ferrari. You can see on tyre life, 7 laps into the stint, Jose Maria Lopez, 20-odd into the stint, Brendan Hartley on those tyres. So Hartley's done an entire stint, and then they've done the same number of laps after that, pretty much.
It looks like front left, either suspension or it's got a puncher. It's certainly sitting down on the front left.
Yeah.
Can't really tell.
Driver from Chesterfield. Well, let's take a look.
Oh, hang on, no, it's not. Oh, no, it is. Oh, there is no wheel. That's why it's sitting down on the front left.
The tyre might be flat, but it's kind of hard to tell because it's no longer attached to the car. Okay, now the obvious question here is, how many laps into the stint is he? It's not an outlap. It is an outlap. It's his outlap. The wheel fell off as he was coming up the hill.
Yeah, you know, Ben was just in the car.
Yeah. This is still his outlap, and it is so far a... Yeah. Well, his in-lap was 4 minutes 2. LMP2 is withering on the... Do you know what? You just don't even want to look in the mirror as Ben Barnicoat, do you? Cars whistling either side of you through the Porsche curves. That's flipping terrifying. And everybody's been alerted to the fact that he's out there. They'll have a white flag being shown in the cockpit, slow-moving vehicle. But of course, they're all in battles. They don't want to slow down more than they have to. And Barnicoat is making it back in. Duncan Vincent reporting, number 22 car has got an alternator problem. That's going to be a long, slow stop for United Autosports.
Ben's just coming into the into the pit lane.
It's an outlap, and it's a hell of a long outlap because he's coming all the way back in. And 3 wheels on his wagon, and this is not just a case of stick a new wheel on and send it out, because he's done an entire lap with it dragging along on the floor pan. Doesn't look clever, doesn't sound clever, probably feels utterly, utterly wretched. In at the end of his outlap is Ben Barnicoat. That was a 16-minute and 1 second outlap.
Now, was that just an issue with the pit stop? That's why they lost the wheel, but
must be.
They're going to have to do a full check around the front left.
They got brakes ready to go as well. They are going to do
the splitter damage. You can see it's all. The mountings have gone on that.
Well, they will have ground it away, won't it? Watch the wheel. It's not attached. There's no wheel nut on it. Look at the camber on it. It looks like a Bugatti. Where does the wheel go? Here, the wheel is falling off. Yeah. He doesn't know what's wrong, but he knows something's wrong. But you could see the wheel was like leaning over at the top. It never had a wheel nut on it. Well, the good news is it didn't end up in a high-speed crash. I mean, it came off coming out of the pit lane rather than in Indianapolis, because that could have been another chassis done. So here is the wheelman running away.
Straight away.
Look at the tyre. It's not attached at all. It's either not on the drive pegs, and so the nut has stopped turning.
Yep.
But it's not on the drive peg, so the wheel is just flopping around, and then the nut's got no chance of holding it on.
Because he certainly would have done it up with the gun. But as soon as the weight was back down on the car, probably enough to dislodge it at that point.
So major service going on at Inception Racing. Major service 2 for the number 22 United Autosports car. Duncan Vincent, remind us what you said was wrong with the United car.
Oh, sorry, Martin. Early morning throat there. Alternator failure now.
Carry on.
Richard Dean says the alternator's buried in the
he's
depths.
Busy. Okay, the multiple demands of being a pit lane reporter. If you talk to me using the microphone, it'll work a lot better.
I was talking, sorry, I don't know what's going on
Duncan,
there.
go ahead.
Yeah, the alternator has failed. It's buried in the depths of the bell housing, which connects the engine to the gearbox. It's a very difficult thing to change on it.
All right, he's going to have to talk to me on talkback and tell us what happened to the 22 car. Alternator has failed on the 22 car. So the alternator is in the bell housing. So this is the MG Lola starternator. You'll remember those. It was a great idea, a starter and alternator combined, and it was accessed from a panel in the floor from below. But that worked well on a 4-post rig and less well in the heat of battle when they all failed. That was the Achilles heel of the MG Lola, the 22 car with that problem.
Now, I don't know how long this is going to take, but I'm going to have a guess it's at least 25, 30 minutes, floors off.
It's a whole rear end because they've got to take the gearbox. It's in the bell housing of the gearbox, so they've got to take the gearbox and the whole rear end off with the suspension, then put it all back on. But of course, the new bell housing doesn't have any suspension built onto it. So that has all got to change. The Inception racing car that left the pits 20 minutes ago with the wheel barely attached is back in, and regulation pit stop for the car that is now up to 7th in GTE AM. That is the D-Station racing car of Tomonobu Fuji. Duncan is there.
Yes, Martin, I am here, and it's a great typical pit stop by TF Sport. Nice and calm, a good team that we all know here in the WEC Championship because they do the full year. The car in the pit lane just now, the fuel is going in. And what I'd like to say as well, I brought a jacket to the pit lane this morning. It's not that cold though. I have overdressed here, so the temperature is quite favourable for the guys, and especially we put that back to tyres as we were talking earlier on. The heat can have a big effect on how the tyres work, and obviously Darren has been talking about that, as has Alan and Ollie.
Right, while you're there in the pit lane, run down to Corvette Racing. The last running car is the number 64 car. Alexander Sims has just left the pit lane, so let's find out. They changed a diffuser on the rear of the car that was hit before the start on the green flag lap by James Colado's car. That cost them any chance of a competitive finish, and the car was in for a much longer service and has only just left the garage again. So we need to find out. That was a 1 hour and 13-minute pit stop. Oh no, hang on, beg your pardon, it wasn't. It was a 1 minute 19. So that's a regulation stop for Alexander Sims, but we need to find out why the 64 Corvette is so far back, because they told us at the time it was a gearbox. So it was, was it a clutch? Maybe. We've had a number of clutch failures for Ferraris. JMW went out with a clutch failure. We think also the 55 car, Spirit race car, that stopped and never moved again. We believe that might have been a clutch failure.
So it makes sense for the 64 Corvette. Hour and 13 in the pits. It's less modular, isn't it? A GT car compared to an LMP car, they're a little bit easier to pull apart, get to the sort of the heart in terms of engine gearbox installation.
Yes, it was an hour and 13, wasn't it? I was reading. So is it confirmed clutch failure on which car, Duncan? The Corvette. Okay, thank you. So yeah, so that car 49th place and the last running car, and assuming that Inception reappears from the garage, we have lost 12 cars currently.
Now we saw the pit stop with D-Station, Fuji-san getting out of the car, and now Andrew Watson back in the car. They're doing a great job, solid performance. But Fraga, I'm looking at the other TF Sport car, Fraga, he's been slowly closing the gap on the lead onto the AF course at 83. When I started approximately about an hour ago, that gap looked about 1 minute 20, 1 minute 23, and now it's down to 1:07. So he's been chipping away at that lead.
The fragrant David Addison has wandered back in, and I think if you flicked the kettle on and made a cup of tea for Darren Turner, he'd be very, very pleased. Number 8 having a wash and brush up. Second place car, Brendan Hartley. This car was just a few seconds behind the race leader. This is going to be a, what are we left now, 10.5 hour knockdown, drag out fight between these two. And either the number 7 or number 8 has any hint of an issue, that's it. The other car's going to take the advantage.
Brendan's in-lap, I mean, he had a purple sector in sector 1 on that in-lap, so they're not giving up just yet, are they?
No. Now, that's a slight anomaly, and I do that all the time. A slight anomaly is when they're in the pits, it actually shows their best sectors of the race.
Right.
So he's got purple first and third sector, and the purple middle sector is for the number 7 Toyota, I think. So, yeah. Fastest race lap was for Brendan Hartley, a 3:27.6. That was on lap 60. We are now on lap 200. That's a big milestone. Second big milestone is that Alan and Finley McNish have arrived. So Alan's now going to drink an 8-hour-old cup of tea, which will be about as appealing as it sounds. Let's hear from Duncan down at Risi Competizione.
Yeah, they had a gearbox oil leak they've had to fix. You can smell the gear oil as you get 3 or 4 garages away getting towards it. So the car is now back on the floor. They've just run it up to make sure there was no leaks when it was under pressure. Ollie Jarvis is helmeted, getting back into the car. So the Risi car will be back on track very soon, Martin. But the smell of gear oil in the pit lane, it's very strong.
Well, we talked about the smell of transmission oil. You know when you're following a car that's smoking exactly what it is. You can smell the coolant if it's water. You can smell the oil if it's engine oil. But boy, from several counties away, you can smell hot transmission oil leaking, can't you? And that was the issue then. We saw that Ollie Jarvis had only just taken over the Risi car and came right back in after just a handful of laps, 2 or 3 laps, I think it was, into his stint. And they have had to do that work on the transmission.
It looks like Inception have now got on the new front splitter.
Yeah, getting it all adjusted so that it is level. Because what you don't want is a splitter that's actually doing damage rather than helping.
It's also crucial that it's absolutely at the right angle. It's only got to be a couple of mil out in the rake of that front splitter, and it can make a huge difference to the car performance in terms of the balance. And
the other thing is, you're putting it in hot in the garage. I mean, the splitter's not hot, but you are in the middle of the race. We've got 10.5 hours to go. In 11 hours, you don't want it to fail a ride height test, having somehow got to the end of the race and be excluded. So there's, it's not an insignificant pressure to get these things right. It's not just about the handling, it's not just about the performance, it's also about the legality of the car. And you get it to the end of the race after all the travails, don't fail a ride height test.
On the damage underneath the car, with the mounting points and that, generally, if it's damaged, it's going up.
Yes.
You've hit a curb, so hopefully it's actually taking the...
But if all the mounting points aren't there, then the splitter might end up sagging.
Coming down a little bit, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if it is split out of shape or forced out of shape, then it might fail a test at the end. Well, behind our last running car, the 64 Corvette in 49th place, our list of halt, lame and retirees. Cooper McNeil crashed the WeatherTech car too badly to continue. Robert Foley's Team Project 146 car, that stopped with a transmission issue. Kessel Racing Car Guy car. The JMW Ferrari, Spirit of Race Ferrari, G-Drive number 25 was crashed out. Setelar crashed out. 32 United Autosport car, Speared, the other car, that crashed out. 99, that was a transmission issue in the end, I think. 98 Aston Martin crash, Team Project 1 crash, and the Richard Mille Racing Team car of Sophia Flörsch hit several times into retirement. In the GTE-AM class, this is why the Inception Racing Ferrari is still in the pit lane having a full left side rebuild, because that left front wheel was not seated properly when it left the pits after its pit stop, and after a 16-minute outlap it reappeared in the pit lane with as little damage as could possibly be managed by its driver, Ben Barnicoat, because the wheel eventually, that's where it came off. We hadn't seen that before, had we? The wheel bumped off at the first chicane when he was trying to get it straight through. And by that stage, he must have thought, okay, actually, I'm probably best off without it. It is 5:30 Central European Summertime. We are 11.5 hours into the Le Mans 24 hours, 10.5 hours still to go. Some thoughts from Darren Turner, and then David Addison will be with you.
When they showed that replay of the Inception pit lane, or the pit stop just then, it looked like the crew chief actually saw that the wheel had become dislodged, but they were already at the end of the pit lane. If they were a garage further down, there may have been a chance for them to have called Ben to have stopped and been able to drag the car backwards down the pit lane, but they were right at the end of the pit lane, and he was gone off the speed limiter and out on the track. So it's just unfortunate track position or pit lane position had such an effect then, because they could have recovered the car and saved themselves a 10-minute lap there by Ben as he nursed the car back to the pit lane, which is a bit unfortunate for those guys, but at least the car is back, fixed and ready to go again.
Yeah, so hugely frustrating for Inception, but they're still in it, and for Brendan Iribe, who's relatively limited experience, getting him to the end is one of the main criteria here, isn't it? Just giving the mileage, giving the experience, getting through the race. Absolutely.
I mean, even if you're 10, 15, 20 laps down and you have a car that can still compete to the end, you've got to go back out, because it's just knowledge for the drivers, for the team, experience, especially for the guys with less experience in this type of racing, and any 24-hour finish is so important.
It still must be incredibly hard as a driver, whether you're in a pro car or a pro-am entry, knowing that you've lost a big chunk of time and there's still all of this on the clock still to go, and you've got to pick yourself up and motivate yourself when you know you haven't got a result in the car anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is hard, especially when you're getting the wake-up call at 3 in the morning or something like that, and you know that you're actually just running to the flag now, and the competition element has gone from the race. But again, it's still lovely to be out on circuit, around this circuit, racing. And you wouldn't want to give that up just because you no longer have a competitive chance.
Now, what about these two Toyotas at the head of the field while I've been away? They've just gone round and round and round.
Yeah, they swapped places on a number of occasions. It looks like the advantage at the moment is to car 7. Brendan just going out after the last pit stop. And maybe that's the 3rd stint on that set of tyres.
And in fact, Jose Maria Lopez in 7 has just done a personal best first sector. So as we've got to 25 to 6 in the morning, and okay, the circuit's a little bit quieter with the number of cars now out of the race, but he's just banged in a very good first sector. And in fact, he's not the only one, because lower down the order, so is Callum Eilert, who's been a real find in the GT ranks this year, hasn't he? Whether it's been in the GT World Challenge Europe or here this weekend.
Super impressive by Callum. I mean, he's come across from F2, moved into GTE and GT3 racing, and he seems to have adapted straight away. Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive the speed that he's already able to achieve with a GT car.
He was saying to me the other day that it's actually been easier coming into one of these, a GTE car, compared to a GT3, because these are the ones that don't have ABS, which is what he's used to from a single-seater background. It was almost harder to get his head around the Iron Lynx GT World Challenge Ferrari with its GT3 spec, purely because of that ABS. But yeah, he's enjoying his GT racing, no question about it, and he's delivering the goods.
Definitely ABS takes a bit of time to get used to. And like you say, with the single-seater, a GTE car with the normal braking, no ABS, will be very natural to him. And then adapting to GT3 and exploiting the benefit of what ABS can give you, it just takes a bit of time.
Well, he's running 3rd in class at the moment. He's Callum Eilert behind Felipe Fraga and Alessio Rivera, who is the class leader in LMP2. As you were, it is still the multi-monikered Ferdinand Habsburg ahead of Louis Delatraz, so WRT 1-2. Julian Canal up to 3rd for Panis Racing, and then for Jota 4th in LMP2, Stoffel van Dorne. And as far as GTE Pro is concerned, number 51, AF Corsa Ferrari, Koen Ledegaard at the wheel of it, still leads from Nick Katzberg, and then 3rd, Miguel Molina. So the Ferraris looking as strong in the morning as they did yesterday evening, and very much in command. That Corvette rising and falling depending on when it pits relative to the others. Right, in comes number 7 then. So, again, on the in-lap, a good sector is posted by Jose Maria Lopez, who's going to stay behind the wheel. They're going to refuel it, clean the windscreen, and then keep him on that set of tyres by the look of it, send him out. So it'll be a quicker stop here to get number 7 back into the race. But an advantage of over 1 minute and 20 seconds for the Argentine driver last time through. Quick check to make sure that all is well with the car. It's getting ever more grimy. But that is about to blast back into the race. Refueling almost done, as you see. And there, the car controller releases the board and away blasts Jose Maria Lopez. So another excellently efficient stop to keep the car in the mix for the race win.
That's the 17th stop for that car, as it came in there just for the fuel, as you said. And now it'll be about 24 minutes of total stop time over the course of the race so far. But interestingly, it's actually more, nearly a couple of minutes more than the sister car.
Yeah, because it's early on had those slower punctures that he had to cope with, didn't it? Callum Ilott just on that personal best lap. It wasn't just a good sector, he's done a personal best lap in the Ferrari. So Callum Ilott is charging. Didn't get much nighttime racing at Spa in the GT World Challenge Europe round because the car was out early. He got a little bit of nighttime running in Paul Ricard, but the circuit was so well illuminated, he said he just can't compare it to here. So he's learning all the time.
There's a few night races when actually the circuit gives you so much assistance, and it's not really even racing at night. But here, you know, especially on the run down to Indianapolis, it's so dark through the forest at that point. No ambient light around. You come through, like as you come in towards the Porsche curves, you've got the campsites, and you're getting closer to the pits where all you can see how bright it is when you come back to the pit. So it's less of an issue, but certainly that run down to Indianapolis, it's a pretty dark place on the circuit.
You need decent lights in your car.
I've never had decent lights on the car. It's always been a bit of a challenge.
Very helpful at 330 kilometres per hour.
You'd scare yourself if you knew where you were going, Darren. Callum was saying one of the things he misses about GT racing compared to single-seaters is no street circuits. He enjoys street circuits. And I said, well, you've got these public roads. Yeah, he said, but it feels like a permanent racetrack.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the tarmac doesn't. When you come through Tête Rouge and then you join the Mulsanne there, you certainly get the feel for the camber and where the trucks have been with the heavy traffic throughout the rest of the year. I like the challenge, the fact that you're going from permanent racetrack as we go past the Bugatti part of the pit stops area and the pit lane. That bit of circuit that isn't really used, the S's, and then on the way to Tête Rouge, which is always going to be in great condition, and then out onto the public road.
Question for you, David. Did you speak to him after the wet start to the race? Because I think he might have changed his mind with the grip conditions then.
No, I haven't done, I confess. But you're right, that probably would have sharpened his attention. This is the replay of 71 Ferrari, Ben Barnicoat going out, but the wheel wasn't on, and he knew it wasn't on, and it was a slow, 16-minute in-lap as Ben crawled round. This team have been through the ringer a bit this weekend, haven't they, having to get this replacement car from Iron Links, build it up and go racing. And of course the driver's largely used to McLarens, not Ferraris, so they've been learning about something different. Similar car it might be, but it's got its nuances. Ben Barnicoat crawls.
That's where the wheel actually departed the fray there.
Yeah, only limped on 3 wheels, Darren.
That's a long way to go on 3 wheels. Well, I mean, at least he got to the this first chicane on the Mulsanne with 3.5 wheels.
Yeah.
And then the damage would have been done to the splitter.
So now the wheel is definitely on, and they've checked it, and somebody else has checked it, so they're pretty confident they can send the car out. The garage is empty. Now a bit of sweeping up to be done. And number 71 then is down in 47th place, and Ben Barnicoat has taken it out. 34 into the pit lane, Alex Brundle, who is currently 5th in LMP2. This Inter-Europol competition car just getting on with it. It might not be the quickest in the class, but it's keeping out of trouble.
Talking about LMP2, what happened to the United car 23? It was kind of in the mix at one point. It's now dropped a few laps down. Is that the one that had the alternator issue?
I thought that was 22.
So 23's gone. It had the incident earlier on, but it's now...
It's the Wayne Boyd car, isn't it? Yeah.
Now 3 laps down. 3 laps and 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
At the moment, it must be 22 that's in the pits for the alternator change. So I didn't see what happened to 23 to put them that far back down.
Yeah, 22 is still in, but it's fallen down to 27th overall. 23 will get to the bottom of. Big shame that for United Autosports, having gone so well at the start and doing so well in the championship as well.
Yeah, been so dominant for so many years, actually, because when I say that, really since about 2 races in from getting a hold of the Orica chassis, switching from Ligier, they suddenly had this dominant streak where everything they touched turned to gold. And comes to the big one, but that can often be the case where you can be dominant in every other race, but when you come to this place, it kind of doesn't really go for that historical success rate.
The loss of time for 23 must have been that incident into the Dunlop, where both cars.
Yeah.
Because they recovered quite quickly on that one.
One of them did, and the other one's out, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure the drivers would recover from it as quickly as the car necessarily did coming off that.
That would have been an interesting conversation back in the pits between the two teammates.
Paolo Roberti versus Jackson Evans here in GTE AM, Ferrari versus Porsche. So Jackson Evans running in 5th in the class. Paolo Roberti 5th, Jackson Evans 6th, and the margin between them 7/10 per second. So the Iron Lynx Ferrari, the hugely experienced Paolo Roberti, who's done quite a bit of his recent racing in North America, comes towards the end of the lap, lots of traffic around.
And closing in on the 777 by D station. It's going to go another lap down on that little battle.
So the AF Corsa Ferraris in GTE Pro looking strong, whereas you've had in the night, Darren, quite a few of the other cars in GTE AM, for example, suffering with clutch dramas.
Yeah, the 2 pro cars just storming on, aren't they? The Corvette of Katzberg mixing it up every now and again with the pit stops and how they're running slightly out of sync, I would have thought.
Yeah. And the Porsche's just not really delivering.
Well, I don't know if they've got a bit unlucky with some of the safety cars that have just broken up a little bit during the race. And it doesn't take much. You only need the Toyotas just to be in between you at some stage, and suddenly you've lost a minute and 20 seconds just because of being unlucky with the safety car and what group you're behind. So I think that may be the reason that the 2 Porsches are just that little bit further behind at this point. But it could come back. You know, they might get lucky a bit later on, and safety car brings them back into play.
Going to have to be pretty lucky, though, really, Darren, I think, aren't they? They're being a lap and a chunk back. I know you're Mr. Positive.
Yeah, you know, it's not over until it's over, so...
Just looking at my sort of thought process there is how much the Ferraris have controlled the pace of the race since it sort of settled down after that first chaotic hour. And since then, they've kind of always been there, at least with one of them, never mind 2 of them. And 1-2 at the moment, and then with Katzberg, you know, nearly 2 minutes behind.
Katzberg doing a personal best sector on this lap in the effectively surviving Corvette. 64 is back on the circuit, but it's so far adrift now. It really is, and it was probably a good 7 or 8 hours ago, a single-pronged attack now from Corvette Racing. And it's 63 with the very versatile Nick Katzberg at the wheel of it. Ben Barnicoat has had enough of sitting in the garage because he's back on track, as we saw, and straight away he's doing personal bests in the first sector.
Well, he's going to definitely go quicker than he did in the first sector last lap, isn't he?
You're not wrong. And who else is on his toes? Kevin Magnussen has also just done a personal best. So United Autosports still trying to cycle 22 back into the race, but so much time lost now. So 5:45 local time. We've got 10 hours still to go, 10 hours and 13 minutes, and you're on board with the leading car. So number 7, Toyota. 23 seconds is the margin at the moment between Lopez and Hartley, but that's, of course, a contracted gap due to the fact that 7 has pitted of late. But they're still looking mighty, they're still looking strong. Despite all the fears about hypercar reliability, there's no obvious chink in the armour here.
Yeah, not at the moment. Still got 10 hours to run, coming up to the 14th hour. Which, considering it's so dark, it kind of doesn't fit with my sort of mindset of this point of the race to this point of the day. But obviously with a a mid-August start, then it's got to sort of shifted it somewhat.
I just poked my head out the door because I was thinking, you know, with the windows we have here, you can't really always tell what's happening out there in terms of brightness and the sun coming up. So I just poked my head out the door. Definitely still very dark out there. I wasn't expecting it. I was thought, oh, maybe a bit of sunlight coming up now, but no, it's still very much night out there.
It's actually very picturesque when the sun comes up. If you're in from the dark and through the sort of break of dawn over towards the east, towards Paris, actually, and you see it coming up, and it comes up every, well, you know this, Darren.
Every day the sun comes up.
In theory it does, but not every day you see it. However, when you do see it round here, it sort of changes so much every time you come out to Tetra Rouge, because it's 3.5 minutes later.
Yeah.
It's not as if you're seeing it consecutively. You've got all this section round the other side where you're effectively pointing in the other direction. And then you get to Tetra Rouge, you have a little look left, the break in the trees where they've got all the, now the various car dealerships and other things going on, and you see it sort of just moving its way up, and it makes you smile.
The bit where the Toyota just was breaking into Arnage, you can see the bank and the crowd. So as the sun comes up, and you see it every 3.5 minutes if you're in a prototype, or 4 minutes if you're in a GT car, and you could see more and more people coming back to the bank as the sun came up, so the crowd getting a little bit more dense in that area.
Let's just have an eavesdrop for number 8, Brendan Hartley at the wheel. And as he makes his way down toward the end of the lap, the Toyota driver still chasing his teammate in number 7. Let's listen in.
How many points have we lost? So we think about 2%, but we are checking the numbers, about 2%. Yep, 10 points down for us, 2 points. Sorry. Okay, so 2% aero and 10 points down for us. We're still working the numbers. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm struggling. I mean, I have been in the car. Yep, confirm.
Not good sound there. So he's lost basically downforce overall, but he's also lost aero balance on the front, which suggests to me splitter issue either on the outward foot plates, the areas that rub against the curbs, or alternatively it's just sort of rubber that's been caught somewhere in the system, because now with all the pickup, it tends to sort of collect in different areas, and that can have quite an effect. But they've lost overall downforce, and they have lost aero balance to the front, which is causing Brendan Hartley some issues. His lap times don't necessarily suggest it at the moment, but usually these things don't get better on their own.
No, exactly.
The 2% aero shift is quite a lot to be dealing with out there.
Yeah, it is. If you've had a balanced car and then it moves away 2%, it's usually not ideal.
But if it was going to go one way, I would prefer it to be going understeer in terms of a balance shift than 2% and losing more of the rear. That would be quite a difficult car to handle at this point of the race.
That would be a lot of playing with the recuperation, the brake balance, differential settings, trying to stabilise things.
How far off a pit stop is number 8, and what can they do? Is it a replacement chunk of bodywork, or do they need to assess it first?
It is 7 laps from a pit stop.
Okay.
So half a stint.
Yeah.
So about 20-something minutes. Normally, if it's the front splitter, you change the nose.
Yeah.
And that's not a problem.
No.
It just depends what it actually is that's causing the issue.
So 7 laps time when 8 is in, see what work is done, but this gives the advantage back to number 7, the traditionally unlucky Toyota. But right now, luck is going its way as Jose Maria Lopez continues to storm clear up front. Down through Arnage, back onto the power.
This is the car that I thought on a couple of occasions was actually going to be on the top step. It just seems to slip away from them. You know, there are times, I've got to say, in my career here where I thought I cannot do anything more to win this bloody race. And there's times when it sort of seems to be just going away from you and it comes back to you and you never know why. That, you know, afterwards you try and analyse it, and it tends to just be the ebb and flow of it all. But she can be a very cruel mistress, Le Mans. It has definitely been to the number 7 Toyota over the years.
Yeah, indeed. Marco Sorensen switching from GT to prototypes again this weekend for high-class racing, has brought 20 into the pit lane, which had its torrid time at the start of the race, but subsequently has largely kept out of trouble.
Marco's really done well adapting to the LMP2 car in a fairly short period of time. Certainly when I spoke to him yesterday, he seemed very confident about not just his performance, but what they could achieve, but it hasn't gone their way with the high class.
It's not, but they have gained places by, if you take Dennis Anderson's strange start out of the equation, keeping out of trouble. You know, others have been in the gravel, others have been in the wall, others have been in the pits for a long time, and okay, that car has just dropped back a little bit because of that last stop, but you know, it's running 10th in class, and it's a very, very competitive LMP2 class this year. And United Autosports back onto the pit apron, so they brought 23 to the pits, and this still Wayne Boyd behind the wheel, but down in 7th in class now, but polished the number panel, ready to send that car out.
And that was the alternator fix, wasn't it? That's what.
That was 22. That was the sister car, which is, I think I'm right in saying, still in. It is. So Fabio Scheira's car is still in the pits. 23 is the one we're just trying to get to the bottom of because it was involved in the skirmish earlier with 32, but has lost a big chunk of time of late as well. '22, which Fabio Scheira brought in, has fired up in the garage, so alternator change complete. Hopefully that car will be out on track soon. Nick Katzberg for Corvette, last lap personal best as he hustles on, trying to catch Comredegaard. And replay here of dramas in LMP2. Whoops.
This was Kevin's, wasn't it?
He's been hit by someone, isn't he?
Sorry, Jan's.
Rusinov, just actually looking through the penalty notices, and he got a penalty for that, Roman Rusinov, causing a collision with car number 49 at T26, Appendix L, Chapter 1V, 2D of the International Sporting Code, 10 seconds to add to the next pit stop time.
And also in replay, another car off the road coming out of the Dunlop S's.
Again, Jan, after that contact down at Arnage, and later on having a puncture that sort of put him off the road, and the S's there.
It's a lot calmer at Toyota Gazoo Racing, isn't it, right now, as the mechanics wait for the next stops. Also there, number 30 due in shortly, which Tristan Gomendy is driving at the moment for the Duquesne team. And this is on board 91 Porsche, which is 4th in the class. It's Fred Macco at the wheel, Fred Macavicki. And has fallen back behind the sister car of Neil Yarney. Get the hairdryer out for the mechanics. Try and make their clothing rather less unpleasant.
So you've got some guys there heating up their balaclavas and helmets, and then others trying to cool down with a bit of airflow.
So there is the Rixi Competizione Oreca, getting the screen cleaned in replay, ready to go back out, and Porsche ready for 91 to come in, which will be Fred Macavicki to come down the pit road. This is the Alpine, which is still running 3rd. Mathieu Vazivière on an outlap. And trying to get through traffic there as best he can, but this car having had a couple of offs early on in the race, losing time as a result of that.
That's a Glickenhaus, and that actually is seems
position.
Just blasted past, so Deriani up to 3rd place. It's not been a good race for Vaxivier with that off, unfortunately, in the first chicane. Damp, greasy conditions, braking area, trying to overtake 2 GTE cars, and looped it around into the gravel, got stuck.
The Alpine was on its outlap, so at that point maybe he's just taken a bit more caution just to make sure he's up to temperature with his tyres, and before sort of cracking on and getting back to the pace that he's been able to show so far. And
he should get that place back anyway when the Glickenhaus makes its next stop, shouldn't it? But it's the trade of place for the moment, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 laps before he sees the rear end of that Glickenhaus disappear off into the pits.
And in LMP2, it's still Habsburg from Delatraz from Julien Canal, who is the best part of 3 minutes behind Delatraz for 2nd and 3rd in class. And then 8th overall, the 2nd Glickenhaus, Ryan Briscoe at the wheel. 9th overall is the Jota Oreca, Sean Galal in number 28. And then to round out the top 10 overall, number 34, Alex Brundle, back at the wheel, or staying at the wheel of 34 after that last pit stop that we saw.
That gap between WRT, that's the biggest gap we've seen for quite a few hours now. Just over, over 30 seconds, because it was always floating around the sort of 1-2 seconds. And yeah, I guess Absol has had a very good stint in the car to pull that sort of time.
He's another one that's a very good fit for this type of sports car, isn't he? Having been a bit overshadowed in Formula 3, for example, but coming into sports car racing, he's looked impressive.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, he's done a great job. And quite often that is the case, isn't it? You can just find the drivers that fit this type of racing.
And a driver finds a car that fits their style as well.
Yeah.
He was quick in DTM, you know, he had pole position in Zolder. He was running at the front in quite a few races. And that was last year when DTM was, you know, the ultimates of touring car. And when we say touring car, downforce levels were not actually very different to what these LMP2 cars are. Weight as well and power. So I think the transfer across has been a reasonably understandable one for him.
Right, Fred Makovic Bales from 91, which came in 4th in class.
With Bruni getting in.
Yeah.
Two Porsches are not that far apart from each other. 18 seconds in total. So now it'll drop, obviously, this car back because it was 18 seconds prior to the stop.
And Neil Yarni is in 92, and they're normally coming in just a lap apart, aren't they? So this stop cycles through in a clear pit lane, so there's no delay, no traffic to dodge around. New driver, new set of tyres as well. So if you like, the complete service going on here to get that car back out. Fresh driver, fresh tyres, new tank of fuel, and Jimmy Bruni ready to go.
Looks like Bruni is going to be getting the happy hour coming up. He's going to be in for a double or a triple.
Tightens his belts, ready for the charge to come. On go the lights, blasts away. So onto his outlap. That drops the car to 25th overall, but still 4th in class, and might well get its 3rd back when Neil Yarni next pits. But Bruni now starts his stint.
A lot of checking of the mirrors there to see where the next car that's coming up onto the back of him is. And he's got a reasonably clear run through Tetra Rouge down towards the first chicane.
That's what you're wishing for when you leave the pit lane, isn't it? No cars around you, just so you can get the feel for the tyres without the pressure of trying to dodge some traffic or keep out of the way.
All dramatic with the sparks flying on a heavy tank of fuel. Extra weight in the car. But Jimmy Bruni then now full focus of attention onto the Mulsanne straight. Still getting himself comfortable in the car to an extent, but he's going to be in it for a while, I suspect now. Callum Islett's still pressing on. We talked a little while ago about him doing a personal best lap in the Ferrari. He's going quicker again in sectors as the car gets lighter on its fuel, and this is Bruni through the first chicane.
It's not taking too much time to get up to speed there, Darren.
No. You wouldn't expect anything less from Bruni, would you? Like, you know, these guys are just really good at just getting straight out into the dark and on the limit from the word go.
Barely any traffic around him that we've seen on the start of this lap, so he's got the road to himself for the moment. It's all going to change inevitably, but look at this.
It's beautiful.
So late on the brakes, considering it's a full tank of fuel.
I'm sorry, but I was thinking, crikey, he's early on the brakes.
Oh yeah, that's the difference. The difference between GT and LM.
Yeah, we were sort of thinking, right, 100 metres now.
Yeah.
He was braking at 150, 160.
Now 52 into the pit lane. This car has dropped away in the class, and is this signs of a problem for the AF Corsa car? The sister car 51 leads, but having been running 2nd in class now, 52 is dropping. And what do we have in GTE AM? Porsche and Strife coming into the pit lane there. Smoke coming out of the back of it. That's the GR racing car 86.
Tom Gamble.
Yeah. So that's
looks like suspension.
Horrible noise being made apparently. It's gone into the garage, as you see.
Horrible smoke is usually resultant of horrible something.
All right, 7:08 pits as predicted. Mathieu Vazivière gets the Alpine back up into 3rd place at the expense of Pipo Derani, who now leaves the pit road. 86 lost huge chunks of time early in the race and more time about to be lost. Tom Gamble, winner years past of the BRDC McLaren Autosport Young Driver of the Year award, and went into GT racing on the back of that.
Another driver that's adapted well from single seaters, and you know, he's found his little niche in GT racing. I mean, they were really unlucky with the repair. Just seemed to take for ages to get the splitter back on, with all the mounting points being damaged. It's just a shame when a team would normally be able to change that component fairly quickly, and it only takes one bolt, one cross thread, or you know, one part of the damage that isn't going to be a quick fix, and suddenly you're in the pits and in the garage for 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so.
Now this is your GTE Pro leader, and as you see, there's a driver change going on. So 51, Kom Ledegaard, but 52, the sister car, still in the pits and falling. So it's becoming a bit of a shift now. We've been saying that Ferraris have been looking strong in the class, Darren, but now it's got a bit singular.
Yeah, they're suddenly dropping back really far at this point.
Okay, you are one of the fastest on track, so it's really good job. But pay attention to curb, because we also had a failure on car 70, and there is a lot of failure in the paddock. So really take care of that, okay?
Copy, mate. I'm staying off there too, if you want.
Okay. Apart from that, how is the car?
Quite good, actually. Really nice to drive.
That's a nice bit of response. The car's quite good. Yeah. So the surprise in Job's voice there was maybe, well, it should be quite good, actually. Yeah. I mean, did the setup on it.
He's being told to stay away from curbs, look after the machinery, and the point being made about the numbers of failures that other cars in the class have had.
Well, I think in an LMP car, for me anyway, there's two places where you get quite a lot of force going through. One of them is when you come through the Ford chicane, if you take a big hit there, but that actually is the splitter more than necessarily the suspension. The other one is when you come out of Dunlop, and also Tetra Rouge, because they've got those sort of cutouts into the ground, so it's like a hole in the ground to stop you going there. But when you go across there fast, then you don't feel it because you sort of skip across the top of them. But that puts huge vertical oscillation force into the suspension. And Dunlop, even though you're accelerating out of it in second gear, it can actually be some of the highest load suspension sees over the whole circuit. And so it's a case of trying to keep, not necessarily keep off them, but if you are going to go on them, straddle them so you don't go into those holes, and you try to make sure that you don't necessarily just go along where it starts pattering over the top of it.
Part of the surprise in Job van Uittert's voice might have been because the car has been off the road at least twice in the hands of Frits van Eerd. So it's not had an easy race, this car, thus far. But in spite of that, it feels okay. Comes from a good racing family, Job van Uittert, as we were saying earlier on in the race.
Let's see, as he comes out of the Porsche curves and heads down to the Ford chicane, let's see if he is doing as he's told and staying away from some of the heavy curbs.
No.
You can just see that vibration there, isn't it, on the way out?
That's easy answered.
Yeah.
'86, the GR racing car that's just come in is a broken damper, we understand, from Duncan Vincent in the pit lane. So broken damper for '86, and off the road is '84.
It's down at Arnage, isn't it?
It is. That's the innovative class car. And it is Takuma Aoki at the wheel of it, the paraplegic driver, former 500cc motorbike racer, a podium finisher, but Aoki is in strife now. Tries to get that going.
Hopefully he's come back far enough to be able to miss the gravel with the steering lock available.
I don't think he has at the moment.
And this is the time just to take it, be patient.
So let's see how he got into the trouble.
Yeah, locked the rear, just as over the little bump there, Dan, it looked like.
I wonder if that was on the downshift, though, because it was quite an instant lock, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe there's a small gearbox issue there at that point.
Well, the team hoping that the car gets going again. He has done that, and will come back in. bit of time lost, but Takuma Aoki, one of the two drivers of that car, being Nigel Bailly, both disabled drivers, paraplegic drivers, and just the fact to be in the race at all is a mighty achievement.
Certainly is.
Mathieu Lahaye, the third driver, is the faster, obviously, of the three, but Aoki brings the car back slowly. Now there is 52, taped up, but it's losing masses of time, isn't it? Because this car now is down to 34th, and how many laps off the leader of the class is it? It's about 4 laps down, so that's out of the game.
Yeah, five laps. The leaders are on 196 laps, and they're 5 laps down from there. So what a shame, because they were really in the fight for the overall win of GTE Pro. Daniel in the car, waiting to go back out. Or was that, no, it's Merlino.
TF Sport in here. Should normally just be a standard pit stop for them.
John Hartshorn bringing it in. Very experienced GT racer. Far cry from his early days of competition in the MG Maestro Challenge back in the mid-1980s. Not many people came out of the MG Maestro Challenge.
Not many people can say that they remember the MG Maestro Challenge, I think.
It did have a Formula 1 world champion that raced in it.
Did it?
Damon Hill did a one-off race in it, yes. His crowning moment racing an MG Maestro. It was a multidiscipline race, a sprint, hill climb competition.
I'm going
Damon
to check
had a go in this.
Wikipedia to see if that is on his CV.
But it's not. There was a photograph run in the BRDC magazine of when he was the president at work in his MG Maestro. But yeah, he drove it once. Anyway, we're going off to a small tangent here as 52 AF Corsa. Let's try and get 52 back into the race. The team hard at work. Lots of attention down around that left rear corner.
But also the front left as well. So I don't know if it's brake issues on both sides of the car. Whatever it is, it's taken a lot longer than they probably hoped it would at this point.
Let's just quickly listen into Paul-Luc Chatin in the EDEC Sport number 48 entry.
Like to try 1 or 2 clicks forward on brake balance. 1 or 2 clicks forward on brake balance. If you feel okay with that.
Yeah, just 0.5% forward on the brake balance, trying to push it away from the rear onto the front. It's the request from the engineer. Obviously the driver's the one with the brake pedal, and he's the one that's got to feel confident on the brakes just due to the high speed, due to the controllability, and if you put it onto the front, you'll lock up from it if you feel that you're right on the edge of that, especially if a tyre has gone maybe into its 3rd to 4th stint. There's not much rubber on it, and on these straights they cool down quite quickly when you lose the tread depth, and so you need to be sensitive when you actually do make these changes. But certainly the engineering must have saw in the data something they feels more performance in that IDEC car if they push the brake balance a little bit further forward, I presume more in temperatures.
We've had a personal best lap out of Ollie Webb in the ARC Bratislava LMP2 Pro-Am entry, trying to make amends for the Konopkas being off the road yesterday, but that car a long way back in 33rd place, but Ollie Webb proving his speed once again. Replay of mechanics being spotted on the cameras, others trying to get some shut-eye before they have to spring into action on the next stop.
In the lead battle for LMP2, Delatras has closed that gap down in the last few laps. It's come down 5 seconds from, I think it did go out to 31 at one point, so it's now down to 26, so he's having a better run through the traffic at this point.
Yeah, let's also listen to Brendan Hartley.
Fox this lap, take confirm, drinks, tube, the headrest. Copy, box this lap.
So the instruction to come in this time, and we'll see what work goes on, because he was complaining a few laps back, wasn't he, about the balance and the aero of the car.
Is that going to be a driver change as well? Because he was talking about the headrest, so I guess there's some prep to be done.
Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Do the full work at once.
Yeah, he's done 3 stints, Brendan.
Yeah, so it makes sense for a driver change, and the headrest, there must be something that they have to do as they trundle down the pit lane to help with the driver change coming up.
Yeah, I presume that's for the driver helper to come in the other side of the car. So he's got about half a lap to go, so there's been quite a few of the teams actually had radio issues at this point on the circuit, from the second chicane all the way down through to Dunlop. To Indianapolis. It's generally been a blind spot, but when it becomes race day with TV crews and everybody transmitting, and also normally with a whole load of fans, it tends to become one of those areas that you just, unless it's critical, try not to have radio conversation. And in this situation, that's coming into the second chicane was where that message was given that it's pit this lap.
Now, I was getting concerned about 52 Ferrari. It's still in the garage, I think, but Duncan Vincent has more news on the AF Corsa entry.
Yes, I'm standing in the garage watching rear left suspension failure be fixed on the car. A great shame. They've also decided to do the brakes at the same time, as you can imagine. It's there, so they may as well. But yeah, a great shame. It's ground away where the wheel speed sensor, Alan, would pick up off the back of the upright hub. It really is a bit of a mess. There's metal shavings all over the floor, so not a good one for the Ferrari.
Thanks, Duncan.
Yeah.
So that car way down now. It's fallen to 37th overall, 6th in class, but losing lap after lap after lap, and it's still in the pit lane. So as yet, not even back on the circuit. So from 2, AF Corsa Ferrari's looking dominant. Then there was 1, and James Collado will be given the message, presumably a bit like we've heard for others now, try and keep off the curbs, look after the machinery, because the team has seen what can be done and what the damage can result in.
He certainly can't relax too much or stay away from the curbs too much, because of Katzberg is not that far behind, only 12 seconds behind the lead of GTE Pro. So even if he does want to just like take it a little bit slower and protect the car, it's not going to take too long before the Corvette's on his tail.
So Brendan Hartley does jump clear of 8. Takes his seat with him.
Kamui Kobayashi in.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nakajima, apologies.
Team help strap him in. Fuel goes in at the same time, and then they'll worry about the tyres and anything else that they need to do.
And so the releasing of the headrest is so the driver helper can get in.
Yeah.
And then he can belt the driver in.
And a new nose section, by the look of it, is about to go on, because you've heard about the problems with the aero, so just replace the front section. Looks remarkably naked now, that car, doesn't it? Out comes the new front section.
Well rehearsed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Seamless in pulling one off and then getting the new nose on.
Slight time loss at the pit stop there, but not really too much. But the aero benefit of a clean nose, if it's a problem with the nose, will definitely outweigh the time loss of staying out for 13 laps with too much understeer.
So number 8 rejoins, number 7 still well clear in the race lead. Jose Maria Lopez still behind the wheel of the car.
Okay, Jose? Yeah, just a big rock up. I had no bite at all. It happened the same with Kamui. It's when the front brakes are too low, I think.
Front brake's too cold, and so Lopez has had a big lock-up, he said there. Now, Kamui Kobayashi had that one earlier on, which caused a bit of a drama. I think did he not go down the escape road?
Indianapolis, wasn't it? Second part of Indianapolis.
And so it sounds a little bit like their front brake temperature sensitive at the moment. And at that point as well, remember, they're trying to recuperate energy for the hybrid system as well.
That's just checking with Kevin Estre as well at the moment, 92 Porsche.
Charlie 7 was to reset coordinate part.
It will not work, Kevin. We've lost the signal.
Okay, so we don't have any tire number.
Negative. No tire numbers.
No tyre numbers, so a frustrated Kevin Estre, they've lost some data somewhere.
Yeah, they've got information on the tyres with tyre pressure monitoring systems. But clearly they don't have the data there. If you hit curbs, sometimes it sort of then needs a reset. But obviously, as you're driving around, you can't do that because you need to. I think it's take the wheel off actually to relocate it again.
But it could be on all four. If he's lost that data on all four, then there's a bigger problem. It's occasionally you'll lose a tyre and the signal from a tyre with that pressure sensor. But if he's not getting any display of any of the tyre pressures, then it's probably a bigger issue that may run through to the end of the race with that information for them.
There's a pretty downbeat engineer, Adam Hardy, the voice you heard there, saying negative, haven't got the data anymore. 52 still in the pits, you saw a moment ago. TF Sport, 33, still doing a very, very good job indeed in second place now in GTE AM. 2 minutes down, but Ben Keating is at the wheel of the car, chasing after Alessio Rivera.
How far back is Callum? Currently 2 minutes 56, and you are 2 minutes behind Rivera.
Tom Ferrier explaining the situation, but the 50-year-old American Ben Keating then is, as you've just heard, 2 minutes back from the class leader, but he's a bit concerned about where Callum Eilert is at the moment, and Callum is hustling on. He's on another personal best lap in the Ferrari. He's certainly taken to GT racing, no question.
Yeah, he has, but he's quite a chunk behind Keating, and you could hear the calm tones of TS Sports, Tom Ferrier there. He's been around this game a lot, and he's also worked with various different drivers, a clean, very efficient team. But yeah, just calming it down, saying, here's the gaps, don't worry.
And still 9 hours and 41 minutes to go, so a lot can yet happen in that class battle, which is being led by 83, Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari operated by AF Corsa, the one that won at Monza and one at Spa. So Rivera, Francois Perrodo, Nicholas Nielsen, the three drivers currently ahead in the class. Ben Keating is second, and then third in the class right now is Callum Eilert, as we've been saying, in the Iron Lynx Ferrari, working his magic.
He certainly has, but from Ben's point of view in P2 at the moment, he knows that Callum's going to have the advantage in terms of lap time, just with Callum being a professional race driver. But it's seeing how much of a damage limitation can be done in this stint. But it's going to ebb and flow. It's going to go back into the advantage of 33 when the drivers have swapped round later on. So it's just making sure that this is a clean run. Don't put yourself under too much pressure at this point. And just sort of rattle the laps off and hopefully have a consistent sort of double stint or triple stint. But it was super impressive a few years ago in Bahrain with a triple stint there, getting his driver time done really early in the race, and it was one of those stints in WEC that stood out for the whole of the GTE AM group. Basically, it was really impressive, super impressive.
This is the much delayed Corvette 64 that has just been brought back into the pit lane, but it's a long way down. Alexander Sims at the wheel, but it's 49th overall, having lost masses of time in that last few hours.
Yeah, you never gain that back. I think everybody's basically had some troubles along the way. It just depends how big they are. If it's requiring a long stay in the box, then with a competition level, you're just hanging on and hoping that something's going to sort of go in your direction at some point. But it's not been an easy run by anybody at the moment. 64 there. The car we heard earlier on had a clutch change. That was one of the reasons that it sort of dropped itself out.
That and the rear diffuser that they also had to sort out. Here's your AM leading class Ferrari. Alessio Rivera at the wheel of the car, reigning Italian GT champion. One of the rookies on the grid, the one rookie in the car, in fact, because Nicholas Nielsen and Francois Perrodo have done the race before. Francois Perrodo, the oil and gas company chairman, who's got quite a nice collection of historic racing cars, Darren.
He has, yeah. I was lucky enough to be out driving one at a few days, so...
Not suggesting he's got one less now, but...
no, he's still in one piece. He's still in one piece, yeah. I haven't done too much damage, so... but he's only done just over... Francois only just done, I think, just over 2 hours in the car, so there's a lot more driving that Francois has to do once the sun comes up. And that's the thing we're talking about with the fact that there's more time in the night this year because of the time of the year that we're here on the race. It wasn't with the weather again at the beginning of the race. It wasn't like ideal to be putting in the AM drivers at that point. So I think this morning once the sun's up, you're going to see a lot more of the AM drivers being put back in the car, and hopefully they're all rested, because that's when the mistakes could happen.
Keep them out in that wet weather, but also perhaps keep them out of the car in the night time. That's when your pro can come into his own.
And you can just see now in the sky, it's just beginning to lighten up.
I've just put my head outside and it still looks pretty dark.
Does it, right? I've been optimistic again. It's coming.
The day is coming.
Yeah.
But 20 past 6 in the morning, it is still very dark indeed, and this date change back a couple of months, certainly having an impact on the feel of the race as the teams await number 7, Toyota. Jose Maria Lopez now 2 minutes to the good.
He said about Perodo and his driving time, he's done 2.25 hours so far. So he's got a little bit, he's got a minimum of 6 hours to do to be able to be classified, and also for the car as well.
So it's 2 double stints that's pretty much in the bag there, isn't it? That he's got to be able to get done before we get to the 4 o'clock.
Yeah, with 10 hours though, it's definitely possible.
That's quite a big percentage of the race
still to go.
In terms of
he's got to do
with 9 hours to go, so, or 9 hours and 36 minutes. So
he's going to have the lion's share of the work to do once daylight comes, and can't afford any slip-ups, so the pressure's going to be on, isn't it? Further down, Maxime Martin doing personal bests in number 72 Porsche, that's 5th in the pro class, having qualified on pole, but that was another one that was in strife right up from the start of the race with that spin on the first racing lap. Fell down the order as a consequence.
7 into the pits, race leader Jose Maria Lopez, in for his 18th pit stop of the race so far. Last one was fuel.
So we've seen a driver change aboard 8 on the last stop.
You see there on the podium, if you can maybe see it, the trophy glinting behind in the spotlights.
So Lopez to stay behind the wheel. And it's going to be just fuel again, isn't it, looking at this?
Yeah, it will be.
No tyres on standby, so fuel it up, clean the screen, and off you go.
Yeah, he's going on to his 3rd stint. Yeah.
Clean the number panel, as required under the regulations, must be visible. And then Jose Maria Lopez will be sent back out into the race. Board is readied, fuel hose uncoupled, and away goes Lopez now. Slick, efficient, no time wasted. Gets on with the job. Pit lane looking rather empty and calm at the moment, isn't it, compared to how it can often be here. But as Lopez gets to the top end of the pit lane, accelerates out back into the race now.
And nicely for him, it's going to be straight into a clear track as he comes out of the pit lane. Can focus on getting back up to speed, and knowing he's got the information on the tyre. He's been on that tyre. Big slide then. Yeah. he's pushing to get back up to speed, isn't he, straight away?
On used rubber, yeah. Really is hustling on.
This first sort of run down to the Mulsanne into the first chicane is always the tricky one when you're on a used tyre, but back up with full fuel, just recalibrating yourself in terms of what the performance will be like on that first time you really get onto the brakes into the Mulsanne chicane. Very easy just to snatch a break at this point on the first lap.
Riding with him, and there is traffic up the road, and he's fast approaching it. All of this is studied by the engineers in the garage.
I think he's watching television. He's watching the pictures we are.
And now Lopez is catching the traffic, isn't he?
He's got a gaggle of cars ahead of him here. They're LMP2 cars predominantly. There's a GT car in there, which he's just disposed of. And then after that, he's got a pretty clean run. There is one car going through the second chicane where he's coming up to once he's disposed of this one ahead. And then after that, he's got, I would say, a clear track all the way to get back to the pits.
Gets past the Iron Lynx Ferrari. Still wriggling his way through the traffic on this 217th lap of the race now with, as you can see, 9 hours, 33 minutes still to go.
is definitely looking brighter in the sky.
That's a light.
That's what is the light?
It's a light. It's a spotlight.
From the pitch we gather, it's still very dark.
Yeah, Mr. Optimism here to my right-hand side.
I think Darren's thinking the lighter it gets, the closer I am to breakfast. So,
yeah, when is breakfast served? Just so I can sort of sketch.
It's just finished, actually.
Is it?
Yeah. Sadly, it's only in dark hours.
We'll bring you a bun.
Yeah, croissant. Yeah, Lopez now through, down in towards Arnage.
This gap's going out in LMP2, isn't it, between Habsburg and Delatraz now, up to over a minute and a half between those two, but it's still looking strong for them. They're on a slightly different number of pit stops right now, but even so, the margin has widened, having had the two cars together on track for a time.
Yeah, Habsburg's extended the gap as he's been able to consistently, I would say, take a little bit of time away from Delatraz for whatever reason.
He's done one fewer pit stop, granted, but even so, it's a margin that's been going up and up and up.
It's a minute, 10 seconds, depending on what they're going to be doing.
88 has a slow lap to the pits. It's got a puncture, we understand, so number 88 struggles back to the pit lane, that being the Julian Andlauer, Don Bastian, Lance David Arnold Porsche that has got Julian Andlauer at the wheel, and according to the screen, it's on an outlap.
Yeah, Lopez just went past him on the way into the Porsche curves.
So puncture on an outlap for 88. More delays, the car down to 8th in class anyway, having started on pole.
Glickenhaus pit, preparing for a driver.
And both cars still going. So
should be Ryan Briscoe in the 709.
Yeah,
that's about to come into the pits for a scheduled pit stop.
So taking on the might of Toyota within the hypercar class, but still going strong. Is it looking brighter, Darren?
It is.
Good.
I told you it was going to get brighter.
It's not looking brighter for this Dempsey Proton racing car, though, because it's going into the garage. It's a little bit more than just a puncture, I think.
Yeah.
And it goes, more people can work on it, more parts available, more space.
It's on the right rear, isn't it? Whatever the problem is.
Yeah, there's been quite a few suspension issues discussed. We've heard radio comments, drivers keep off.
You can see the damage on that tyre where it's been rubbing on the bodywork. So maybe it's another suspension failure. Right rear.
Makes sense, doesn't it, for that? There's 709 in, so Ryan Briscoe with the Glickenhaus for the pits. That's the car that's currently 7th overall.
That's GR Racing. They had that right rear suspension failure not that long ago, wasn't it? It was like maybe 10 laps ago or something like that. So
with Tom Gamble.
Yeah, that's two of the Porsches.
And also that 52 Ferrari, the AF Corsa second car with the rear suspension failure. So there's a lot of it about. Race leader has now done 217 laps. The margin is 63 seconds between the two Toyotas. The Alpine is third. Mathieu Vezevier at the wheel of it. Fourth is 708 Glickenhaus, Pipo Derani. And into the pit lane has just come 31 then. So Ferdinand Habsburg is in. That puts him on the same number of pit stops as the sister car of Louis Delatraz. And the gap's going to come down accordingly. James Collado is still clear in GTE Pro, running in 21st place overall. 11.5 seconds up on Nick Katzberg for the moment, and third in the class, a little bit further back, Kevin Estre, Alessio Rivera still ahead of Ben Keating, and then Callum Eilert in third place. Those gaps remaining pretty constant.
Certainly that gap between Katzberg and Collado, it's been sort of bouncing around that 11 to sort of maybe 14 seconds. So they're in a very strong stint, both of them, to keep that sort of gap at that point.
Yeah, just looking at the lap times, they're also, in general, a little bit ahead of the Porsche duo of Estre and Bruni at the moment.
So the classification, you can see as it's been scrolling through, there are a number of cars out of the race now, but not that many confirmed. But we've lost, as you can see, number 1, the Richard Mille Racing Team car that Sophia Flörsch was behind the wheel of when She was crashed into by Franco Colapinto, the youngest driver on the grid, and the damage was enough to put it out of the race after a second incident as well, having hit the barrier. Then the car got T-boned. There is 88 in the pits with its suspension dramas. We've lost the Team Project 1 number 56 Porsche, Kessel 57 Ferrari, the Cetilar Racing Ferrari after an accident did for 46 as well with damage. The mechanical maladies, we think a clutch has put 55 Matt Griffin's Ferrari out of the race. The list goes on and on and on inevitably at this stage. So the Glickenhaus squad cycles 708 back into the race and brakes ready for the Porsche now. So this is going to add to the time in the pit lane for 88.
Everybody's going to take advantage, though, of brake change in GTE when they can, when effectively it's for free, because when they're in the garage, they don't have a limitation on the number of personnel. Under a standard stop outside, then they definitely do. And so therefore, do the brake change now gets it completely out of the way.
One of the number of cars with a bit of backing from Heel Tread, the sock manufacturers. You saw the Porsche in the garage, Portuguese company. Right, Robin Fry's hard at work. He's taken over 31 now, so this is the outlap for the category leader. And he's got Louis Delatraz chasing on behind him, but Robin Fry's currently running in 5th spot. And the suspension work goes on, and shock absorber dramas for 88 in the pit garage is we're understanding. Also, having just pitted 3rd LMP2 car, Sean Galal for Jota, and 4th in LMP2, Will Stevens has just cycled through a stop as well. We've got 709 in, so the pit lane's become quite busy again. Ryan Briscoe on an outlap. And in has come Paul-Luc Chatin, in also Marco Sorensen back in for high-class racing. And Antonio Felix da Costa for Jota has just pitted. 18th overall, 13th in class. That car still desperately trying to recover from Matt Davidson's dramas in the gravel early in the race.
Such a shame that happened that early, you know, maybe 3 or 4 hours into the race. And then hearing from Ant, he doesn't really make mistakes generally. So just caught out with the weather on the run up to turn 1. And it's really easy, you know, if you've only got to have a few drops of rain on the paint there, which is the normal turning in point for turn 1. Everyone uses the chevrons on the left-hand side on approach. And if you're unaware that there's any rain at that point, you'll use all the road you possibly can and just pop a wheel on the paint, and it's wet and around you go. So really unfortunate there for Ant and the team. They were doing so well at that point.
And despite others being in strife, they've not really brought back that many places. So, as I say, still way down in the class, 13th in the category, just having got ahead of Job van Outert. James Collado is still ahead, but by a modest margin for the moment, 9.6 seconds within GTE Pro. Nick Katzberg has done 13 pit stops. They're on the same number now, aren't they? So yes,
yeah.
2 cars on a comparable strategy, but the gap a little bit reduced for the moment until the next stop cycle through for James Collado and Nick Katzberg.
It's one of the Uniteds just gone out the pits. Alex Lynn at the wheel now of the 23, which is a second car in that duo that's there. 49, I think, is the other car, if I just caught it correctly. Which is the high-class racing. Kevin Magnussen at the wheel of that one.
Yeah, that was delayed with that off and the puncture earlier on, as we'd seen a little while ago when Jan Magnussen was at the wheel of it. K-Mag takes it over, down in 27th place overall, that car currently. There is 23, so Alex Lynn, 12th overall, 7th in class, but the expectation was for higher.
Definitely, the expectation wasn't for 12th in class, that's for sure. High-class racing, this is sister car. Marco Sorensen. Yeah, they're looking to do something on the brakes as well. So there's a little bit more than just brakes because the engine cover's off at the back. And not exactly sure what they're doing at the back there, but maybe Duncan can have a little run down to high-class racing when he gets a second to give us a little update. But it looks like a little bit. Dempsey Proton cars already back on the pit lane apron and we're going back out again.
Yeah, Alpine About to trundle down pit lane.
Yeah, Vazevier at the wheel of it for the moment, and still running in third place, that car.
Yeah, they're running in third place, but they're one less lap per stint than the Toyotas. So therefore, with 30-plus stints, effectively, that's not good. That's going to be 3 extra stops over the course of the race, just by pure default of that.
Well, they've lost 4 laps as the car comes in relative to the Toyotas, and it's going to be a driver change this time. Nicolas Lapierre gets set, Mathieu Vazevier jumps clear. So fuel goes in, tear off windscreen sorted, and the driver change now affected. So Nicolas Lapierre gets on board, having had his spin early on in the race, but the best they can do now is stay in touch as best they can with the Toyotas and hope that frailty hits the Japanese cars. So this grandfathered hypercar gets its new tyres, new Michelins go on.
Nick Glickenhaus has just taken that P3 position again.
It's the number 20 high-class Orica still being worked on. So the brakes is one element, but the bigger question mark is over what's going on at the back. Others finding time for a bit of kip.
Yeah. Risi Competizione on a relaxing moment for the mechanics. They've had plenty of work to do through the course of the race so far, though.
Right, on his outlet, Nicolas Lapierre. So the Alpine Storm's back on track, but down in 4th for the moment after that pit stop.
Yeah, and the 708 Glickenhaus, which is the car they're fighting for 3rd position, is just coming into the first chicane at the moment, so probably about a minute ahead. Tell you what, the Glickenhaus has surprised me positively here.
Yeah, I mean, as we have been saying, the car, or cars plural, have run reliably. They may not be on the same lap, they may not be on the same lap times as the Toyotas, but they haven't looked like amateur hour.
No, they definitely not. Well, they're fighting with Alpine here. And Alpine definitely is a team that knows how to win this race. They've won it many times in LMP2, and clearly they also have got a little bit of support as well from a major OEM manufacturer.
Yeah.
Not much, admittedly, in comparison to a Toyota or someone, but they've also got a, at least a thumbprint on it.
Yeah. Corvette into the pits, as you see, Nick Katzberg, and Darren Kevin Estre has just dragged a personal best lap out of the 92 Porsche. So Kevin Estre means business as well this morning, as away blasts 63 now.
It's coming into that lovely stage of the race where it's that happy hour is about to kick in. You can see
it's
that
getting brighter.
It's super bright out there now. It's a lovely day. Not many clouds out there, so yeah, this is a great time to be on circuit as Garcia exits the pit lane and starts his, I guess it's going to be a triple stint coming up for Antonio at this point. What a time to be in the car. You've got, how many cars are now out of the race? You've lost 10, 11 cars, so less traffic to deal with. Circuit's going to be really rubbered in at this point. And yeah, there's going to be some. There's definitely going to be some quick times that are going to go down at this point in the race now.
Another one that we're going to see posting the quickest time as we see the 63 Corvette coming through Tetra Rouge is Callum Ilott in the Iron Lynx GT Yam car. He's done his personal best 1st and 2nd sector, and I think that one's going to post its quickest lap of the race so far.
It wasn't that long ago that Ben was on the radio asking how far behind Callum was, and it was 2 minutes. It's now less than a minute between them. So you can see the difference in what a pro driver can do in a short period of time. But that said, Ben's done a great job.
There's number 20 from High Class Racing, ready to go back out. It was an antenna issue from the data logger. Also back into the race 52, Daniel Serra at the wheel of the other AF Corsa Ferrari. But just going back to that Corvette for a moment of Antonio Garcia, what he now needs to do, Darren, I suppose, is just apply as much pressure to James Collado, see if they can force him over a curb and see if they can get a repeat of that suspension drama on 51, the car that the Corvette is chasing, that they've had on 52.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely, Garcia's really got to keep the pressure on that. I mean, Katzberg was doing a great job. It was just under the 10 seconds before the pit stop, so everything to play for these guys. And Antonio knows what to do behind the wheel. He's not going to do anything other than push 100% at this point, just to keep the pressure on the AF Corsa.
Duncan mentioned there the high-class racing with the antenna issue. That's not the first one they've had. They've had a few antenna issues through the course of this race. Earlier on, about 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, they were dragged in for the same problem. So looks like a recurring, maybe, loom issue or something, Darren?
Or even installation. It could easily be something like that, yeah.
Interference with things even like the tire pressure monitoring systems. It's apparently just the physical part is coming loose, is what it appears to be. And as the 60's going very slowly, that's not quick out of the box.
It's just come straight out with Claudio Schiavone at the wheel of it, so he's the AM in the Pro-Am car. So Paolo Roberti was behind the wheel, and Schiavone perhaps being a little more cautious at getting himself up to speed. 22 into the pit garage, we understand as well, so that's had its alternator change. But United Autosports car, Philippe Albuquerque now 47th and back into the pit garage. This is a very gentle outlet from Schiavone, isn't he? One of the investors in Iron Lynx, but playing himself in gradually, should we put it like that?
Yeah, he's definitely easing himself into
yes.
The biggest problem with that is that the tyre temp is going away, then you lose a bit more confidence, and it can spiral
downways.
Yeah, really quickly. So he doesn't want to be hanging around for too long, getting up to speed, and lose the advantage of a hot set of tyres that the team have just put on the car.
So this 22 for United Autosports, that remember came into the race with Phil Hansen being the championship leader in LMP2. It is plummeting down the order, and more time is being lost right now.
Yeah, driver out. It looked a bit leisurely there for me. Okay, they've got not very much chance of any points results, but you know, you never give up till the end unless it's something that is terminal.
And through the gloom comes the Iron Dames Ferrari. Michel Gatting at the wheel. That car lost time with a puncture early in the race. There's the Ferrari down towards Arnage. And plenty of teams still hard at work down in the pit lane. United Autosports, Alan, hard at work, we understand, on 22.
Yeah, there's got a replacement part to the loom, the wiring loom, and they're going to be installing that. So it sounds as if it's electrical for sure, and also it's a little bit of work that's going to be going on in there. That's probably why they were just taking it leisurely, because until they located the loom, there was very little they could actually do. But I'm sure Duncan will keep us abreast of what's going on with that and how the repairs are going.
So 85, which is now 41st. Michel Gatting coming up towards the chicane. And that car is currently, what, 10th in class. One of the two all-female crews that started the race, but the one that survived. So we had one in prototypes, but that's out of the race with the damage. But the Iron Dames going nicely here.
Yeah, the pace has been really good, really strong for 85. It's just unfortunate they had that puncture, and it was a good 10-minute in-lap. But at least there wasn't any major damage to the car while Frey was bringing the car back with that. I think it was a left rear puncher, I think
you're right, yeah. Yes. And Sarah Bovey, part of that crew, making her World Endurance Championship debut.
And leaders in GTM, Rovera at the wheel with the Francois Perrault car. This car's got a reasonable gap over Ben Keating, basically a lap. And they're into the pits for a standard pit stop.
Nicholas Nielsen will take it over, Spa 24 winner, Ferrari factory driver. So he's going to be the man that will take the car back into the race. And is therefore responsible for trying to maintain the advantage over Ben Keating, as Callum Eilert did another personal best lap last time around third in the class. Let's just listen in to the Magnussen 49 entry.
Please, some more information on engine problem, please. Well, it's dead. Have a look at the data. DTM is pulling away. We're slower, the DTM. The engine is dead. I don't know. The Porsche, I was behind the Porsche, and it's pulling away. So in 1 minute, this engine goes boom.
Left you with no doubt there.
Yeah, very clear. The engine is definitely the problem there.
Yeah. Didn't dress it up, no frills, dead. Simple as, yes. No, there might be an issue, or there's a lack of power, dead. Tell it how it is, Kevin.
Yeah. In a lap, it goes boom.
Yeah.
I got to be honest, that is very funny. It's very funny. But the United Autosport we saw there briefly as well. A lot of work going on in the back of that car, David.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think Duncan is down there in the pits.
Tell us, Duncan, what's going on. The list of travails is a long one for United now, isn't it?
Yeah, I've just spoke with Gary Robertshaw there just now. OK, they changed the complete bell housing, which has the adapter in it. They've changed the complete gearbox loom. They're now changing a separate bit of the loom. They can't get any charge back into the battery. So a bit of a problem. He says we're now starting to chase things. So it's not good. But on the brighter side, Darren, it's starting to brighten up out here. There's daylight arriving.
It's looking perfect out there at the moment, absolutely. I knew it would come. I knew this sunrise would happen today.
It's like day follows night, isn't it? Yeah.
Mystic Meg beside us.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's always a big issue, though, isn't it? Electrical problems, looms. Yeah. These, I mean, when it's a component like a suspension component, gearbox component, you can see it. It's easy to analyse that that's broken, but when it's a loom, it's you can chase your tail for hours trying to fix those sort of problems.
Perhaps that's harking back to the accident it had yesterday and a legacy of that damage. So a big disappointment for United Autosports. 23 is down in 12th place, 7th in class, as into the pits comes number 708. So this car was 3rd, and it's going to lose that 3rd place back to the Alpine here.
Yeah, Derani brings it in to the end of his 2nd stint. This is a standard pit stop, 13 laps, which is one more than what the Alpine can do, and exactly the same as the Toyota.
But again, as we keep saying, they're going round and round, and you know, a podium is a possibility for the Glickenhaus. First time at Le Mans would be quite a result.
I think that would be a huge result for them. To even be there at the end of the race with one car, I'd imagine will be a great success in terms of what they were hoping for this weekend. But the fact that two are both running round fairly strong, and 708 in that podium position, I know it's going to shake out after the pit stop, but they're still very much in the battle for an overall podium here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 9 hours in which they can try and cement that place, and of course the likelihood that it can happen with fewer pit stops being made.
Yeah, the other thing is that they're on the same basic pace performance level as the Alpine, with Nicolas Lapierre at the wheel.
So away goes Durrani. The car refuel, but staying on the tyres, so it doesn't waste any further time in the pit lane, gets to the pit out beam and blasts back onto the circuit. Getting confirmation from high class that Kevin Magnussen's back in the garage after reporting a loss of power. Wasn't quite the terminology he used, but that's what the team is telling us.
That was definitely a little bit of PR speak, shall we say, in comparison.
Kevin was briefer, yes.
I'm looking forward to the post-race press release.
It's about one line. Yeah. Car retired, dead engine.
The lead GTE AM 83, Francois Perodo, is now in the car. So as soon as the sun's come up, they're going to start to get those hours out the way that Francois has to put in before the end of this race.
But interestingly, now we've got that situation you were touching on a while ago. In the class, you've got AM, and then Pro, 3rd. Callum Eilert now chasing 2 AMs. Ben Keating is a quick AM, but the gap between him and Perodo, I think, will come down. He's quicker than Francois. So it's going to be interesting to see how the GTE AM battle pans out over the next 2 or 3 stints.
I'm not sure on the AM driver in car 80 how... In fact, Callum's just into the pits now. You're just out.
Kevin Magnussen's still sitting in the car. And a lot of inspection going on the back.
But one of the dad and lad entries that he was sharing with his father, along with Anders Fjordbach, looks like at best there's going to be a lot of time lost. At worst, could be retirement. But that car, for the moment, stays in the garage and as a result tumbles down the order. And it's not really a happier sight at United Autosports, is it?
It doesn't look as if it's moving very quickly. There's a lot of looking as opposed to doing, which is never a good sign.
And a bit of head shaking as well.
Yeah. Yeah. They're trying to charge, see if they can get some charge back in to the battery from the alternator, but with that change, if that doesn't work, then to be honest, it's doing stints and then replacing batteries each stint, which causes you the problem that you can't charge them quickly enough to get them in each stint. So it's not an ideal scenario. I'm not sure whether then it is the shutters that could go down on that car, because, you know, they're 48th overall. They are
21st in class.
Yeah, but I'm just looking as well how many laps behind the last in class that's a point scorer. That's 10, 20, yeah, they're 14 laps behind the last point scorer in the category. So it's a small uphill task, shall we say.
Yeah, they need people to drop out to give them even a sniff of a point for 10th, yeah. This is Sean Galile for Jota, who is currently running 3rd in class, the Indonesian driver, whose family has the KFC franchise for that part of the world. The KFC backing on the car. Goes through turn 1. He's got his old Formula 3 teammate Tom Blomqvist sharing the car with him, and Sean Galile then, as I say, doing a decent job here, 3rd in LMP2. Stoffel van Dorn, the other driver of that car that we saw having that good battle with Wayne Boyd last night. And this is now carrying the hopes of Jota, isn't it? Of course, after 38, had its dramas early on.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is carrying the hopes. But both the cars are quick. It's not as if this is a slow car by any stretch of the imagination. The other car, though, with Antonio Felix da Costa, without question, had the pace, though, which I think was something that, well, Antonio was definitely, he was on it this weekend. That pole position in qualifying in the hyperpole was, you had to tip your hat to that.
Kevin Magnussen still in the car, but again, there's a lot of looking and not that much doing.
Yeah, I think that's it's another one of those that looks unlikely to be going too much further.
I think you might be right.
Maybe doesn't officially retire, but not exactly officially moving. So then Francois Perotto there.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's meant to be in the car.
Exactly, yes.
He's helmet.
A double take there, but yes, he's shown as being in the car, but we've just seen him in the pit lane, unless these are highlights without a replay graphic on them, just to confuse us, which I think is what we're getting.
I think so. I hope so.
Yeah.
Certainly, Francois' pace looks okay. 56 there. We're in a tenth or two of Ben on the similar lap, so that should keep that gap.
Mechanics trying to get some shut-eye, so also Felipe Albuquerque, knowing he's in for a long wait before he's able to go back out into the race. Daniel Serra, by the way, having been badly delayed in 52, he's doing personal best in the sectors as he tries to hustle on and motivate himself.
As a driver, that's the only reward you can get when you're that far down now, isn't it? To chase a lap time and to enjoy just the driving experience.
Did you?
Yeah, I would. If you know, when you're that far down, there isn't going to be a reward in terms of you may be able to pick up some points in that, but so you can just enjoy going absolutely. You didn't have that same desire.
We had a race here when Tom got caught with Andy Prio into the Porsche curves after about 2 hours, and we were struggling on pace anyway. All of the Audis were relative to the Peugeots, but the Peugeots blew up. Bang, bang, bang. And what we thought, because we were 4 laps down or something, and it was about 2 hours in, and it was just a trudge for 22 hours to the end of the race, thinking, great, we might finish a fine 5th or something. And then just one by one, the Peugeot stopped, as I said, and it ended up being a podium. And so you never know until the end, that's for sure. You never know where you're going to end up, but it then makes you think, crikey me, that was a victory that just slipped through your fingers there. But that's the way this place is. But those 22 hours were pretty, that was heavy lifting, I've got to say.
You didn't go for any super lap times. Just
you did out of ego, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's, you know, from Daniel's point of view,
you pushed. There's no way, but I wouldn't say it, when you're fighting with a target in sight. That is, I always found a different enjoyment than if you're just sort of fighting to make it to the end.
Alex Brundle is fighting. He's done a personal best lap in the car that's 5th in LMP2. Looking at some of the top speeds of the class cars, Nick Tandy's Corvette, for example, in GTE Pro, just north of 309 kilometres an hour. But 51 is the car that leads the class, and it's James Collado at the wheel. And he's now managed to stretch that margin over the Corvette after the last pit stop that 63 served, with Antonio Garcia taking it over. And we have a pit stop for the Glickenhaus Ryan Briscoe's car, 709, under investigation. So what was it, Darren, you were saying a little while ago about now, when you've gone through the night, tiredness, mistakes creep in, drivers, pit work as well, might well be happening.
And that was 7 laps ago, though, Darren, for that stop.
So 22 still struggling to try and get the car running again.
Third loom that's gone on it, and they still can't get to the bottom of it. They're still chasing it. You're getting to the point where enough's enough, aren't you?
Well, you're getting to the point that if they've changed every other part of the loom apart from the main loom, then it kind of suggests it could be the main loom. Yeah. And the main loom is not something you change during the race.
So disappointing for the team, especially when they're trying so hard to get the car back out there. And it says, I wonder how long the battery could last. If it could be, like you suggested, you know, swap the battery every time, but I'm not sure you could do a full stint on a battery, could you?
No, I don't know in that car, honestly.
They're going to change the battery as well, we're here. Nick de Vries has done a personal best lap, so now as it getting brighter, Darren, lap times are coming down. Jimmy Bruni is into the pit lane as well, but quite a few cars now showing better pace as we have a bit more natural light around the circuit. Bruni away.
Yeah, Jimmy Bruni we saw getting in stint or so ago.
Yeah, just one stint ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jimmy Bruni took over from Machiavecchi. So 15 laps there. Average lap time was pretty much on it there. 3:51.5 average over the 15 laps. However, Kevin Estra's on a 3:50.8 over 13 laps at the moment in the sister car. So Estra's definitely got the hurry up.
He has indeed. He did a personal best lap a little while ago, didn't he? So he's trying to keep that pace and also try and get back up the order for currently third. The target is the Corvette. This is Bruni's view. And on that shot, looks a lot brighter, Darren.
Yeah, dazzled by the sun there coming up.
It's going to be a beautiful day, isn't it, this Sunday? Look at that. That's how I wake up every day, just with that enthusiasm that it's going to be a beautiful day. Even if it's pouring down with rain, it's going to get brighter at some point.
I'm just going to message your wife and check if that's truth or whether that is fiction.
Complete fiction.
Right, James Collado doing a good job here, Darren, isn't he? The class leader and ticking off the laps, and they're good and they're quick and they're consistent, and as far as we can see, no strife for the car.
100%. You know, James does a great job behind the wheel. And hopefully that car isn't going to have a similar problem to the sister car with a sort of rear suspension problem. But that's all James can do right now, isn't it? Tick off the laps.
Yeah.
A little bit like painting by numbers, just hitting every apex and just keep it nice and clean and try and navigate the traffic when it's coming around without any sort of delay. So it's that time of day when this could really change the race in terms of just one small mistake. Just because people start at this point of the race, the sun's coming up, you just start to think we're getting close to the end of the race, but there's just under 9 hours now, so it's a long way still to go before we get to 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Still tricks you, doesn't it? 49, you've just seen rejoining then after that long stop. So Anders Fjordbach has been sent out in the car rather than Kevin Magnussen, who I think has lost interest in that engine that he reckons is about to go boom. We will see whether it does. And number 709, Glickenhaus, is going to get a 10-second penalty on its next pit stop for a pit stop infringement. We'll get to the bottom of what the infringement is. And the yellow flag is out on track. Marshall's post 11.
It's first chicane, and it looks like it could be 31, the leading WRT LMP2 car.
Okay.
May have an issue at the first chicane. Robin Frins at the wheel. Jean-Louis Delatraz, the sister car, has just on an outlap, but 31 looks like it's stuck at the first chicane somehow.
Robin Frins was off the road there in the warm-up yesterday, but now come the race, could be there as well. He's in strife.
Yeah, he actually hit a cone at the karting corner that got lodged underneath the splitter and then went into the radiator duct, which was then overheating the engine.
Right. Which is
the reason that he stopped there.
Incident involving 74 and 34 under investigation. 34 being the Alex Brundle car, and which was the other one, 74. That's the James Winslow, John Corbett, Tom Cloet Racing Team India Eurasia entry, and that Marshall's Post 11 is being looked at.
Yeah, it looks like he's on his way again, but he's jumped on the... We've got a map in here which shows all the cars and exactly where they are on GPS around the circuit. But that particular 31 just seems to be jumping like 300-400 meters at one time through the back end of the circuit, but he's on his way.
His sector time didn't look too bad, though, for sector 2.
I think it's
pretty normal for...
been more of a GPS issue.
Yeah.
8, as you see, is in the pit lane. So Kazuki Nakajima cycles through, stays in the car for a second stint. And that, therefore, once more stretches the advantage for number 7. Alex Brundle, we understand, is due in to give way shortly to Renger van der Zande, the car that's 5th in LMP2. And that's done a good, solid job, as we've been saying, just going round and round and keeping out of trouble. So out goes number 8. Race leader is on lap 227. We've just gone past 7 o'clock in the morning local time. We've got just under 9 hours to go. And there is the second placed Toyota on its out lap. Kazuki Nakajima still at the wheel. Down through the Dunlop S's. And Alex Brundle, we've been saying he's keeping out of trouble. Well, he was trying to, but we understand that he's been hit from behind. So there's a bit of concern there at the Inter-Europol competition squad as to what exactly has happened. And so Alex Brundle due in, and the team will then be able to have a look at what the damage might be.
So that was the incident between those two cars that was up on the timing screen just a moment ago, which was also when the yellow flag came out down at Marshall Post 11.
Indeed so. So 31, Robin Freins, after his slow lap, back and moving. And there, going through, is 92, Kevin Estre, still hustling on, trying to fend off number 91. And currently this car running 3rd in class, the target being the Corvette of Antonio Garcia. So now that we've got proper light again, you can see Kevin Estre hard at work through the Porsche curves, and there off the road. Was that the Inception Ferrari? But it's had a drama. It's on the sort of bypass, if you like, keeping out of everybody's way. Ben Barnicoat at the wheel of 71, if it is that car, but you saw it off the road. There was a slower GTE AM entry. Into the pit lane comes Kevin S, but I don't think he's going to be the only one to pit at the end of this lap. I'm pretty sure that Ferrari's coming in as well. And S throwing everything at it until he gets to the pit lane speed limit line now, but he was way up the curb coming in, and that is Alex Brundle's car that's in. Now Renger van der Zande due to take over. Brundle is out, and hopefully the damage sustained, if there is any, in that contact isn't going to be too serious. They've got a spare rear section of the car ready, should it be required. And they're going to change it, we understand. So you're looking at the front, but they're going to change the rear of the car.
Yeah, and also you said about the Inception Racing Ferrari is in the pits as well, as you said. Bernd Barnicoat bringing the car back slowly, so another issue for that particular vehicle.
He was doing the right thing, wasn't he? Keeping not only off the line, but off the track, making sure he wasn't in anybody's way.
I'm just starting to wonder whether that was one of the problems at the chicane, where we saw the yellow flag briefly.
Could have been. So Kevin Estre taken on fuel and going to be given some new tyres by the look of it. The crew ready. So 2.5 seconds per lap completed in the stints. That's the regulation on the connection for the fuel hose. Once that is done, then the 4 mechanics to do the task change operation. 2 tyre guns, 4 people. Job done. Car drops down. Car blasts away. Kevin Estre stays behind the wheel.
Nice bit of ballet there, and I've got to say, nice clean pit stop as well.
Louis Delatraz hustling on in 41 now, having done a personal best first sector. Tristan Gommond did the same, Nick de Vries the same, so as the drivers can see a bit more, so times are improving.
Inception were in the pits there, driver change from Ben, who's just come in.
Yeah, after that slow in lap with a problem.
I wonder if that's just another puncher that they've picked up.
Could be, could be. Big time lost earlier on with that 16-minute delay, limping back to the pits on 3 wheels. So Kevin Estre with the road to himself at the moment, blasts back into the race, but he's the best part of if not more than 3 minutes adrift of Antonio Garcia. So he needs that Corvette to hit problems. And this is the view on board 92 now.
Antonio Garcia and James Collado, they've been trading times. They're very consistent through the stint. The gaps sort of basically stayed the same throughout now.
So there, number 70 to the pits. And Norman Nato has brought the Real Team racing car in. 10th in class, 15th overall. And that cycles through and will blast away.
It's the final points-paying position in LMP2.
Yeah.
1 place behind Nick de Vries, charging again. De Vries has done his personal best first and second sectors.
Okay, so we will keep an eye to that. Now, Alex Brundle's got a story to tell because of the dramas he's just had. And Alex Brundle out of the car and ready in the pit lane, hopefully, to talk with Duncan Vincent about what's just been going on.
Alex, first of all, what was the contact? Renger told me just before he got in on the apron that you'd had somebody into the back of you.
Yeah, the racing car just literally locked up. I'd already passed him long before the corner being locked up way out. I just completely hit me directly from behind on the apex of the first chicane. So yeah, there's not much you can do about stuff like that.
No, was there much damage to the back, or was it a precautionary rear end change?
No, it was a big hit. It was a big hit. It completely locked it, and I was his brakes basically. So yeah, it didn't feel too great coming in. Let's see what Renger can do out there now. But yeah, that kind of stuff is just frustrating, you know. I think some people need 1 or 2 more club races before they rock up at Le Mans.
I have to say, physically, that looked like quite a hard stint for you. You actually look a little bit tired, but also maybe a little bit upset.
Yeah. Obviously, we're having a good race so far, and then when something like that happens, it's a bit of a shock to the system when you have a nice rhythm. I'm all right. I'm fine. I'll be good till the end of the race now. I'm just checking over my shoulder to make sure Renger's sectors are coming together because, yeah, that was a hard hit.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good luck, Alex. Thank you.
Duncan, thanks very much for that. Interesting to hear Alex Brundle's remark about people should do 1 or 2 more club races before they come to Le Mans. And yesterday there was a conversation we were hearing about a 16-year-old coming into the race next year that made Alan and I look at each other and think, really? It's a valid point from Alex Brundle.
Yes, I think it is. This place bites when things go wrong, and things go wrong very, very quickly and without necessarily you being in total control of what is actually happening. And from that perspective, with such high speeds and average speeds, then I do believe that levels of experience are without question needed here.
Yes.
And there are things that are put in place. For example, new drivers to the circuit, they've got to have a certain grade of license, and that's delivered by their national country. At the same time as well, they have to go to the simulator, which is near Paris, to simulate various different aspects, whether it be day, night, flag scenarios, specific things like slow zones that are maybe not necessarily in their own championships in their own countries. And then they have to come to the test day, and they've got to do a minimum of 10 laps under observation. Now, there are drivers that are professional racing drivers in other categories and very, very high level that weren't allowed to race in this event because they could not come to the test day. They had never been here before, and therefore there was just no chance for them to come and join this race. So there are protocols in place, but I'm a big believer that you need to learn to walk before you can run.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very well saying they're going to do all of this testing, but, you know, this is a place that is unique. You've got the permanent track, you've got the road course, you've got, as you say, you've got the going into darkness, coming out the other side, you've got speed differentials. There's a lot more than just doing mileage. So, into the pit lane comes the Toyota, the leading car, number 7, another effective stint done by Jose Maria Lopez, and down the pit road he comes. That the 19th pit stop for the car now.
Yep, another 13-lap stint in there. He's out. Mike Conway gets in. Conway started this race in those treacherous conditions at the beginning, and was able to sort of extend his lead to some extent as he wanted, with the sister car of Bohemi being hit by one of the Glickenhauses at the second corner. But since then, it's not necessarily always been plain sailing. 2 punctures cut short his stints, which brought the 7 straight back into the game. Brought the 8 back into the game, I should say. Is a little moment down at Mulsanne corner, David.
Yeah, that's Lopez then having a little moment. This is how it looked.
Well, remember earlier on in the radio, he said that he basically had no grip under braking, and they were talking about Kobayashi having the same sort of issue, and it's related to the front brake temperatures. And this is something that, I think that was a replay of that from earlier on.
Problem there.
Yeah, so towards the end of the stint, the drama, but into the pits the car has come. New tyres are ready for him. New set on, and Jose Maria Lopez then number 7.
I wonder how much time they've lost there on that pit stop with the left rear gun. Let's see as he pops out of the pit lane what that time in the pits was. It didn't look too bad, maybe 6 or 7 seconds while he ran back, got a different gun, came back to the left rear.
Breaks the beam at pit out, and minute 46, a fair chunk of time.
Yeah, 15 seconds or something.
Yeah.
But they have that in hand, so it's not a huge concern, but they can ill afford to lose it.
You don't want to lose 15 seconds when you don't have to, because, you know, if there's something else that happens with a slow zone and they get caught on the wrong side of it, then the other car's back on them, which does one of 2 things. It makes the 7 car start looking in the mirror, and it makes the 8 car thinking, cranky, I've got a chance. And you never like to give your teammates a chance. Sorry, you never like to give the opposition a chance.
That's what you said the first time.
It did roll off your tongue really quick there, didn't it? It was, that was exactly what you meant.
Was I on the air there?
Right, so the 2 Toyotas circulate again. The gap, this fault gap in a sense, 26 seconds, it's come down hugely because of that pit stop, and as Darren's been explaining, with the need for a replacement gun, a longer pit stop for the leading number 7 Toyota, but it'll stretch out again when 8 serves its next stop, won't it? So we're now on to lap 230, 8 3/4 hours to go. Is there anything lurking in the race's future that's going to trip up the Toyotas? Because thus far, it's looking good. In has come 38, the delayed Jota entry. Davidson back behind the wheel a bit. Anthony Davidson, 17th overall, 12th in class.
And we'll just be wanting a clean race to the end now, after the dramas in the opening hours.
And they also are hoping that many cars ahead hit problems. They can buy back places because they can't do it all on their own pace. They've got to have a bit of help from external factors.
Yeah, definitely to claw their way back into the points and get some decent points out of this race. They're going to need a bit of well, certainly some drama for the guys up ahead. How far behind are they on the next? So they're a lap away from even making up 1 place at the moment. So yeah, they need a few people to spend a bit of time in the pit lane.
Just looking at the gap in the GT Pro, as we're looking at Daniel Serra, AF Corsa, which was fighting for the lead earlier on until they had a problem. But the gap between Antonio Garcia and James Calado seems to be equalising, if anything. I would say just coming down slightly.
I think it has in the last sort of 2 or 3 laps. I think when I had a look at what that gap was, maybe 3 laps ago, it was around the 30, 31 seconds. So certainly Garcia's getting a good run with the traffic at this point.
He is. Right, Alex Lynn back into the race then. 23 blasts away from the United garage. And there is 52, the delayed Ferrari that Daniel Serra has brought into the pit lane. Of course, after its suspension failure, they've changed parts on the left rear, and Daniel Serra's car sent back out. He's still at the wheel.
Was it yourself that was saying that you raced with Daniel Serra, Darren?
Yeah, we in 2017, so it's me, Johnny Adam, and Daniel Serra in the Aston 97 car. So, yeah, we had probably 3 or 4 races together during that season. Really strong driver. Fitted in with the team straight away. Easy to work with. You know, ideal teammate in terms of gets in the car, does the job. We all three of us all had a similar sort of idea on setup, pretty close to being always complementary to each other, so that worked really well. And you never know when someone comes into the team. Me and Johnny have been working together for a few years, and then Daniel sort of turned up, and you just don't know what or how that's going to work, but it was absolutely perfect.
Not sure how this is going to work. Battle for third place overall, Sean Gallale there in the Jota Sport car, and then 2 cars behind the charging Will Stevens in the Panis car. And so it's, I think this in about probably half a lap is going to get a bit tasty once Will Stevens gets past the high-class racing, which is many laps down. And then straight after Gallale, that third place.
Yeah, third in class, isn't it, this fight between the two of them? Sean Gallale, Will Stevens. They're 8th and 9th overall, but fighting for third in the class as their Sam Hignett at Jota studies the data, trying to keep abreast of both cars. And it's right now 28 that the focus is on, going for that podium. Renger van der Zande has done a personal best lap in the Inter-Europol competition entry, so despite Alex Brungel's protestations about possible damage, there's Renger van der Zande proving it's okay, and he's done a personal best lap.
He certainly has, but these 2 cars have just been into the pits, so they're on exactly equal stint strategies at the moment. And so it's a real fight for that third place in LMP2.
So Will Stevens hustles on. The margin was 6/10 at the last sector point, but down towards Arnage they come. And there are more battles going on lower down as well. 20 being chased, that's Dennis Anderson's car, but the car that was directly behind on a different lap. We've got 709 Glickenhaus into the pits, and Richard Westbrook getting into the car, and that's got that longer stop to serve because of the 10-second penalty that it's earned. And also coming in is number 64 Corvette, which is way down in 48th place. And Tommy Milner is going to take that car over for the next stint. Right, Richard Westbrook on board. Hugely experienced driver.
I like how Westy just strolls to the car. Yes, there's never a rush. He knows exactly how much time it takes for Ryan to get out of the car, and he just rocks up at the perfect timing.
Bit of trouble with the door there, but I think it's closed. Now the tyres go on. Richard gets himself comfortable, ready to go. Right, there's your third place fight in LMP2. Sean Gallale versus Will Stevens, the former Grand Prix racer, turned GT3 racer, turned prototype racer. Sean Gallale got to Formula 2 and then turned towards sports car racing, and he, for the moment, is hanging on to position.
Yeah, he is. Stevens has got slightly different tyre strategy, I think, but in terms of fuel and everything else, it's exactly equal between the two of them. And this could be a slight opportunity. No, I don't think it's going to be, because I thought there was a chance Gallale was going to be able to get held up, I should say, coming out to Tetra Rouge with the car ahead of him, but he actually was able to use the slipstream to pretty good effect and managed to make his way through.
It might be Will that gets held up at this point.
So Gallale clears the back marker.
He's got to make the move, hasn't he?
Yeah, Will Stevens knows that he cannot afford to lose any time at all, and he's got the job done.
Car they were overtaking there definitely lifted off, and that's allowed Will to be right up behind. He's in the slipstream here, David, and this is a one. I'm not sure if he's got enough pace to actually make it down the inside before the second chicane, but he's right in the toe.
He certainly is, isn't he? And he knows he needs to get on with this and try and clear the Jota entry. So the Panis Racing squad looking at the data on the pit wall. The margin between them is, what, still 3-4 lengths. So Will Stevens close, but I don't think he's quite close enough to have a go. But he'll inch up a little bit under braking. And again, yes, the gap does come down as they get to the second chicane. Will Stevens throwing everything at this.
Yeah, Will Stevens, it looks as if he's got a little bit more front grip down just in the middle of the corner. So he's able to sort of hook the front in. Not necessarily straight line speed, but whether he can maybe get a run at him out of Mulsanne down towards Indianapolis.
It certainly looks like there's more rotation in that car, like you say, just to get the car turned and back on the power. But I don't know if the top speed is the same. It's looking like 28 has just got that advantage at that point.
Although Sean Gallale just a little bit scrappy there at the curb, as in comes the Alpine out of third place then. So Nicolas Lapierre brings it in. Remember, this car's still fighting for third against Pipo Derani, the Glickenhaus, and they're trading the place on the pit stops. But the LMP2 fight for third, taking up attention out on track as the Alpine squad cycles through this stop. Lapierre stays behind the wheel and gets ready to go back out once the fuel goes into the car and can continue that fight against Durrani. On track, Galal versus Stevens. 0.4 of a second was the margin between them when they last went through a timing beam, and it is still Sean Galal ahead with the car of Will Stevens just about there, ready to make a move now as they come towards the Porsche curves, and there's traffic up the road as well. So this is going to be a real test of both in terms of how they treat the battle, how they treat the traffic as well. Pressure on Sean Galal's shoulders. Here's the Ferrari there up the road. He's going to be negotiated in a moment. It's the Inception Racing car. Sean Galal commits, goes around the outside. Will Stevens follows him. Gets past number 71 as well there, gets past Brendan Arib, another of the rookies in the race, and Sean Galal has just crept away maybe by another length.
Yeah, got a little bit of a breathing space there just with the way that he was able to get past the LMP2 car earlier in that long right, so was able to set himself up better for the left. But I think it's short-lived in that respect because there's more traffic coming up ahead, and I think Will's quite willing to give up this third place.
No, he's taking the battle to him, isn't he? So Sean Galal goes through, Will Stevens behind in the margin there, 0.639 of a second, this for third. And number 74 is the car being given a penalty for causing a collision with 34. So it's the Alex Brundle car that was hit, and John Corbett at the wheel currently of the Racing Team India Eurasia car. You heard Alex saying about it was a big hit and drivers should have a bit more experience. Well, the officials give a penalty to 74 for causing a collision with Alex Brundle. This rather elasticated gap stretching out for the moment in favour of Sean Galal, but Will Stevens tries to bring down the gap coming out of Tertre Rouge now towards Mulsanne.
And he's got a good run on him, hasn't he, at this point?
It's very much the fast food battle, this, isn't it? You've got KFC versus McDonald's.
What one are you going to go with?
KFC for me.
Oh, I'm a McDonald's person myself. So.
Oh, OK. Divided loyalties now.
Come on, Will.
So Sean Galal hangs on to the place, and that margin was a fifth of a second at that last sector point. And now, Alan, they've got more traffic to worry about as well.
Yeah, they do, but the car up ahead may play into it because that'll mean Galal has got to sort of go to the inside, coming up towards the second chicane, and it blocks off that overtaking opportunity for Will Stevens. But I don't think Stevens has got the straight line speed at the moment. He's able to hang in there, but he's hanging in the toe, which normally should allow him to have a little bit better. But Jota Sport have been working very hard to try to get straight line speed out of their car. They struggled at the beginning of the season with that, and they were doing a lot to try to basically take the drag out of it more than necessarily take the downforce out of it. But now Stevens has got to run, but Galal's clearly not too keen on him coming down the inside.
Stevens has a look, thinks better of it, but he's trying to force a mistake out of Sean Galal. Now,
he's
done it there, the little twitch from Sean Galal's car. He was up the curb a lap ago. So does that throw a lifeline to Will Stevens now? Again, he's a little bit nearer. Still traffic up the road they're going to have to contend with on the run towards Indianapolis. So remember, this is a proper battle for position. It is for 7th and 8th overall. It's for 3rd within LMP2. And now Will Stevens is all over the back of Sean Galal like a cheap suit, isn't he? Because he's absolutely committed to making a move as soon as he possibly can.
Yeah, he'll not do it down into here because it's too quick an entry, and he really needs to be completely alongside before they even think about the turn-in. But he's definitely quicker, and that's twice in 2 laps where Galal's made a small mistake at Mulsanne, and small mistakes there can have quite dramatic consequences. But even if it just allows Will to get half a car alongside, then that I think could be done and dusted.
But also Will Stevens will be noticing these and thinking, right, tiny error there, tiny error here, and he knows that all of that pressure he's applying, he's starting to pay dividends, and he can just keep on doing it. Well, wait for his moment.
The more that he can make Galal look in the mirror as opposed to look out of the windscreen up ahead, the better it is.
Indeed so. There they are then, they swoop through the Porsche curves. Sean Galal just ahead of Will Stevens, slightly tighter line through that first element. Up the curb they both run down towards the end of the lap. So these cars currently work the end of the lap to the chicane. What are they off the overall race leaders? They are 6 laps adrift, but they're having their own private fight for 3rd in the class. And Sean Galal is hanging on to the place. So despite Will Stevens' best efforts, The Indonesian driver, Sean Galal, is still clear just as they come across the stripe. The margin between them now, half a second.
Yeah, and when you talk about traffic up ahead, we can see there's cars up ahead, but they're LMP2 cars as well, so they're going at a reasonable speed. The first of the GTE cars are probably about 15 seconds away, as Galil struggling a bit with the rear stability and grip. He locked up the rear the last time into Mulsanne. We saw him just getting a little bit wide there as he went onto the throttle in Dunlop. And the rear sort of dancing around a little bit behind it, but he's got to be clean and tidy out of this next corner, because that takes away the opportunity for Will Stevens to have a look down into the first chicane.
The Jota definitely looks more nervous on the rear, doesn't it? Pretty much every corner entry.
I think on stint lengths, the Jota's actually on a slightly different tyre strategy. Obviously, we don't have the information on the tyres, but they're on a slightly different one. But in terms of fuel loads and stints period, then they're exactly the same.
See how evenly matched they are on the speeds as well as they get towards the first of the chicane. So Sean Galal hangs on to position for the moment, but Will Stevens right there behind him, and a tiny little slip out of Galal. There's the LMP2 traffic that we've been talking about. Does this give Will Stevens an opportunity to use that to his advantage? Sean Galal's got to assess what those cars are up to, what the opposition behind is up to, and then try and pounce as the two respective teams look on from the pit lane. There are the cars. Galal still ahead of Stevens. Down towards the second chicane, no opportunity for Stevens to make a move there. So Sean Galal, for the moment at least, fending him off, but now he's got to get through the traffic.
Definitely the Panis car looks super strong in both chicanes. That seems to be the point that Will's able to pull in the gap, but ultimately I think Jota have got the straight line speed, which is always nice to have when you're defending your position, isn't it? Just to pull out a car length and make it that little bit harder in the braking zone.
Yeah, and he's also managed to sort of, I would say, squeeze a little bit. And another lock up there into Mulsanne. Galil struggling like mad into that Mulsanne corner.
Third lap in a row, isn't it? Now he's got to get through the traffic, so Will Stevens sits tight behind. He needs to get past the back markers, just follow Sean Galal through, let him do the hard work. And so Will Stevens follows him through the traffic, making sure he doesn't lose any time. Headlights still pierce the gloom as they come towards us, even though it's getting brighter, Darren. And the car's now up towards Indianapolis once more. Galal's doing a good job of fending off the challenge of Stevens. He might be making the odd tiny slip, but he's not doing anything hugely silly. He's keeping a good run here.
Yeah, but my experience in these conditions, you need to focus on corner exits. Forget about your entries, because you look in your mirror halfway through down the straight, and if the guy's not there with you, then just don't worry about it. Just make sure you spot your braking point, don't make a mistake, but you need to get those exits. And that gives you that breathing space down the next straight, and just keep building on that. And it actually starts frustrating as now we see Will Stevens getting caught behind a slower LMP2 car. And that's also given a bit of breathing space now. So now Stevens will see the true pace once he overtakes, how quickly he can get onto the back of the Jota Sport car again.
So the fight carries on, but right now Sean Galal hangs on to that third place. Still the leader of the class, LMP2 Robin Frijns ahead of Louis Delatraz, and it's Mike Conway up front. But this, Ollie Gavin, is a really fierce fight, isn't it, for position?
Yeah, it certainly is. I've just been watching the background here, just seeing how they're going at it. And certainly Sean is an absolute talent. I was watching him in the Asian Le Mans series earlier on in the year, and he had a couple of really strong runs. And he's somewhat dealing with the pressure, but he's just got to sort out that braking into Mulsanne corner. That does seem to be the spot where it's sort of catching him out. We're getting into that period now in the race where it's coming into happy hour. This is when the track has really got a decent amount of rubber down. We've got through the night. Drivers can now really see where they're going. And I think we're going to see quite a few fastest laps set here. And the couple of blue sectors coming up with a few guys. So, yeah, I think it's that nice time to be in the car.
It is, and especially if you've got fresh tyres on, where you get to the end of that first stint, the fuel load's dropped off and you're able to sort of lean on it. And it's also, I think you get certainly I used to, Oliver, you used to get a little bit of extra energy. Now. Well, it's Sunday, you see, so we're calling you Ollie. Ollie Saturday, Oliver Sunday. Okay. The full name. And I used to get a bit of extra energy on that, because you knew you could actually see the end of the race, whereas through the night, the darkness, that's the heavy lifting part of it.
It certainly is. You know, it's only like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and that's when your body's at its lowest ebb. You're sort of really struggling with the the lack of sleep and also being able to, it's a challenge to try and get through, you know, that period with not being able to sort of see so much, and you know, it's just a very tricky time. But now the sun's up, you can see where you're going, you can pick your lines, all those references that you've got, and you know, you can really start stringing some hot laps and quick laps together and make a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, talking hot laps, Galeil's just made a bit of an exit there as Will Stevens struggled to get past the lap traffic. The IDEX sport car didn't exactly roll over and led him on his way, but now he's clear. I'll be quite interested to see what his pace is, whether he can actually latch onto the back of Galeil and whether he's got that speed, but he's certainly not got the easy speed to overtake.
No, it has been a number of laps, isn't it, where they've been battling away, but you know, it's tough. Well, here's the 33 car in the pit box, TF Sport car. They've been running well. Ben Keating's in the car, I think, for his second big stint. And he's fueling. I'm not sure they've got any tyres to go. I think they're just going to do the fuel and send him on his way. But this car has had a couple of punches. I've got a little bit of an update from...
And that's the innovation car going into the pits. That Aoki is at the wheel of that car at the moment. We saw a couple of problems earlier on when he locked up and went down the escape road, half spun at Arnage. I don't think that's related because it was about an hour and a bit ago. But that car is now into the box itself. Ben Keating still in the pit at the moment as they're doing a standard change, as we see fatigue certainly into quite a few, and that's an innovative pillow there with...
Yeah, certainly with the 33 car, the TF Sport Aston Martin. I had a little bit of an update from the lovely Emma down at TF Sport. She's always helpful and lovely, and she's yeah, she just gave us a little bit of an update saying that the car has actually had a double puncture while it was leading. Felipe brought it into the box, and the crew replaced the boots and the diffuser without losing any time, and they came back up to fourth. But it's now been sort of back and forth. We've got back into the lead, but the Ferrari got lucky with a bit of a slow zone, and so now Ben's in the car for his second stint.
Yeah, he is. He's done 2 hours 45 minutes so far for his stint time. He's got 6 hours in total to do. So there's quite a little bit of running for him to do, but nice sunny weather, much better than yesterday, which was obviously starting off with difficult conditions and a lot of rain, and then later on, there was the drizzle about 9 o'clock at night that created some dramas.
Massive.
But now it looks like it's going to be clear all the way through to the end of the race.
Yep. Yeah, so it's a great time for Ben to be out there running. He's hopefully had a good night's sleep, well rested, and just can get out there and focus on executing and reeling off those laps consistently. And, you know, with a less experienced driver and an AM category driver, you know, it's a key thing to try and get that guy into the car and through the car at the time when he's going to lose the least time.
And this was the pole-sitting GTE AM car. It was Dries van Tor delivered a lap that even his brother, who is a factory Porsche driver, had to acknowledge was maybe family. Yeah, that was quite good. But unfortunately got in the wars very early on in the first laps.
Yeah.
And
actually, it was first corner.
Yep, Dunlop.
Yeah, and it seems that they've battled a little bit. They've had some issues and problems. And they're not quite... Maxime Martin was in the car to start with, and he seemed to be pinged an awful lot for track limits, which is quite unusual for Maxime, because he's experienced, he's fast, he's good, he's won here. And seemed that there was something going on with that car at the start of the race, but they're still there, still pressing on. And at the back end of... I think they're in P5.
Yeah, they're not quite where they need to be, that's for sure.
A couple of laps off, aren't they?
They are down, but the other factor is that they seem to be a little bit in the back foot, even though they're on pole position. Once it got into the race, I would have said that it looks like the Ferraris have sort of edged to the top and the Aston Martins have edged to the top, whereas the Porsches generally, and I'm saying all of them globally, have probably not had that same sort of raw pace that we saw when we went into that hyperpole scenario in qualifying.
Yeah, and Kevin Estre actually just doing his fastest lap of the race now. There's a couple of blue sectors. The first section, the second sector, he's building another decent lap here.
So, got a little bit of radio from High Class Racing.
Very ugly
copy, copy. Throttle response and the acceleration feels like normal. It's funny, it's funny. But it's funny, the throttle response and the acceleration feels like normal. Is that a question? Acceleration is okay. But it's a lot of vibration. Okay, Gibson says for now stay out. They are with us to monitor it.
Yeah, this is, well, you heard it there. Engine feels funny, feels like it's got a vibration, but at the moment the Gibson, who are the engine supplier to the complete LMP2 grid, say stay out, stay out. They've had some issues there. We heard Kevin Magnussen earlier on with a little bit more of a curt message saying the engine's dead, in a lap it's going to go boom. And so it looks like some issues there for them. As
Magnussen family, always straightforward, direct. It's never a mixed message from either the father or the son.
Well, this one definitely was a clear statement, not impressed.
Exactly. I think they had a puncher or something, didn't they? And Jan ended up in the wall at Dunlop.
Yeah. He came out of, he had a bit of a tag with someone who they were penalised for it, and then a left rear puncture through the S de la Forêt, and then had a bit of a trip down there, and that was a bit of a slow lap in.
Right. 63 car in the pit box, Antonio Garcia behind the wheel. And, you know, this looks like a pretty standard stop. It's just going to be fuel. I don't see any tyres. All the boys working hard, just cleaning everything out and having a look at the brakes there. And just making sure, you know, where they are exactly with their brake wear. Michelin engineer also checking some things. And cleaning out the rads, making sure that everything's clean and ready to go for this next stint.
So when you talked about they are checking the brakes, that's something that in the LMP1 or hypercar class you never really think about it too much. Brakes do 24 hours. In GTE Pro, GTE Am, then you've got to consider the brakes and the brake wear.
Yes. So you got to do at least one front brake change, and so that was.
And you mean pads and discs?
Pads and discs. Yes, in fact they just do. They do the caliper, they do the disc, and it's just one unit, and it's amazing how quickly they can do it. They can do a set of fronts in about 40 seconds, which is pretty impressive. It was massively impressive. It's not just pretty impressive; it's huge. And I think actually Aston were the first guys to do it, and then Ferrari copied, Porsche, and then Corvette with this new car. And in fact, actually, we did have it on the C7. And but yeah, it's another thing that, you know, it's just evolution, and things evolve, and then they find a way to do it quickly, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, we can do that, we can do a front brake change, and then you can run a slightly more aggressive pad, which then gets you some performance, because you know that you can actually do the change during a normal pit stop.
So I'd be quite interested after Aston Martin actually didn't do a brake change on the winning car last year and gained the time from it, whether other teams would have located onto that. You said other teams followed, whether somebody would try that, or whether they go exactly the other way, as you said, and just go for pure performance and then accept the 40 seconds.
Yep.
And try to take the 40 seconds when you would lose least, whether it be in a slow zone period or something like that.
Yeah, and it's all to do with the evolution, isn't it, of the pad compounds and the discs and everything else that's constantly being developed by all the different manufacturers. And, you know, they're finding ways to make things last for longer but still keep that performance.
And just a little feedback from Duncan. He's been squirreling around down there. United Autosports, absolutely trials and tribulations for them. All of their cars came into it as really the dominant force, but everything seems to have gone wrong. We saw that they had a lot of electrical issues, and they were changing looms. They were changing a loom between the gearbox and then into the main loom. They were changing one with the alternator.
Right.
Wasn't seeming to work, and charging back into the batteries. Finally they've just changed the battery. It was the battery. So hopefully for them, problem solved. Issue is it's taken them so long to actually get to the root cause of that electrical issue.
Yeah, and they're now what, some 4 laps down on the lead car in LMP2. Yeah, that's going to be tough to make it back. You know, we have got some 8 hours to go, but it's you never say never, but yeah, that's going to be tough.
it's going to be tough, but also Will Stevens has not got onto the back of Sean Gelael. Once Gelael was able to make a little bit of a break in traffic, then Stevens has sort of been there, but he's not been able to catch back in.
No, he hasn't been able to quite get back onto the back of his car, and he's now struggling to get past this Ferrari coming into Tête Rouge.
Yeah, it's another probably second loss by the time he'll get down towards the first chicane.
You know what it's like, Alan, when you get that sort of situation, you have to breathe before coming through a corner like that, which is so important for lap time, because you're now slow all the way down into this first chicane.
Yeah, you're better actually coming out of the previous corner and breathing, and then just keeping the momentum through the corner.
Absolutely.
It's also better for fuel as well, because you don't have that sort of lower speed to then use fuel to accelerate up.
Yeah. And, you know, that's all part of just trying to work the traffic, trying to pick your way through, and trying to look after all those resources that you've actually got as a driver and as a team.
And just looking at the lead of LMP2, then WRT, the second car, number 41, has just had a driver change. Louis Delatraz came into the pits and changed over to Robert Kubica. Yeah,
Robert's been busy in that car. It seems like every time I've been in the booth, he's been in the car, and he's in for another stint. Robin Frines has also been going extremely well in that 31 Team WRT. Orica, yeah, he's doing a fine job. Got Will just coming down to Mulsanne corner now, and he's just dropped off again a little bit more on Sean Gelael, and he's going to be losing that little bit of an aero advantage that he would have been getting from Sean. That would have been helped to sort of keep him on the back of him, because you do pick up a toe. If you're even now, Will Stevens will be getting some sort of benefit from being that far back from Sean Gelael, but the closer you get, the greater the benefit it is from that toe. But it's now down to the highest speed part of the track into Indianapolis. Just feeding the car into the right and then flicking it back to the left, using all that banking there, and then up and over the curb, and then to one of this slowest corner on the track here at Arnage. Trickiest corner as well, low grip.
There's Delatraz, his engineer Tom Blomqvist in the background in Jota as they're looking on.
Yeah, solid team.
It might be that the Jota Sport car just comes into its own as the fuel weight comes off as well, because they're now 8 laps into the stint. They normally do 11 laps on a stint. And Gelael was struggling a little bit, struggling to get the power down. The rear was not exactly that stable. Entry to corner, never mind exit. But it seems to have sort of stabilised itself, maybe as the fuel load came off.
And also we are going to see now a bit of a growth in the track temp. And that's maybe another thing that is going to benefit or is going to hinder some teams, and it's just depending on your car setup and where you've settled on with that, and how your car then has dealt with the night running, and then how the track develops with your setup. So you know, certainly there would have been evolution in the track. This circuit in particular does have a pretty strong evolution in the amount of rubber that goes down, and certainly you get to certain parts of the racetrack, like Mulsanne corner, Indianapolis, Porsche curves. They really grip up with the amount of rubber that goes down, and you want to try and benefit and really hook your car up with that and use it. 28 car coming through, trying to stay off all of those curbs.
We've got a yellow flag down at the second chicane. Just waiting to see who it is. We've got some nice slow-mo replays. That's a class leader in LMP2 WRT coming into the pits.
Robin Frines, the driver change with that.
Looks like the 20 high class car may be the cause of that yellow flag down at the second chicane. Looks as if it's maybe moving again.
They've had a bit of a tough week.
Yeah, they certainly have. Tough race.
Yeah.
As well, not starting by the car being on the jacks.
Yeah,
green flag lap.
Yeah, that was quite unbelievable, really. But it just shows that even with some of the best teams in the world here, all this preparation, all this time, that mistakes can still happen, and the pressure of the event can sometimes just catch you out. The 8 car just trying to pick its way past the 91. 91 still using plenty of curb. Renger van der Zandt leaving the pit lane in the number 34, Orica.
This will be his second stint. He jumped in after Alex Brundle earlier on.
Right.
So Renger's in for his second stint.
Just getting to that really lovely time in the morning, with the sun coming up, and yeah, it's a fun time to be in the car.
It's going to be a nice day for all the spectators as well. A little bit of sunshine. It's not quite as hot as it was earlier on in the week, not quite as hot as it was meant to be predicted, with 30 degrees Celsius predicted, but it'll be certainly very nice.
Yep.
Warm these people that have been out sleeping all night. This is Le Mans.
Yeah, it's perfect. Look at that. A little bit snoozy.
And a big bit snoozy.
Snoozy sitting up.
Socially distancing caravans and tents. So another car that's just came in for a pit stop is Dragon Speed, and now Real Team racing with Norman Nato. Just popping into the pits. Standard pit stops for the LMP2 cars at the moment. So we go back on board with Nakajima down in towards Arnage. Nakajima is now 28 seconds behind Mike Conway, who's leading the race in the sister car. But behind Nakajima, we've got 4 laps back to Lapierre, who's fighting it out with Olivier Pla in the Glickenhaus.
Does the Nakajima car owe us a pit stop, or are they?
No, the Conway car owes us a pit stop in 3 laps.
Oh, okay.
And Nakajima will be coming in 1 lap. So they're on slightly different stint timings, but roughly on the same strategies.
Yeah.
Remember, the Conway car had 2 short stints early on with punctures.
Oh, that's it. God, it was a gaggle of cars coming down here, and all diving into the pits, number 8 car. Always surprised with the amount of curb that they use here and how aggressive they are over it.
And car number 83 has been reported to the stewards for speeding in the pit lane. That's usually a slam dunk. But the issue is, then that's just after a pit stop for Francois Perrodo, and that's the leading AF Corsa car in GT Am. So if it's a drive-through penalty there, that'll bring Ben Keating and the TF Sport car right into the game.
Yeah, the guys down at TF Sport will be rubbing their hands together. They'll like that message on the timing screens. Standard service here, and looks like Nakajima is staying on board.
That'll be going into his 3rd stint. He's done 2 stints already, Kaz Nakajima.
Did you ever do that, Alan? Did you ever take on a gel or something like that in the car during the...
No, I didn't drink very often either in the car.
Okay.
And that was partly because I had a drinks bottle failure at 1 race, which was at Le Mans, and that effectively cost us a victory.
Wow.
And so from that point of view, I just said, nope, not again, and we negated it. We did have drink systems in the car, but I was very, very loath to use them. The only time I ever used them was like Texas when it was super hot,
sure.
Or Bahrain or somewhere like that where you were... Yeah, no, never at Sebring, only at pit stops.
Oh, wow.
So I would take a drink at a pit stop, but never a gel or anything.
Okay. Yeah, I was always drinking in the car. No, I never took any gels or anything like that. I tried to sort of figure out a system and way of doing it, but never found a sort of like a clean way of doing it. It was simple and straightforward that wasn't going to hugely complicate the whole pit stop. But these guys at Toyota obviously found a way to do it, and Kaz Nakajima has got exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, I think now there's sort of minimum fueling times and things which make it a little bit easier and slightly less stressful.
Right, yeah.
But as we see the Alpine bouncing into the pits.
Yeah. Another one trying to maximise that pit entry.
This is a replay from before. But it is I used to try to even do all my training without drinking. so that the body was used to it, and got used to it as a general. And we're talking about getting used to things. Well, it was in the pits, and that's the reason that it's going to be back in the pits again, is Francois Perrodo, and leading AF Corsa Ferrari in GT Am drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. We said it was going to be a slam dunk if that was the case, and they'll have to do that in a few laps' time.
Yeah, they will. And I think the 33 TF Sport Aston Martin is 1 lap back on that 83 car. And it's just going to bring it back into a little bit close to in contention with them. I think Ben is doing some solid laps, and he's in his second stint in the car this time out. And yeah, it's great conditions for him.
And the lead LMP 231, Robin Frins has brought that car into the pits, but there's also, you know, a few LMP2 cars in here, because the Jota Sport, Sean Galale and Will Stevens in the Panis Racing, they're battling out for 3rd place. But there's the standard service for the WRT. Just a bit of a check.
They've got tyres ready to go there.
And cleaning everything. Goodyear tyre engineer just having a look at the tyre itself to make sure how things are.
WRT are a solid team, aren't they? I mean, they've come into this and they've just sort of built their way up, haven't they, into P2? But this is the strongest showing I've seen them have in a big race in P2.
Yep, definitely. They've been quick in ELMS, but when you get onto this particular stage, it is a step up, as you know.
Yep.
And but they've been very good, and to have 2 cars in the game where every other team that had 2 cars at the beginnings drop 1 at least out of it, then that is a big help. It's a safety net.
Yep.
Even though the 2 cars aren't necessarily going to work as a team as such, but it is definitely a safety net. Door not closing.
Yeah, on the Jota car. Sean, still Sean Galale on board, is it?
Yeah.
Driver swap in the 28.
And so it looks like that.
I think we're going to see the change, and it's going to be the 28 car. It's going to be the Tom Blomqvist.
Yeah, that was a 16-second longer pit stop for the Jota Sport car in comparison to the Panis Racing car. Will Stevens stayed on board, Tom Blomqvist changed, and it switched around. So now Panis Racing in 3rd and LMP2, and dropped Blomqvist back down to 4th.
Yeah, sometimes in those pit stops you can be jumping in the car, and it can be just one little thing that just, you know, you get caught up with, hung up on, whether it's a belt or the seat insert, or you know, if you've got to move the pedals at all, and if it just is you're hung up with it, and then you can't get the door shut, and you know, and then it can get into a little bit of a frantic panic, and maybe that's what happened.
You've just got to take a breath in these situations. Very, very difficult to do, very easy to say.
Actually,
but,
slower is often faster.
Yeah, and when we used to have new driver crews, and you would do your first practice pit stop, it would be like a minute, and it seemed it'd be impossible to get that down.
Yeah.
But in reality, once you just got into a rhythm of what happened when, who did what, how much this, then you get it down to 18, 20 seconds.
Yeah, you just got to choreograph it. You've got to keep working your systems, your muscle memory, you know, just getting all of that your body almost in the right spot.
So we've got 8 that is 2nd, and Nakajima.
Stint 3, final stint on these tires. You have a look at the gearbox or engine, something had some funny oscillation. Yeah, we know the problem. We know the problem. We're working it.
They've got some oscillations there. Nakajima saying, yeah, they know the problem. If they're working on it, then it's obviously something they feel they can change with the systems on board to try to assist that to go forward.
Yeah, to me that says that the team have been monitoring it for some time, but it's now got to the point, it's got bad enough
where the driver's
feeling it. Yeah,
exactly. But not obviously to the point where they need to come to the pits, not the point where they need to, you know, be aware of it. However, it is definitely going to be the last stint. He's on his first flying lap for Kaz Nakajima on this 3rd stint. And it's been a stint where he's been basically trading lap times with Mike Conway. Conway up ahead in the number 7 car.
Is this a symptom or something that's come and developed from that contact that he had at the start of the race.
Well, that was a hit to the left rear tyre, wasn't it, when Buemi got hit by a plough on the first lap into Dunlop?
Yes.
And that shock would definitely have gone into the gearbox, whether it was something from that.
And then he got hit on the other side by a P2 car at Dunlop as well, about a couple of hours later.
Just to balance things out.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Left and right. So yeah, you know, is that something that's developed from that? And you just, and it's been hanging over them the whole race.
Yeah, it certainly has. But we're going to. I've just heard Duncan saying that he's going to be heading to Toyota to find out exactly what's going on. As we're overhead there with the 23 United Autosports car, a car that we thought was going to be not a dark horse for a podium, but certainly a horse for the podium. But you can see the damage just behind the number panel there, where it had a smacking big hit from its sister car as well at that Dunlop chicane and slight drizzle. It's been very, very treacherous in the drizzle up into this corner, but in the dry, absolutely no problem for most.
It was a perfect storm, wasn't it, really, for United? Just that rain came just at the wrong time. Both of their cars up there, and one car just sort of harpooning the other one and taking him out. So we were just seeing the 91 car coming in here for a full service. Richard Leitz getting into the car, Jimmy Bruni getting out.
Yeah, Jimmy's just done 2 stints. They look as if they're double stinting the drivers through there. Machiavecchi did 2 stints before, Leitz 2 stints before that.
Yeah, they've got tyres going on. Brand new Michelins. These boys at Porsche are very, very good at this. So well drilled.
Engine seems to start very quickly as well as it comes down.
It's absolutely like a switch. And I know Corvette Racing, they watch Porsche like a hawk. Every last little thing that Porsche come up with, Corvette are looking at and to sort of see, okay, what's that winning? What's that getting? We've got a bit of mist coming down.
Yeah, it's just in the last lap. There is mist, and it's definitely out in front of us here in the comms box as well. There's slight turning oversteer.
Now that is something that I've heard that they've been doing, the Porsche guys. They've been coming out of the pits and going up into the first turn, and then just missing that first.
That saves you a second or so.
Yeah. That's not the first time that a Porsche's done that. Sneaky.
Definitely a little bit of mist in the air in this bottom section round about the Ford chicane from Porsche through Ford and then up towards Dunlop, but then the beautiful sunshine on the far side of that, as now we've got the race leader, Mike Conway, into the pits, standard pit stop.
It looks like Mike's staying on board.
Yeah, he's only just jumped in. That was the end of his first stint.
Okay.
As he takes a drink.
Yep.
Cleaning of the lights.
Just making sure that everything is just as it should be. Changing the a bottle.
There's Duncan in the background, you see there, just with thumbs up, inspecting. And then I'm sure going to find out what the Nakajima situation is. Why are they feeling this sort of vibration that's, I would say, being monitored by the sister car? And there is Nakajima coming out of Arnage as Conway is on his way. The gap is going to be about 1 minute 30 seconds, I suppose, when it all raggles out.
Yeah.
Floats it into the right-hander. Very, very quick change of direction left.
I definitely think that Toyota have taken a step forward in the performance here. The car looks just that a little bit more settled than it did at, say, Spa or Portimao. And they're obviously learning all the time, but it just seems like they've just taken that step forward against all of their opposition in hypercar and just stretched themselves out and away from the P2 field.
Yeah, I think conceptually as well, the car was designed with the average corner speed and straight speeds of Le Mans.
Yeah.
More than necessarily any other circuit on the calendar. This is the one you can guarantee is always going